Good morning, members of the committee. Senator Driscoll.
Here.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Larson.
Here.
Representative Almand.
Present.
Representative Angelos. Representative Harrelson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraph.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Co-Chairman Salazar. Chairman Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. We're going to get started here briefly, but we have been really going at a good clip. And I think we're down to just a couple of agencies and or branches of government. And so we're going to make sure that we get through these well, and then we're going to get into those governor's letters and letters of the other top five, as well as a few things that are going to end up in the 300 section, the footnotes. So that's really deep work that we had to have ahead of us. So just going to try to keep everybody on board and getting things done. Director, if you would just go ahead and take us into the first item.
Can I
Senator?
move into different business right ahead of this?
I'm
I've
not
got a
familiar-
reconsideration from yesterday, and I think now would be a great time to do it. Before
This
we
would be
get-
an appropriate time for that, sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reconsider the vote on the rare earths yesterday. The motion would stay exactly the same, just a flat reconsideration vote on the support for the rare earths mineral industry in Northeast Wyoming or rare earths general in the state of Wyoming.
So
Across the
just-
board.
Senator, this would be reopening the Wyoming Energy Authority. Would be the
Yes,
first
sir.
vote. Okay. Without objection, Senator Guru.
I move that we reopen section 90, the Energy Authority.
Okay, motion has been made. Is there a second to open Agency 90 Wyoming Energy Authority? Seconded by Senator Driscoll. All those in favor of Senator Guru's motion to reopen Agency 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and I think we're going to get a division anyway. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? That motion fails on a 6-6 vote. Okay, is there another motion?
No.
Senator Guru?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move at this time that we reopen UW number 67, I believe it is.
Okay, Agency 6-7, University of Wyoming. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sherwood. All those in favor of Senator Guru's motion to reopen University of Wyoming? Oh, we have
Mr.
discussion.
Chairman, I just was wondering, what are we touching inside of 67? There's quite a few things in 67.
Senator
Mr.
Guru?
Chairman, thanks. That's a great question, Representative Harrelson. And while I would like to open every single line of it, what I want to do is I just happen to forget something that we talked about on Saturday night, and that was the Hathaway Scholarship Program. So that's the sole purpose for me bringing this motion to reopen 67 is to adjust the Hathaway Scholarship Program. And that's the motion I'll make if you so choose to reopen 67.
Any further questions? I have a question. This would be, my guess is this would be a spending authority authorization out of the trust fund. Could that be done in section 300?
Could.
I think it could.
Mr. Chairman, not only could it, it would be.
Okay, so there's really no need to open up the agency to accomplish what the senator wants to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Later today, that independent motion will be.
And that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that that we were going to get to it and that, that we'd have a chance.
Do you want to continue with your motion anyway?
Nope. Yeah, I will withdraw my motion if that's what the intent of the committee is to do, is to
We
take it up on
will get to
300.
the 300 sections, and that's a spending
enough.
authority issue, so I think that'd be best.
Thank you.
Best handled at that time. Okay. So that has been withdrawn. Are there any other committees or any other agencies that this committee would like to open back up at this time? Seeing none, Director, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration is Agency 101. It is in a separate book of 101 through 146. This is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's first unit for your consideration appears on page SC6. Unit 101, Administrative Office of the Courts.
Are there any amendments to Unit 101? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 101 of the Supreme Court, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC8, Unit 105, Fund 001, Supreme Court Chambers and Clerk's Office.
Are there any amendments to Unit 105? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 105, please say aye. All those opposed, no. And that carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC10, Unit 101, Fund 424, Pro Se Packets.
Are there any amendments to Unit 101, Fund 424? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation on Unit 101, account 424, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC12, Unit 0106, Fund 424, Children's Justice Project.
Are there any amendments to Unit 106? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 106, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC14, Unit 120, Fund 530, Equal Justice, Wyoming.
Are there any amendments to Unit 120? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 120, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC17, Unit 201, Judicial Nominating Commission.
Are there any amendments to Unit 201? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 201, please say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC20, Unit 301, Chancery Court.
Are there any amendments to Unit 301? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 301, please say aye. All those opposed? And that motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC23, Unit 401, Law Library.
Are there any amendments to Unit 401? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 401, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC27, Unit 501, Common Jury Fund.
Are there any amendments to Unit 501? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 501, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit, please.
Next unit appears on page SC29, Unit 503, Equipment. Mr. Chairman,
Are there, is there something? Go ahead,
Um,
Director.
if you adopt this, the staff recommendation is either a footnote or a section 311 to permit the movement of the funds in this agency to the district courts. The point being is all of the copiers for all district courts across the state are located in this fund. Technically, they'll need to move those funds.
Okay. Is there an amendment or a footnote? Senator Larson has moved. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Angelos. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Larson's motion for a footnote to make this available to all district courts, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Any other amendments to Unit 503? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation as amended, Unit 503, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Next unit appears on page SC31, Unit 504, Examination of Courts.
Are there any amendments to Unit 504? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation in Unit 504, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC33, Unit 511, First Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to Unit 511? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 511, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page SC35, Unit 522, Second Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to Unit 522? Any amendments to Unit 522? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 522, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC37, Unit 531 to 534, the Third Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to units 531 through 534? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, units 531 through 534, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 39, Unit 541 and 542, Fourth Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to units 541 and 542? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, units 541 through 542, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 41, Unit 551 through 554, the Fifth Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to units 551 through 554? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, units 551 through 554, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 43, Units 561 through 563, the Sixth Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to units 561 through 563? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, unit 561 through 563, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 45, Unit 571, the Seventh Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to unit 571? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, unit 571, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 47, Unit 584, the Eighth Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to unit 584? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, unit 584, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 49, Unit 591 through 594, the Ninth Judicial District.
Are there any amendments to units 591 through 594? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, units 591 through 594, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 56, Unit 601, Fund 001, Court Technology, General Funds. Mr. Chairman,
Director?
there are two items to bring to your attention here. The first is just a technical correction on page SC 56, $75,000 in the 901 series should be in the 903 series, indicating it is one time. And secondly, this one is a little bit tricky because if you adopt priority number one, you should deny priority number two or vice versa, meaning both of those priorities work two different options for you.
Okay, can we get a brief description of priority one and priority two?
Excuse me, it's 2 and 4.
2 and 4, please.
Priority number 2 moves the JSA or the Judicial Systems Automation from the JSA account to the general funds in its entirety. Priority number 4 is an appellate case management system. And if you move the personnel to general funds, this can remain supported by special revenue. If you do not move the personnel to general funds, this request would move the funding to general fund.
I think we need to take a brief recess. I'd like to take 5 minutes recess and discuss this with the committee. We could all meet over.
Mr. Chairman, these appear on page SC 56. It is Unit 601, Court Technology General Funds.
Okay, and that is, they're both in that unit?
Mr. Chairman, they are both in that unit. Correct.
Okay, so it appears we need to make a decision here, whether we're going to go with priority 2 or priority 4. So I'd like to have a motion to select one of those. Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I'll put up number 4
Okay,
as the one we pick.
okay, so there's a
Accepted.
motion on the floor to deny priority number 2 and approve priority number 4. Is there a second? Second by Representative Haroldson. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Larson's motion to adopt priority 4 and deny priority 2, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Okay, there's a need for a footnote now, I believe. Correct, Director?
Mr. Chairman, upon reviewing that, I think it's more of an FYI. I think their narrative is clear that is one time the table is erroneous, but we wouldn't reproduce the table in your bill. So if you wanted to take a motion, I think that would show the indication that you intend it to be one time, but it won't appear in the bill anywhere.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation on Unit 601, I'm sorry, are there any other amendments on Unit 601? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation on Unit 601 as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Mr. Chairman, the next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 59, Unit 610, Fund 424, Judicial Systems. And all of these are court's recommendations, not Gov's recommendations.
Thank you for that correction. Appreciate that. Okay, all those, are there any amendments to Unit 610? Seeing none, all those in favor of court's recommendation for Unit 610, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC 62, Unit 701, Judicial Retirement.
Are there any amendments to Unit 701? Seeing none, all those in favor of court's recommendation for Unit 701, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page SC 65, Unit 801, Treatment Court.
Are there any amendments to Unit 801? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, court's recommendation, Unit 801, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page SC 68, Unit 901, Branch-Wide Resources.
Are there any amendments to Unit 901? Seeing none, all those in favor of court's recommendation, Unit 901, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Mr. Chairman, that closes Agency 101. If you wanted to take.
Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. I just have a technical question. Apologize if my coffee hasn't kicked in yet. On page SC 58, this is tied into that priority number 2 request. It's an offset, but we denied priority number 2. So do we need to have any language here to clarify that, or? Thank you.
Director.
Apologies. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe any additional footnote is necessary.
Okay, thank you for taking time to make sure of that. All right, Ms. Chasten, would you please take the roll on Agency 101, Supreme Court as amended?
Roll call vote for Agency 101. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Carew.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Alaman.
Aye.
Representative Angelos.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood,
Aye.
Representative Smith,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salzar,
Aye.
and Chairman Bear.
Aye.
12 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
Agency 101, Supreme Court is closed. Next agency, please.
Mr. Chairman, going in the book order, the next agencies for your consideration might be taken in block. The best way to look at these appears on SC or DC, excuse me, 70. And this would be no court's recommendation for any exception requests. And these include agency 120 through 146. And I could read those for you if you'd like, or
will have you read them just for the committee's sake and the public's sake. What was that last agency number?
agency 146.
146. So this will be 120 through 146. Go ahead and read off the names of those units, please, or those agencies.
Agency 120, Judicial District 1A in Cheyenne. Agency 121, Judicial District 1B, also in Cheyenne. Agency 122, Judicial District 2A in Rawlins. Agency 123, Judicial District 2B in Laramie. Agency 124, Judicial District 3B in Green River. Agency 125, Judicial District 3A, Kemmerer. Agency 126, Judicial District 4A, Sheridan. Agency 127, Judicial District 5A, Worland. Agency 128, Judicial District 5B, Cody. Agency 129, Judicial District 6A, Gillette. Agency 130, Judicial District 7A, Casper. Agency 131, Judicial District 7B, Casper. Agency 132, Judicial District 9A, Lander. Agency 133, Judicial District 8A, Torrington. Agency 134, Judicial District 9B, Jackson. Agency 135, Judicial District 6B, Gillette. Agency 136, Judicial District 8B, Douglas. Agency 137, Judicial District 1C, Cheyenne. Agency 138, Judicial District 3C, Green River. Agency 139, Judicial District 7C, Casper. Agency 140, Judicial District 6C, Gillette. Agency 141, Judicial District 9C, Pinedale. Agency 142, Judicial District 4B, Buffalo. Agency 143, Judicial District 1D, Cheyenne. Agency 144, Judicial District 7D, Casper. Agency 145, Judicial District 3D, Evanston. Agency 146, Judicial District 6D, Gillette.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. Sorry if it wore you out going through all those. Important for the public to understand everywhere these districts touch. So I appreciate that. So are there any amendments on agencies 120 through 146? Give the committee a little time here. Seeing none, all those in favor of court's recommendation for agencies 120 through 146, all the judicial districts in the state, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that carries, but we need to do a roll call vote on that. So we'll just follow up with a roll call vote. Ms. Chaston, if you'd please take the roll call on agencies 120 through 146, all the state's judicial districts.
Roll call vote for agencies 120 through 146. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French. Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Allemand.
Aye.
Representative Angelos. Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salzar. And Chairman Bear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes.
Agencies 120 through 146, all the judicial districts of the state are closed. Director, please take us on to the next agency.
The next agency is Agency 102, the Board of Law Examiners. It appears on page BL 155 or PDF page 166. The first and only unit of this agency is Unit 101, Administration.
All right. Are there any amendments to Unit 101 for Agency 102 Board of Law Examiners? Representative Pendergraph.
I believe that's unit 102.
101.
101.
It is Agency 102, but Unit 101.
It's a lot of numbers.
Where I'm getting confused.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to reduce the court's rec by 25,000 on the increased cost for testing accommodations.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Representative Smith. Discussion? Senator Guru?
Yep, if we could just go over the testing, what exactly we're cutting out of the testing division?
I'll try to address that, Senator. The request from the court, from this board, was for additional funding for counselors that would determine if a potential examinee had a requirement that would allow for extended testing time or something outside of the normal testing requirements for the bar exam. My research has shown that those people who qualify for Americans with Disabilities Act, special accommodations for test taking, have the ability through the ADA Act to get this determination made with their own doctors and bring that to the board. So the board really shouldn't be paying for this examination.
Okay, follow up then. So I just want to make sure that we're not in a lot of unintended consequences, that we're not in any way slowing down, impeding, or saying any other testing by this cut. And what I mean specifically is whether it's, whether it's court-ordered testing, whether it's, whatever testing that it is, I've just, they've been, the last few years, we've had a lot of testimony that those folks, are trying always to catch up with a backlog. Matter of fact, we had one that was, well, I'm not even going to get into it, but we've had times in the past where they have been seriously backed on in particular areas. And that's not what this is about. This is about what you just said. This is just about bar exam, ADA compliance, those types of things, correct?
Senator, that is exactly what the agency brought to us in their explanation. So
Thank
I'm
you.
taking them at their word that that is the issue. So this is all about ADA compliance. And my understanding is that the individual asking for a special accommodation can bring proof that they need that special accommodation, and the board should be able to use that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest a friendly amendment to retain the line item for supplies. So this would be $2,000, object code 0231, with this idea that, so say I am going to request special testing accommodations. I do that through my physician, as you're suggesting, and I get approved. The supplies are used to purchase specialized materials to meet those ADA requirements. So I would make a friendly amendment to not reduce that $2,000.
Okay. Representative Pendergraph, is that a friendly amendment?
I have a question for the bringer of the amendment. I'm having trouble grasping what these supplies would be. Could you give me an example or a specific idea of how the supplies are ADA amended?
I can imagine maybe for those that are sight
Yes,
impaired, they might have larger print for the test or something like that.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a great example, is those who are visually impaired may need a different printed font. May need Braille, may need something that is able to be read out loud. So just don't want to discount the ability to provide those test materials.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, do I have a second? Second by Representative Angelos. Any discussion? We are voting on the amendment to the amendment, which would reduce the reduction by $2,000. So that would make the original amendment $23,000. All those in favor of Representative Sherwood's amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Back on the original motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Are there any other amendments to Unit 101? Seeing none, all those in favor of court's recommendation for Unit 101, please say aye. As amended, that was. All those opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Are there any other units in this agency?
Mr. Chairman, no, that concludes Agency 102.
All right, Ms. Chasson, would you please take the roll call on Agency 102, Board of Law Examiners as amended?
Roll call vote for Agency 102 as amended. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French. Senator Carew.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Allemand. Representative Angelos. Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salzar. And Chairman Bear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes.
So Agency 102, Board of Law Examiners is closed. Next agency, please.
The next agency for your consideration is Agency 205, Education School Finance. The first unit appears on page 14, Unit 4101, Foundation Basic.
Okay, are there any global amendments to Agency 205, Education School Finance? Do we have somebody do your amendment? I have it here.
Can I, Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
so is this, is this the area where we would talk about farm to school?
Mr. Chairman, that's the next agency, 206.
206, okay. All right, are there any amendments on, I believe we're on Unit 4101, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and also to avoid confusion in the matter of, within the hour, I would anticipate, you will be also addressing a superintendent's letter on this same issue. But I think it's appropriate to take them sequentially. So this is the request as of October, Craig, and you will have a letter to modify these numbers pursuant to their letter for January, Craig.
Very well. All right, are there any amendments on Unit 4101? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's, superintendent's, is this, would this be considered a superintendent's?
Mr.
Recommendation.
Chairman, the governor did act on this agency, so
Okay.
it would be Gov's rec.
So all those in favor of governor's recommendation on Unit 4101, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Next unit appears on page 17, Unit 4102, Special Education.
Are there any amendments on Unit 4102? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4102, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 20, Unit 4103, School District Retirement Reimbursement.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4103? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4103, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 22, Unit 4105, CTE Supplies, Materials, and Equipment.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4105? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4105, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 25, Unit 4201, Court Ordered Placements.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4201? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4201, please say aye. Motion carries. Next unit.
Next unit appears on page 28, Unit 4503, National Boards Certification.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4503? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4503, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 30, Unit 4504, CTE Demonstration Project.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4504? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4504, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 32, Unit 4505, Distance Education Grant.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4505? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4505, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next unit.
The last unit for this agency appears on page 34, Unit 4506, Innovation Education Grants.
Are there any amendments to Unit 4506? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, Unit 4506, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Chasson, Will you please take the roll call on Agency 205, Education School Finance?
Roll call vote for Agency 205. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French. Senator Giroux.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Allemand.
Aye.
Representative Angelos.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salzar.
Aye.
And Chairman Bear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes.
Agency 205, Education School Finance is closed. Director, please take us to the next agency.
The next agency for the committee's consideration is the Department of Education, Agency 206. The first unit appears on page 17, Unit 1001, State Board of Education. I would pause here for any global amendments.
Are there any global amendments?
Yes.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would move to fund the Farm to School program for 300,000 over the next biennium.
Seconded by Senator Giroux. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of?
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
could the bringer just remind us what that program is? Thank you.
So the Farm to School program is a program in which local businesses sell directly to the school district rather than using outstate groceries for the food that's needed in public schools. It's a win-win not only for the local community because it relies on local businesses to provide that food, but it obviously is fresher food, helps the local economy, and is quite often a reduced price than the amount of expenditure purchased by food outside the state. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Giroux?
Yeah, in addition, just to amplify what the good senator just said, it's also been a program that we have funded for the last few years, and it's been incredibly successful and incredibly popular in the communities that it serves with the ag community and with the schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further
Mr.
discussion? Representative Sherwood?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if that's something, and it's coming back to me now, and I appreciate the reminder, do we want to, in a footnote, request that this show up in the department's standard budget moving forward?
I apologize. Could you repeat the
Please,
question?
please repeat the question, Representative Sherwood.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this is a program that we have funded for the last few years successfully, I assume we've done that through a footnote. But in the footnote this year, do we want to request that it show up in the standard budget request so that we would see it as a request in the next biennium budget?
Director, are there any issues with that? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, no, I think Representative Sherwood notes there are several initiatives like this which have been added in various amounts over the years and have not been taken up by the department. And it's not just located to this agency. Another common example is We the People. That has always been a legislative initiative and the agency has never included it. Similarly here, you could add that sentence that indicates it's the intention of the legislature that in the next succeeding biennium, this be included in the standard budget.
And-
Mr. Co-Chair?
go ahead, Mr.
No,
President.
go ahead.
I just also wanted to ask, just for clarification, this is 300,000 for the biennium. $300,000 for the biennium.
Is that
Mr.
yearly?
Chairman, that was my understanding.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair,
Mr. Co-Chair, did you want to add that language?
if I could, please, yes, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Are there any other global motions for Agency 206, Department of Education? Seeing none, are there any amendments for Unit 1001, Department of Education? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1001, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Next unit appears on page 21, Unit 1002, Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board. Mr. Chairman, I believe there was an interest, at least during some discussion with the Charter School Board, that there would be a footnote placed on this unit, the contents of which would state that upon vacancy, This position's compensation shall align with commensurate leadership positions within the Department of Education, and compensation shall be within the pay bands as approved by the Department of Administration and Information.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Senator Grew,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move that footnote at this time.
okay, is there a second? All right, seconded by Representative Angelos. Discussion? I'll just remind the committee, this was a compromise between the superintendent and I think both the executive branch and the governor's office and the board itself. So this is hopefully as much of a win-win as we can get here. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Senator Grew's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Are there any other amendments on Unit 1002? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1002, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Next unit appears on page 25, Unit 1101, Finance.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1103? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1103, please say aye. I'm sorry. Did I jump? It's not 1103, I'm sorry. 1003?
It's 1101.
1101. So let me take that motion again. All those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1101, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 27, Unit 1102, Communications.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1102? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1102, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. We just voted on 1103, so I think we can go on to 1104, Director.
Mr. Chairman, next unit appears on page 36, Unit 1104, Information Management.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1104? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1104, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 40, Unit 1105, State Superintendent and Leadership.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1105? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, 1105, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 43, Unit 1106, School Activity Eligibility Commission.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1106? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1106, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 46, Unit 1107, Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act.
Are there any
Remind
amendments?
the
I'm
committee-
sorry.
Apologies.
Go ahead.
I would remind the committee that you will also be acting upon a superintendent's letter on this topic in the coming hour.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1107? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1107, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 49, Unit 1152, National Center for Education Statistics.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1152? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1152, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 52, Unit 1207, School Safety and Security.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1207? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1207, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 54, Unit 1210, After School Alliance.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1210? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1210, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 56, Unit 1225, State System of Support.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1225? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1225, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 58, Unit 1226, Teacher of the Year.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1226, Teacher of the Year? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1226, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 60, Unit 1227, State Standards.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1227? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1227, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 63, Unit 1229, Hathaway Scholarship Program.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1229? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit one. We sure? Okay. I'll just reiterate, is there any discussion or any amendments to Unit 1229? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1229, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 68, 1230, private school licensing and WCSAB.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1230? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1230, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 73, Unit 1231, Accountability Division.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1231? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1231, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 75, Unit 1251, National Assessment of Educational Progress.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1251? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1251, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 79, Unit 1252, Standards and Assessment Division.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1252? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1252, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 82, Unit 1253, Gear Up.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1253? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation for Unit 1253, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 85, Unit 1257, 21st Century Community Learning Centers.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1257? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1257, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 88, Unit 1259, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1259? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1259, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 92, Unit 1261, Comprehensive Literacy State Development.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1261? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1261, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 96, Unit 1302, Outreach for the Deaf and Hearing Impaired.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1302? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1302, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 101, Unit 1303, Vision Outreach Services.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1303? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1303, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 104, Unit 1316, Head Start and Early Intervention.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1316? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1316, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 110, Unit 1327, Innovations Division.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1327? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1327, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 116, Unit 1351, Special Education 611 and 619.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1351? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1351, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit.
Appears on page 119, Unit 1353, Deaf Blind Grant.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1353? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1353, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 121, Unit 1354, Special Education 619.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1354? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1354, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 123, Unit 1355, Title III, English Language Acquisition.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1355? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1355, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 125, Unit 1357, Title II, Teacher Quality K-12.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1357? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1357, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 127, Unit 1360, Homeless Education.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1360? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, Unit 1360, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 132, Unit 1361, ESSA Grants Team.
Are there any amendments to Unit 1361? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did we have a typo in the table, or was the table correct and the narrative was off on this one? So so I'm on page 131, the standard budget, if you go down to code 7433, I think I had a note that this was supposed to be, the 6 was supposed to be a 9. 9-3. Is it 163 or is it 193? If staff could assist me. Thank you.
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, I have no notes to that effect.
Mr. Chairman,
Director Richards?
I believe the table is accurate. The narrative on page 129 is a forecast and it is the deviation.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Sherwood. Any further questions or concerns? All right, any further discussion on agency 13 or unit 1361? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation 1361, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 134, unit 1366, Title I, neglected and delinquent, subpart 1.
Are there any amendments to unit 1366? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1366, please say aye. Any opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 136, unit 1373, temporary assistance for needy families, TANF.
Are there any amendments to unit 1373? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1373, please say aye. Aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 138, unit 1374, CTE, Federal Perkins.
Are there any amendments to unit 1374? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1374, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 143, unit 1376, USDA school lunch.
Are there any amendments to unit 1376? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1376, please say aye. Aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 146, unit 1377, USDA commodities and salvage.
Are there any amendments to unit 1377? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1377, please say aye. Aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Appears on page 148, unit 1379, rural and low-income schools.
Are there any amendments to unit 1379? Seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1379, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries. Next unit, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I regret to inform you this is the last unit of the last division of the last agency, which appears on page 150, unit 1380, Title IV, Part A.
I think we should have a pause. Don't get too excited. Yeah, we do have some more work ahead of us. All right. Are there any amendments to unit 1380, the last unit of the last agency of the last? Right, seeing none, all those in favor of Governor's recommendation, unit 1380, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Senator Guru.
Mr. Chairman, could I call a timeout before we take a final vote on this one?
Yes,
Okay, for everybody.
everybody.
Or and we can go your way this time if you want to.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I thank the committee for its indulgence.
You bet. Okay. All right, with that, we are ready to take a roll call vote on Agency 206, Department of Education. Ms. Chaston, would you please take the roll? As amended.
Roll call vote on Agency 206 as amended. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French. Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Allemand.
Aye.
Representative Angelos. Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood. Aye. Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salzar.
Aye.
And Chairman Fair.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes.
Agency 206, Department of Education is closed. Director, what's our next order of business?
Mr. Chairman, if it's your pleasure to take up elected officials' letters. The first letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter Number 1. This relates to $250,000 in savings from the LSRA.
All right, is there any discussion or motions on Governor's Letter Number 1? Director, Senator Guru.
Move we approve Governor's Letter number 1.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'm gonna ask for leave of the committee as the chair. I'm gonna bring a motion here to amend the amendment. You've all heard me have discussions with the governor here in this room as well as his chief of staff. It's my belief that this savings should not be put into permanent savings. There are many arguments to be made that the legislature is far too liberal about spending this money down the road, and it should be protected by putting it in a constitutionally protected account, which is what the governor's recommended. But as I look at the long-term forecast with the potential of being in deficit spending on education, I think it's important that the legislature have funds available in the next 2 years, especially in the next 4 years, to be able to meet those needs in education funding, where this money being tied up in permanent savings would not be available to this body to do that. I have to depend on the body to be careful and not spend this frivolously if it were put into the LISRA account. I have intentions to bring a bill my very self to try to statutorily make the LISRA, or at least a portion of it, inviolate. That's statutorily inviolate, which means that the legislature could reverse that at a later date. And that may become necessary if we get into financial trouble with decreasing revenues and increasing expenditures in the Department of Education, K through 12 education. So my amendment would be to divert these funds to the LISRA to be available to the legislature in the future, but also to have them invested in long-term investment methodology so that we get the same return on investment that we would in the permanent savings. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Smith. Senator Gru?
On and against the amendment to the amendment. Before I start, I just can't help but point out the irony of this. As a person in my party, and what I'm about to say versus what my friends on the other side are saying. I'm against this and for the governor's letter. When we started the Permanent Mental Trust Fund, and when our forefathers started, and Governor Hathaway, at the time, we started down a road to save money for our future and to fund our future. We have been miraculously and wildly successful thanks to their foresight and vision. Today, and in the recent past, thanks to the good work of President Driscoll and former colleagues of his, we've doubled down on that. And in our Capital Finance and Investment Committee, and with the help of our treasurer, former treasurer, to put together a program where today we're one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. This year, spinning off almost $1 billion in investment income into our general fund, which saves the day of raising taxes, which puts off the time where we'll have to go back to our taxpayers and ask for more. In a time when we say across the country that we're spending our children's inheritance, in Wyoming, we are saving, we are doubling down. We are making our future for our grandkids more viable, more successful, and less of a tax burden on the citizens of this state. Now with this motion, we're going to keep that money out. And yes, I understand there's good thought involved about what the future may hold. If you go back to biennium and look at the forecast for today, it showed a cliff, a financial cliff that we were about to fall off of. As time moves on and as our folks at Craig start to get a closer look, as the lens gets clearer, those numbers adjust. We ask them to be conservative. I believe, and it's also ironic that it's Wednesday and it's Red Coat Day, that we talk about a cliff that I don't believe exists. I think it's a cliff we can cut ourselves into, and I think we've been doing it the last couple of days, but today I don't believe it exists. So this is just a flat question about voting your hopes against voting your fear. I'm tired of the fear. Yesterday, fear ran through this building like a plague. Today, let's look towards the future and work towards a future that is brighter. I think the best days of this state lie ahead. But what I've heard the last couple of days is that that's not true. And now let's vote on it. I believe this money should be put away for our children and our grandchildren. And I think that money should be put in permanent savings. The governor's letter asked for it. On and against the amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take just a minute and respond to that and say that there are two ways to save money, and one of them is quit spending so much. There are many who look at Wyoming's government and say it is lean, mean, very efficient. And there are many of us who look at Wyoming's government and just say it is vastly too big. We're trying to do too much with too little, and that it is unsustainable. I don't operate out of fear. I operate out of a sense of duty to reduce the footprint of government so that we don't have to worry about raising more taxes, so we don't have to cram a whole bunch of money into savings to try to do that. That money belongs to the people. And that's why I'm here. That's why I got elected, and that's what I will continue to do.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question or a thought. Is there a risk putting it into LISRA? Where I'm going with this is many of us won't be around here in a year's time come this November election. The body will change on both sides. The following election, there could be many, the turnover and their thoughts on spending made out of the LISRA might be different than what we're thinking. So they may rob it versus saving it for the school. So that's just a thought, Mr. Chairman.
It's a great comment, and I think you formed it in a question, so I'd like to take a moment to answer that. And I want to address this to the good comments of Senator Grew, which are well understood. This is a policy question that this body's been working through for the last decade, and Senator Driscoll and his efforts have accomplished putting a lot of money away, $3 billion in the last 5 years, into that permanent savings. So the answer to your question is this. Number one, the risk of losing revenue, which is what Senator Grew's major point was, is low because just this last 12 months, the LISRA made more money a higher percentage return than permanent savings. Don't know if that's going to happen in the future, but it is possible. And if we put enough money in there, it'll allow the investment team to invest it in longer term, higher rate of return. You are correct, Senator, that future legislatures may have a different philosophy about how to spend the money. The policy in the past was to take decision-making authority away from those future legislators by putting it into permanent savings and just allowing them to spend the earnings off of that savings. What we do by doing this, and it is risky, but it is the people who elect those future legislators. And so they will be able to decide, do they want a bigger footprint for government or do they want a smaller one? And if we have these funds in the short-term savings of LISRA, that future legislature can choose to spend that money. They can choose to give it back to the taxpayers through tax relief. They can choose to spend it on ever-increasing expenditures on education. But if you put it in permanent savings, they don't get any of those choices. You take those choices away from them. I would say it's akin to when someone puts their property into what's the trust that they put them in? What's the word I'm looking for? A conservation trust. You'll get money up front, but you will take away choices from those future landowners if you put it in a trust like that. So that's what I would say. You're actually taking choices away from future legislators. Do I think there's risk? I think there's risk that future legislators will spend it in a way that's really not smart. But they took a risk on me when they elected me. They took a risk on you when they elected you. So it's really up to the people. And if we take that choice away from them, future legislators may be coming into a special session called by the governor to raise taxes. And that would be my concern. I'll let, actually, before we get back to you, Senator Drew, I'll let Senator Driscoll speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that Chicken Little I see flying over in here? Because the sky's not falling in Wyoming. You know, we're sitting on one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the nation. And our budget's balanced with yet another year of excess money. We're not arguing like I did back to when we cut $400 million that we didn't have money, which we're capable of doing. I've sat on this committee when we did it. We cut $400 million. We had a great governor that gave us good guidance, but we cut $400 million. We're capable of doing it. But what we've really done since then, that was one of the things that seasoned me into it, is we need to have the conversation of whose dollars are these? And they are taxpayer dollars. Let's talk about it, folks, all of us. But I live on a ranch, don't have any mineral income, but I've seen a lot of them. And here's how they generally go. Please, God, one more oil boom. I promise not to piss this one away, because mom and dad and a generation later spent all of the money and there's nothing left for the kids, generally including the farm or ranch. It's gone. What Wyoming chose to do is say this wealth belongs to all of us, including the future generations. That's what we've done. We've taken care of my grandkids, my great-grandkids, and my great-great-grandkids. And we've said when times get really hard and they get really bad, we'll cut our budgets. It's what we do on my businesses and my place. We've gone through good years and bad years, and you cut them. But if you want a way to make a business, a state, or a nation sustainable, don't overspend your budgets. And when things go bad, you cut your budgets. And you cut things that are extremely painful. And we'll do that, folks. But if you want to leave a bunch of money laying on the table, you'll cut your way into this exact thing and you'll say, we have the money and now we'll spend it, because we don't have to make the hard decisions. We will make them, folks. But what you're doing is saying that you don't want my grandkids and great-grandkids and future generations to share in this. extreme piece of wealth that Wyoming had. I can tell you, for me, I'll do without less today. If my grandkids and great grandkids can have an easier way to go about it, and they've got a base to make it better. Wyoming's not going to have unequaled mineral wealth for the next 10 generations. So we're taking a path right now. Let's kill business. Let's bureaucratically make it harder for them to come. Let's not save money permanently. And let's live for today. And I'm smarter than you are. And so I'm going to keep it so I can spend it, but I'm not going to take a chance of putting it where it makes a difference for the future. And these are the policy decisions we're having, folks. Like I said, for me, I've been here quite a while. And I'm a little different than you. People elected me. I'm looking back at a former legislator across from me. Guys ahead of me created some funds and did some things that made it where I could have fun being a legislator, because I had an incredible base built for me. It wasn't built by me, built by guys ahead of me. And you know what? I added a couple more ladders to the thing and made it a little better going on. I'm asking you to do the same. Is don't put it where we can get it and squander it, because I can assure you we'll get where we need to be. If the budget falls by 50% tomorrow and we didn't have a dime, there's only about 47 other states that are in the same boat as that. They didn't do what Wyoming did. Now let's not start acting like the federal government and them and putting the money where a bunch of politicians can go, pardon the quote, piss it away. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that the senator is willing to put off spending today to have things available for the children of the future. I think that's what we've been trying to do the last several days in this committee, is not spend as much money so there'd be more available for the taxpayers. I think you can call it alarmism if you'd like, but there is a ballot initiative that will be voted on in November to allow the people of Wyoming to decide if they want to reduce their property taxes by 50% on their homes. And I think there's a good chance that they'll want to. And that is a revenue decrease that this committee will not have in the future. What I'm proposing would help to keep local governments, which I've heard my colleagues across the aisle say is just draconian what we're doing to local governments, that they can't afford these 2 to 5% cuts. Well, they're going to be bigger cuts if the people vote to relieve themselves of some tax burden. So we could use this money to take care of those local governments for some time. But we can't use it to do that if it's in permanent savings. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and that's the tell. We just got it. We just got the tell right there. If you ever play cards, you always look for the tell, and there it was. We have to do this because we're going to cut taxes and we're going to need that money for spending. I think as leaders, we need to talk to the folks about home and say what property taxes are for and what they're not for. And I think we're already hearing back from them that maybe the cuts that we've made so far, and I voted for some, and my county's been impacted more than any other county of any elected official in this room. Just let that sit there for a second. My constituents have paid more. So I get it. And my constituents get it. But my constituents are telling me they like the fact that we have permanent savings. They like the fact that since 1965, when Governor Hathaway walked in the governor's office, there was $456 in the account. And today we have $34 billion on deposit. That generates almost $1 billion to our general fund that staves off the pain of the bust. The pain of the bust that we've had time and time again. Today, we're leveling that out. This group and groups like it have the choice to level those booms and busts out by investing in the future and not praying and not falling prey to the whims of the moment. This is one of the most consequential decisions that we'll make in this budget. Say you want to save, but you don't want to save for the future. You want to hold this money out because you may want to spend it on something else. Boy, I tell you what, when people in my party say that, they get called all kinds of names. But I think we're doing it for the best of reasons, and I know you do too. But now let's see how much. Let's see how much we want to save. Let's see how far forward we want to think. On and against the amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, I'll reiterate, this is an amendment to a motion, so. I think I have a request over here, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an interesting, I think, first of all, we have to understand, both are savings. It's just a matter of how those savings are put down. A permanent savings or a savings that could be down the road, put into a position where it could be reliquidated. And so as much as I'm enjoying the back and forth, I guess my question is, have we considered maybe a both and approach? Where we do continue to invest for generations to come, but we also sit there and go, hey, there's more that needs to happen potentially in the future. And because I think that at the end of the day, you might sit there and people might say, wow, they've cut budgets and there's a lot of extra money. There is. There's opportunities, I think, to do both of these situations. Is it important to save for generations upon generations? You and I both know we've had these conversations. I'm all for this. I probably have a little bit of a different mindset than maybe some other people when it comes to this, because I do see the importance of that. But I also sit there and go, maybe that fiscal cliff never comes. Maybe we never find that. Maybe we are sitting there going, hey, we're hedging for something that may not come, but it might come. It could line up perfectly with a bust at the same time, and we find ourselves really in trouble. And we need to have a little bit of that buffer. And so I think that maybe it's a conversation that we need to have, is maybe there is a both and that can be found in this situation. Maybe we do sit there and not put as much into the permanence as what maybe we would normally do and slide everything to permanent. Maybe we do a lot into permanent and a lot into the other side because there is available funds. And ultimately, I think maybe we need to wake up to the fact that we can maybe achieve both ways and not just draw lines in the sand on this one. Frankly, I'm frustrated.
I'm going to respond to that first, then I'll give it to you, Senator. We are doing both. If this motion were to carry, we would be doing both, because we have about $420 million going into permanent savings automatically. It's our severance taxes. There's a 1.5%, which is that's actually probably 300 million. And then we have an additional above that 1% of 211 million. So there's about 500 million. We're talking about 250 in this motion. There's 500 million going into permanent savings automatically as we speak. So we would be covering both. To Senator Gru's concern, we're already putting more money into permanent savings than we are into temporary savings. This motion would be to put $250 million into temporary savings. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I really appreciate the conversation across the room. I'm wearing red like you are today, and I feel like we're on the same team. I thank you for that. It's wise words. You know, earlier, Senator Gru talked about the money I put in, and interestingly enough, it didn't all go in permanent savings. Do you know where it went? Half of the main chunk went to the school fund. Half of it went to the PMTF, which, by the way, that's why our school funding's running now. We got interest income. But the other big chunk of it went into our reserve accounts. Instead of putting it in the ledger, we actually did something interesting. So reserve accounts for the public is our path to cash-based accounting. So the state of Wyoming today has nearly all the reserve accounts. Mr. Richards can correct me if I'm wrong. They're nearly all at 5X times now. When we get to 7X on them, our agencies are basically cash-based. They have enough money to come in that we've cushioned that. And if you wanted to move the money now into 7X, I probably become somewhat of a supporter of it. That is, we can get to it. I'll put money in water account 3 that we can get back to. But the ledger is a big cherry. And I'm going to do a little poll in here. Everyone in the room, and I'm talking about in the crowd as well, that would like to have your taxes raised, raise your hand. I don't see a single hand. If it was available, how many would you like to pay less taxes? Raise your hand. Round table. Because I got to believe, here's what happens. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. We just heard the sales pitch for it. Folks, we're going to put a couple $1 billion in the Lizra, flashing sign, and I'm going to go to the local coffee shop. And the guy's going to go, what in the world are you doing with $1 billion of my money? I want relief. And I'm going to vote to cut my own taxes for me. Because I'm not worried about my kids. Almost everybody, particularly a little tougher place, will take the easy route. So we can do a self-fulfilling prophecy. Bulge that Lizra up till it's huge, and I can assure you, someone will find out how to break their way into the bank. That's why we have these constitutionally protected funds. The year I talked about, we cut $400 million, would have been in the Lizra. You know what we'd have done? We'd have wrote a check for $400 million and said, we'll worry about it next year because we solved it. You know what we did when we had that? We cut government. We raked money back from the state employees. We told YDOT they couldn't pave roads. We told the university, you're in a bind. We took it away from them. And future legislators, I have faith, will do that again if they have to, because constitutionally they don't have a choice. They have to do it. We don't have a choice in Wyoming. We balance our budget. So if you want to cut government, guys, if you really, really want to cut it, get on your knees and pray for a recession or depression, because we'll cut it. We'll cut it to absolute bone. But we're not in a depression. It's Chicken Little, guys. The sky isn't falling. We can either plan for the future and make Wyoming a better place, or we can think very short-sightedly and cheat the future. It's our choice. And I hope people are listening out there and they call you folks and say, we're for the kids and the future more than today. We're not in bad times. I'm telling you, I live a hell of a lot better than I did 20 years ago, an unbelievable amount than 30 years ago. These are not bad times in the state of Wyoming. Don't get us confused with the federal government. We're not broke. We're not spending other people's money. We're doing just fine the way we are. But you know, the system's working. Let's not break it, folks.
Further discussion? Okay, I'd love to keep going on in this debate, but I think we probably need to move on. All those in favor of Representative Bear's motion, say aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Back on the original motion, that would be to support the governor's recommendation. So I'll do another vote just to see if we want to reverse what we just did. But all those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion fails. All right, so Director, you understand the motion was to put that into Lizra. Okay, next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, apologies for the delay. Governor's letter number 2. You have already addressed this. This is the field veterinarians. Your action has already addressed this. You, 8 prior committees have handled this in a number of different ways. You could just ignore the letter. Your rules do intimate that you will take action on each governor's recommendation, and you could deny the letter because you've already addressed it in the budget.
Okay, do I have a motion? Motion to deny, Senator Larson, second. Second by Representative Angelos. All discussion, Senator Gru. Yeah, I would be to deny the letter because we've already taken this action in the budget. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Larson's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next letter, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Governor's letter number 3 relates to local governments. Similarly, you have already taken action in your own bill for a distribution of 5.6% of the sales and use tax.
Okay, is there a motion? Representative Angelos, motion to deny, second. Seconded by Representative Harrelson. Discussion. All those in favor of Representative Angelos's motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Next letter, please.
Next letter is Governor's Letter number 4. You have not taken action on this. This relates to the trade office in Asia Pacific. The request is for $400,000 general fund.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Groove.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve Governor's Letter number 4.
Okay. Seconded by Senator Driscoll. Discussion? Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just more of a question to Director Richards. So in the past, has this been a footnote? How has this been funded in the past? Has this come in on a regular budget? And I should remember that, but I'm sorry, over the last 3 weeks, that things get foggy. So could you explain a little how this has been funded in the past?
Mr. Chairman, this has been a footnote, and in fact, if you adopt the motion that is pending, this would $400,000 would be added to the governor's office, absent an amendment, and footnoted in the governor's office.
Follow up.
Follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director. Thank you for that. Would this be a permanent, or is this just for the next biennium?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, the governor's letter is silent on that. Based on our past practice, unless he says one time, this would be included in the standard budget for the 29-30 biennial budget submission.
Okay. Further discussion? Representative Allamand.
Just a question, sir. This is talking about giving the Energy Authority and the Wyoming Business Council authority to do these international trades. If the Wyoming Business Council does not exist, does that have anything to do with this letter?
I think we would adjust our action based on our previous action, and that could be omitted. It could be part of the current motion, but I don't think it's necessary. Director, do you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The appropriation per the letter would be made to the office of the governor, and that he's indicating that other agencies that may be participating.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? I'm going to state that I'm probably going to be a no on this, and the reason is this office, I don't believe, based on testimony from the chief of staff, they don't have a plan yet for this office. This office has been in existence for some time. We're seeing a lot of real change in the Southeast Asia area, and it's really based on the Trump administration's actions that Japan has come to the table. I don't know that Taiwan, things are changing. That's where our office is. I'm going to suspect that as the Energy Authority uses this authority, there'll probably be a new office that they're going to want to open up somewhere else, or we'll do the business by them coming to us, which is kind of what's been happening with the nation of Japan. There's a great deal of interest in our gas for the nation of Japan, and they are committing to a lot of money to help the United States out in this area based on negotiations with the Trump administration. So I think we need to reevaluate this. I would not be opposed to giving the authority to the Energy Authority to go out and promote the state of Wyoming, but I don't think they need that permission from us. I think that's already in their charter. So I'll be a no on this. Senator Driscoll.
We'll go on record, either we're pro-business or anti-business. So this has been an office in Taiwan. He's actually repurposing it. If you look at the letter, it's going to be an Asia office. I've stood on the ground in Taiwan and watched them burn Wyoming coal as a result of that office. There's Wyoming whiskey gets toasted, not the Wyoming whiskey, all kinds of Wyoming whiskey get toasted in Taiwan. They eat our beef. They send kids to the University of Wyoming, and the University of Wyoming sends kids to them. This is actually something that's worked. It's on the ground. It works. And if you guys want to rip the skin off one more thing and make us closed for trade, feel free to vote. You guys are having a lot of fun, and I'm fine with it. But you need to be accountable. Either you're pro-business or you're anti-business. anti-business. There's a series of these votes that come. If you want to be anti-business, feel free to go ahead and do it. But there's a bunch of us out there that are going to ask for people to hold you accountable. Are you pro-business or anti-business? Make your vote.
Senator Co-Chair Salazar?
I'm going to be voting yes. I believe our trade to Asia is important. I know that other states, my understanding is that other states are opening or have recently opened trade offices in Asia. Considering the amount of money that is being asked, I really do believe that this is an important element for our international trade. And I actually think it does fit in with President Trump's priorities, particularly in that part of the world. So I will be a yes.
Representative Angelos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also going to be a yes on this. When we heard testimony from the governor's office, they did say that they could possibly be moving this office to somewhere in the Asia Pacific. They could move it to Japan. With the trade that will happen in our own county, I am going to be for this. I would like to put a plea out to the governor's office, though, and we did hear our own Chairman Salazar say this, that the more seasoned legislators have had a lot of input on this and have been included. The newer ones have not. So we would like to have them keep us abreast of what's going on in this office, how it works. I think that's really important in order to garner support. So I would reach out to them, but I'll be a yes.
Further discussion? Senator Group?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for, this is about trade. It's also about relationships. And, you know, we build relationships over time. And yes, this trade office has been there and we have built relationships, important relationships that at times may not seem very clear at that moment, but then provide dividends down the road. And this is one. And whether we keep this office in the ROC or it moves somewhere else, I kind of hope it doesn't. Frankly, like to see us open more so we can spread the sale of Wyoming beef to more countries. But this is important for the relationship with Taiwan. It's important on that level. It's important on the level of trade. Vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harrelson?
and I would lean heavily on the director for this motion, but I would like to see about adding on to this, that this funding would be for the biennium. So it could be something that could be revisited in 2 years. I think it'd be a way that we could keep dibs on it so it doesn't just go into the brick and mortar of the budget, but something where because it is silent in the letter. And as you said, policy has been in the past to just make that as an ongoing appropriation. So I would like to ask that this 400,000 be placed into a position for the next 2 years.
So one-time funding. Is there a second? Second to that amendment for one time. Any discussion about this amendment to the motion? Senator Driscoll?
Great motion. I support it fully. That's exactly how we've done it. This is never, and we've never tried to embed it in the budget. It's been piece by piece, and it was when we first started it. That's exactly the way it was. They're like, is it actually going to produce anything? Is it going to do anything? This is an appropriate way to go about doing this, and it's a good motion. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Pendergraft, this is on the amendment to the motion. No? Okay. Further discussion on the amendment to the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Back on the motion. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to put myself in the position of these people that we've put in Southeast Asia to make these deals, to build the relationships. And I have to ask, how would these funds being removed from them, how would that possibly help their cause? In my mind, it would cause these other nations that we're working with, to question the resolve or the magnitude of the people they're dealing with. In other words, how do I take you seriously and say you can make these things arrange and you can't even keep your own paychecks coming? I'm afraid in this case, I'm gonna have to go with the letter.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, did we vote on my amendment yet?
We did.
Okay,
So it's
Yep.
as amended.
okay, thank you.
All right, Director, next letter, please.
Rodeo Cowboy Association, who have not acted on this request, $15 million, $6 million. Excuse me, for the benefit of the public, my mic was not on. Governor's letter number 5 provides for $15 million for the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, $6 million from the tourism account, $9 million from the reserve and projects account.
All right. Is there a motion? Senator Gru?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve Governor's letter number 5 with the following change. Not changing the amount, just want to change the accounts that it comes from. It says in the letter, 6 million should come from 441 and 9 million from the account 446. What I would propose is that the 15 million come out of account 446 in 2 chunks. In the first year, $5 million out of 446, and in the second year, $10 million out of 446. And if I get a second, I'll explain.
Second by Senator Driscoll. Go ahead.
Okay,
Senator
the explanation is simple on this one. The goal is to take $5 million out each year, but as we just had a chat about another project, sometimes we get a little mixed up on how much money we approved and when we approved it. So what I'm trying to do here is say, we are approving $15 million, which is what the governor's ask is in letter number 5. What I'm asking is that it comes out of the special project account. In the second year, there may not be sufficient funds there to do that. But at that time, we can then decide, do we want to take it out of 441, 446, or another account altogether? But that the message is clear, that we're authorizing $15 million for this goal of bringing the Cowboy Association, the Hall of Fame, PRCA to China.
Okay.
So I just wanted to explain that was why the change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, what's the Fund 446's current balance?
The chairman will have to get back to you. 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, as of this moment, it's $13,350, $444.93. That's in the legislative project account. And the other account, as of this moment, is $57,145,784.91. That's the tourism account.
Okay. Thank you. And then one more follow-up on that.
Go ahead, follow up.
So the 446 is 13 million and the 441 is 50 change. Okay. And so then also with that, what is the projected income to account 446? What are we seeing trending on that? Are we seeing X number million coming in a year? Kind of, if we could maybe get a little clarity on that.
Director Richards or Director Higbee?
Mr. Chairman, there's a positive balance currently in both of these accounts. You heard testimony from the travel and tourism in the 441 account that they discounted their anticipated revenue by 10% a year. And that was not in consideration of the fact that the fund balance is $57 million today. So obviously the 441 account and the 446 account as it is today are both healthy, but the mathematics on it is 57 million versus 13 million in those accounts.
And again, Director Hibbert, the 56 million is in 441.
Mr. Chairman, $57 million is in the tourism account 441.
57. Okay. Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson also asked for an outlook on the revenues. And conservatively speaking, according to the agency, 5 million per year in 446, 10 million for the biennium, and roughly $40 million for the biennium, or 20 million a year for the operations, or 441.
Okay. Further discussion? Director Richards.
Just before a vote, for clarification, the governor's letter requests $3 million be made effective immediately. I was just inquiring how that addresses with Senator Garu's. Is it 15 million in fiscal year 27, or excuse me, 5 million in fiscal year 27, 10 million in fiscal year 28, and no money effective immediately?
Senator
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Don. Yes, the 3 million effective immediately out of the 5 million. So 3 million of that effective immediately. And if I can just further just talk about, we ask our this department, which has changed, and we still don't have a 5-year rolling. We're just now getting a 5-year rolling average, but the numbers have been trending up. We ask them, as we do the Craig folks and everyone else, to project more conservatively. So that's why they projected downward trends. The trends really, as the numbers come in, are the opposite. They're up. And why? Because we're spending more money and we're getting more effective use because of having the resources the tourism department has and some enlightened leadership that they've been able to raise the stakes on that. And now is our second largest industry and growing. So I anticipate that these funds will all work out. But like I say, I didn't want to say 5 and 5 from the project account, and then because we can't bind a future biennium, to have that last one sitting out there and then say, well, wait a minute, what did we do? Once again, when a lot of us won't be here. So that's why I wanted to say we're allocating 15 million. Yes, 3 million is of the 5 is immediate, but 5 million this year, 10 million next year out of the project account. And if the numbers don't add up, we can make a switch in the supplemental to go over to the other account if we need to, but it's all allocated out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be a question for Mr. Richards. I see on here it says the House and Senate leadership are considering co-sponsoring a bill to accomplish the same appropriation. Has a bill been brought yet?
Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I am not aware of any bill. That's not to say one hasn't been, but it is confidential at this time if there is.
Okay. Representative Angelos, follow up. Oh,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll.
I've worked on the bill in lieu of leadership. I've been told that they want the bill, and I'm happy to hand it off. This is an interesting one. Can I have latitude to do just a little background on what it is?
Please. I think it'd be
This
good
is
for the public
Pakistan
to hear
thing,
that,
so-
Senator. And
What's that?
I think it'd be good for the public to hear that background.
Thank you. So, and if I make misstatements, I ask that somebody immediately get a hold of me, because I'm dealing with a lot of conversations I've had with a lot of people on a lot of fronts, and I am going to tell you up front. So the lead group in this is the PRCA, which has kept this very quiet up to this point. That's why it's named a project, not what it is. The Cheyenne Leads is bringing $15 million to the table, and probably a lot more over time, but they're bringing, this is a match deal. I visited with the director of the PRCA a couple days ago. Involves over 85 jobs moving from Colorado, good high paying jobs. These aren't minimum wage jobs. They will domicile in Wyoming, and part of what they're using the money for is to get their employees. It costs money to move them. They got to move their goods in the museum and employees up here. And it's going to be many multiples of millions more that aren't delayed in getting that move done. Plus all the building and all the infrastructure that has to go into it. And folks, this is a hotly sought after deal. And this is the part I hope I don't get myself in hot water is I can tell you this, the PRCA has been approached by multiple other states, multiple other towns, multiple other entities. It is a cherry project that everybody wants. And this is a classic case, and it's what we all argue back and forth. What is the role of government and where does it go? You're going to be faced with one in this one. If you don't help bring the business here, I can assure you it won't be domiciled here. It will be somewhere else. This is the cowboy state. It's a great place. It's a great fit. I haven't found anybody that doesn't think it's a neat deal. And by the way, you spend your taxpayer money, which look how it goes. How much taxpayer money from Colorado comes to Cheyenne Frontier Days every year? Folks, it's the exact same principle as, does Frontier Days write a check to the Wyoming legislature? Not directly, but 20,000 tourists a day sitting in the stands, buy tickets, buy drinks, buy food, buy concert tickets. And I get to spend that money in this committee because we get sales tax revenue. Folks, this is economic development, and I'm one that's proud. I'll spend some taxpayer money if I get a return on it. And there's some that you can project a return on. There's some that you can pretty much guarantee it. I've watched bring a lot of businesses to Wyoming on a cost per job, 85 good high paying jobs into Wyoming. This long-term makes unbelievable sense. And, you know, I know you guys are upset. I beat you up on the business stuff. Let's do the right thing. Let's really do the right thing is, let's get them here. Because without it, I can assure you, it helps contract our economy because it's one more thing that we could have had that we didn't get. I think you're all in support of it. The other thing is I happen to know there's other towns in Wyoming that are interested in it. This is a negotiation between an organization and where they want to come. And we can either make them not come here by trying to direct it somewhere else, or we can say, we'll help you get to the place you want to be. And that's the level we shouldn't enter into. Is if the PRCA wants to come to Cheyenne and not to Kirk County, that should be their choice, not us. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like to see these come in a separate bill. I think it's really important that the body is able to make this decision, specifically other members of other communities that may want to represent this as well. And I understand that this has been made with Cheyenne. I'm not against the idea. I would like to see it in a personal bill, just like we saw the shooting complex and things like that. I think that's important. So I may be a no on this letter because I'd like to see it in a bill. Doesn't mean I'd be no on a bill or vice versa. But I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. I really want to hear what the body, I feel like they have input on this. And I respect what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grew?
Yeah, item 4. I understand and I understand the thought about a bill. We are going to get an opportunity for the body to see this on the floor, and we're going to be able to talk about it on the floor, amend it on the floor, take money in, take money out. I prefer, frankly, this way. This is one of those deals, and I think this is this is something that has come up rather recently, and rose to the level where the chief executive has been disposed to write a letter about it. Doesn't write us that many, and he wrote one about this. And so I was kind of, to be honest, I was kind of lukewarm on this idea for the very reasons that you said. But then when I saw the governor's letter, that kind of raised it up to a level. It's like, hey, maybe we better take a look at this. And so what I wanted to do was get it out there and put this money out. And once again, that's why I said to put the whole 15 million out there so everyone knows exactly what the skin in the game for the state is. And then we can hear from the folks that are purporting this as we move forward, what all the other folks are doing. And it's quite an impressive story. So give them a chance to get that out to the membership, because I'm sure that if we don't make the case to the membership, and if the people that are purporting this don't make the case to the membership, then it won't happen and it'll come out. And I think at least this group has shown a propensity to cut things rather, I mean, as of yesterday, we had a business council. Today we don't. So that was kind of a one-day thing. And so, I think the body's going to be able to handle that one too and be able to talk about it just like we did from the moves we made yesterday. So on and forth. Thank you very much.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Senator Driscoll, essentially. Am I correct in the understanding that essentially this museum came with a proposal to move specifically to Cheyenne, and that they did not, for a number of reasons, want to make this publicly known at the time? First of all, is that true? And second of all, now we have an issue of where other communities are starting to hear about this and feeling like this was all backroom deals done in the shadows. How do we handle that from this point? How do we alleviate those fears?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll, I'm going to ask you to add to your response, if you don't mind. I think the public deserves a little bit of a reminder of where these, what these accounts are that is in Senator Gru's motion, where the funding source is, and how the people voted for that a while back for that funding source and that tax. If you would, please add that to your response.
Couple deals. One, as far as back room, and this is a little uncomfortable for me even as it goes. This is basically and they're a 501c3 or C6, I'm not sure which, but they're basically a private organization, and their board has to vote to do what they do, and it's contentious down there. I'm going to tell you right now, the city of Colorado Springs wants to retain it. I happen to know that there's a number of towns in Texas that have asked for it. There's other states that have asked for it. And they didn't want into what we all deal with around here, was a public meeting in Colorado Springs or elsewhere with 1,000 people and all of their members mad about a move. Because I can tell you, amongst the cowboys, and that's who own that organization, it's owned by cowboys. Part of them are thrilled to move somewhere. Part of them hate it. And as far as I know, they have made no official action whatsoever to move to Cheyenne or anywhere else. It's only a proposal of what's there. And they thought that the cowboy state in Cheyenne was the place. So they reached out, I believe, and someone could tell me this, but I think they reached out to Cheyenne and Leeds, probably through connections that they all have, which for public edification, back to the deal. The director of the PRCA is Tom Glaus, who grew up in Nebraska, went to school at the University of Wyoming, was one of their cowboys, and fell in love with our state. And I think he and a lot of the cowboys think that the cowboy state represents the image of the PRCA better than a lot of other places. So it's still not a done deal, even if this would happen. It's not a done deal. It's purely in the works. I pray it happens. It's something that matters a lot to me. I think I'd be proud as hell to have PRCA based in this state. As far as where the money comes, it's a tourism account. And I'm going to make a little bit of a pitch on that. So the whole reason that we've got the money in the two different accounts that Senator Greer talked about was a number of years ago, we had another one of these contentious votes about how we do things. And it came down to a 1-vote margin in the Senate. Back to how things happened. The House passed fairly easily. It was a 1-vote margin in the Senate. It was whether we took funding for tourism in the state of Wyoming out of the general fund. It's an argument you guys might have today if we were still doing it. Do we take it out of the general fund? And what they said is, we're actually not going to give you any more money, but we'll fund you the same as the general fund if your local stand up and everybody votes for it. So guys like me that are in the industry said, and I'm one of them, by the way, I declared a conflict, went to Rules Committee and said, should I vote or not? Because I was a little worried about it. And we tax, my business has 100,000 tourists a year come through it. They're who pays that tourism budget right now. It's very little local money. It's pretty much tourism money. By the way, they've been successful enough, instead of just getting the 20 million, we talk about they generate 25% extra that we don't give them authority to spend. It's now a slush fund in Wyoming. It sits underneath the line, and we use it for things like shooting sports complexes, hiking trails. I mean, you can go up and down. If you can connect it with tourism, we've talked about air enhancement dollars out of it. I mean, these guys, anything that you can connect with tourism, and guess what that is in Wyoming? If you're not a miner, a driller, or a cowboy, it's connected to tourism in Wyoming. Doesn't matter where you look in this town, up and down the street, it connects to everything. Us doing that did something that I'm proud of, and I sit here and my voice breaks. Ag was number 2 industry when I went. It's 3 now. This is what happens when government does the right thing. They stepped up, spent the money, and we didn't pit one against another. One of them moved from 3 to 2, and they now support a huge part of our budget. And that's why you see me so passionate on how we attract business and how we do things. Because if we fail to do that, if we wouldn't have done this, my tourism and my business probably would not be where it's at today. I'm thankful that we've done it. Could my business have promoted my area the way the state did for me? Absolutely not. We did it for 30 years before. So let's think about it as we go forward, because we can make things better. I hope I answered all of your questions. If not, I'll come back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to bring a little clarity to the good senator's conversation there. So we had a ballot initiative. That ballot initiative is to put tax on lodging in the state of Wyoming for tourism. That money that you get, any person who stays in a hotel, a campground, an outfitter's tent in the mountains, whatever it is, you're paying a tourism tax. That tourism tax is then brought forward. It props up our Department of Tourism, and a portion of that goes into a slush fund. And that slush fund is what we're talking about here. And that money is directly earmarked to help support and advance tourism. Now, you might sit there and go, is that the role of government? We could have that conversation, but the reality is it's there and it's what it's being used for. So that's another discussion on another time at another place. But here is a discussion of, do we take $15 million of that over the next 2 years to bring in this museum and this Hall of Fame? And that's ultimately the conversation here. It's not general funds. It's not LISRA. It's not SIPA. This is tourism funds to do this. And so I just wanted to bring that clarity. Sorry if I overrode what you were saying. I just wanted to make that known, that this is money voted on by the people to advance tourism. And that's the conversation being had.
Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up. I thank you. I call people my lawyer all the time. You just pulled a lawyer talk for me, because that was Mr. Chairman, you actually asked. I fumbled the ball. I don't know how many counties have passed lodging tax, but I think most in Wyoming. I can tell you in my county, which is one of the most conservative counties in the state, similar to yours, this tax, which we voted to tax on, I believe passed around 70% in my county at the same time that we killed a special purpose tax. Our people understand what it means to take money from the visitor that comes in my store that's not them paying it. And that really is what it is. And that's a big part of, that's the money we're spending, folks. And it will grow. I asked the question here the other day, is should we be moving more money above the line? Because the testimony's been, for every dollar that we put in tourism promotion in Wyoming, we get $10 back in sales tax revenue. it's probably one of the better investments we make, right up with permanent investments.
All right, further discussion? I believe there was a request that the University of Wyoming do a study on this. Do we know anything about that study, results of that study? Is the University of Wyoming been requested to do a study on this at all?
You got a whole bunch of people waving their arms, you probably know.
Okay, Representative Angelos?
Mr. Chairman, I have asked for UW did supposedly do an analysis. They have not released the results yet. I asked Vice President yesterday for that, and then someone in the audience over here, and they don't have it yet, hoping to have it by the end of the day.
Okay. Would the committee object to delaying this vote until we've seen that report? You say it's going to be here later today?
Let's live on information.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. What exactly was the report commissioned to do? What kind of information will we get from that? Can somebody tell me that? Do you know who asked for the report?
Abby, maybe.
Representative Angelos, do you know?
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Senator Groove?
the folks that are bringing forth this application have asked for this report, and I've been told that it's coming today. Just, I don't mind waiting. That's fine if we want to wait, but I want to clear up just a couple of things. First of all, there is no slush fund. If you don't take anything else from this conversation, there is no slush fund. It's like saying deficit spending. That's illegal in our Constitution, and we say it around here all the time, and it drives me nuts. Slush fund's another one that drives me nuts. It is not a slush fund. We've got an operating account, and we've got a special project account. Money flows into the operating account, and right now that has over $50 million. We spend about half of that on the operation of the tourism department as it is right now. We're still trying to figure out what the right level of that is. And so that's why at the tourism board, there's a little bit of, consternation about obligating too much of that money. We're already doing so with the capacity purchase agreement, which we've already voted on and discussed and has moved on through the body. The money below the line or the project account goes to, right now, $6 million a year goes to the trails account that's building a fund with the interest and a solid inviolate fund, which then we can spin off the interest of and use for trail system. The rest is out there for things like could be shooting sports complex, could be this project, and could be other things, but it is not a slush fund. Then, like I say, then we have an operating fund. And like I say, as the tourism department hones in on the number that it needs to operate itself, some of that money may switch, and then we may be able to, because we, by statute, authorize every dollar that's spent out of that fund wherever it goes. I want to make that real clear. It's in the legislation. And so that's why, frankly, I don't think we need a bill. We have legislative authorization to spend every dollar of that funds, and we have it in our control right here, right now. And so that's why, and like I say, while I'll wait for a report, okay, I'd say let's approve the money. And if the report says we shouldn't, then let's go back and revisit it. I think the report's going to say that this is going to be a very good idea. But like I say, I'm willing to, bow to the will of the committee on that. But as long as the word slush fund isn't in our vocabulary anymore, I'd super appreciate that. I know everyone at the Department of Tourism and everyone in the hospitality industry in Wyoming would appreciate it. 50% of the dollars that come into this account come from my county. So if you think about it, $7.5 million to this comes from Teton County, and we are just fine with it. Thank you very much.
Why don't we take a straw poll on whether we should vote on this after the report becomes available or right now? All those in favor of voting on this right now, just raise your hand. And those opposed? Okay. Looks like we'll go ahead and vote on this right now. I do want to remind the committee that we can revisit this later if we get some cautioning information in a report from the University of Wyoming. So without further discussion, all those in favor of Senator Gru's motion to amend the governor's request by funding 1 year at 5 million out of the 446 account, I'm sorry, 441, 446 account, and 2 years, 10 million out of the 446 account on the year two, at 10 million, and the first 5 million would have 3 million effective immediately. So this is all tourism fund, and we'll go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Any questions about that, Director Richards? Got it? Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break now.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter number 6. It relates to the Wyoming Public Service Commission requesting a attorney position as well as the associated costs in the amount of $482,128 per biennium.
Okay, is there a motion? Senator Groove?
Mr. Chairman, I move Governor's Letter number 6.
Okay, Governor's Letter number 6, as requested by the governor. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sherwood. Discussion?
Question, actually.
What's that?
Question?
Go ahead, Senator Groove, your question.
I remember, see, now they're all starting to run together. Is this what the one we talked about in their budget and then decided to wait for the letter, or did we address it in the budget and the letter's not necessary?
Mr. Chairman, you did not approve the request that was in the budget, based on my recollection. This was a separate request related to the increases in workload, specifically recent regulations from FERC, and the funding would be from Public Service Commission revenue, not general funds.
From their revenue funds. Okay, thank you. So,
Director, is there an anticipated increase in mill levy?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was the testimony of Chief Perkins at the time, that certainly any costs would need to be absorbed at a small level across their ratepayers.
Okay, so you'll be voting to increase rates by doing this, but hopefully some protection from other states in the FERC world.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So NERC and FERC obviously are federal regulatory agencies. We're seeing more and more action in those realms. And so one of the things you guys have to understand is, as we talk about this, and I'm not saying yes or no on this vote, I'm just giving you kind of that high level. Transmission and generation is going to be a battle we're going to fight in conversation after conversations. We talk about our municipalities and our counties and the load brought by AI and data centers and baseload generation and aging infrastructure and aging assets in the generation realm. And then as we're looking at bringing new assets online, be it a gas plant south of town here, be it a possible coal fire unit up in Gillette, be it whatever it is, as we look at that baseload generation, the PSC is going to be working with NERC and FERC a lot. And so protecting state interest is important in this. And so just, again, more of a high level conversation regarding what we're dealing with in the regulatory side. Regulation on generation and distribution is going to be almost probably more of the battle moving forward than anything, like always, and has been for the last probably 30 years.
Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wanted to clarify my prior comment to Senator Guru. It is a different request in PHC, but you did approve it. In PS, separate request, unrelated.
unrelated, yes. I just wanted to make sure I had it straight. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next letter, please. Please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter number 7. This relates to Second Amendment rights and the training to be offered. I believe it is through the Department of Administration and Information. The request is for $400,000 of general fund. This is for instructor-led training and requisite ammunition.
Okay, I'll just remind the committee, we were given a verbal promise from the administration that this would not lead to restrictions on employees. So with that, is there a motion? Representative Alman.
This isn't a motion, it's just a question. If I remember right, when we passed this last year, to be able to carry on state property, you had to have a concealed carry license. With the concealed carry, that's not correct. Okay, then forget anything else. Okay.
Senator Grew,
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move approval of Governor's Letter number 7.
okay, the motion is there. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Sherwood. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Mr. Chairman, a question for either one of the directors. Pittman Robertson funds are supposed to be used for education and training in firearm use. From what I've seen, that's kind of almost been a little bit of a drift we've seen happen and a little bit of a frustration I have. I mean, the industry, every time I go out and buy another box of ammunition or I buy firearms equipment, Pittman Robertson taxes go back to Game and Fish with the intentionality of training, of ranges, of that type of stuff. And so my question is, and maybe this is not something we can answer right now, but could we use Pittman Robertson money to fund this?
Director. I think one short answer is that because that's housed in Fish and Game, we would have to carve that out of their budget, which is not really on our budget. So give the director a moment to kind of look at that potential.
And while that's being searched for, Mr. Chairman, do I have another opportunity to have a conversation?
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, K through 12 education models as well as higher education venues, community colleges and University of Wyoming require a concealed carry permit issued by the local sheriff and the Attorney General's office. Government buildings and agencies are covered by our Constitution concealed carry laws. And so the public can legally conceal carry in a government building with constitutional carry privileges. If you were going to go into, say, the University of Wyoming, a community college, or a K through 12, you need a Wyoming issue concealed carry permit. That's what came last year through legislation.
Representative Harrelson, there's some carve outs too, I think, for things like courtrooms, that type of thing.
Right, absolutely.
Can you remember off the top of your head what those carve outs are, just to help the public and the community?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of the carve outs. So anywhere, I think the best way to describe it is anywhere where there's a guarantee of protection and prevention. So you can't carry into a jail, even though that is state funded. You can't carry into a jail. You can't carry into a courtroom. Some of the other things that came in as kind of an exception or a carve out was daycare facilities, obviously bars, any private place that a private owner says, we don't want this to be on our property, that is preserved and protected, and they have that right. Department of Family Services, in a situation where you could have a family in visitation, that type of stuff, that was asked to be a carve out, as well as the probation side with DOC. So those, and there may be, Mr. Chairman, I may have missed something, but I believe that was the areas.
Okay. Director Richards or Director Hibbard, would either of you like to address this
Mr. Chairman, I can
request about
start,
Pittman and Roberts?
Director Hibbert can follow up and add some context or alternative comments. This does get into a tricky situation between the Game and Fish Fund and the state legislature's appropriations process. We have seen this a couple of times before, and if you chose to do this, on quick research, it would be a $500,000 may be allocated from the Game and Fish Fund upon approval from the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. So it's allowing them to take an action as well, which they may or may not support.
Mr. Chairman, for some additional information, the Pittman Robinson funds are for primary support state wildlife agencies for restoring, managing, and conserving wildlife habitats, providing public access for hunting, recreation, wildlife research, and funding hunter education and public shooting ranges with the federal government covering 75% of the cost. So I think there's a little twist on that for that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I just more wanted to see if that was even an option. And it looks like it is more for ranges instead of education on firearm shooting itself. So it'd be hunter education and ranges. So I don't know if it's an exact fit. I was just digging around and exploring. So thank you very much, guys, for your diligence and finding that, and I appreciate it.
Well worth looking at, well worth looking at. Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion. Okay. Motion does carry. All right, next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Governor's Letter number 8. This has no money in it. It was related to a interest in evaluating the Business Council's charge, performance, and opportunities for modification.
Okay, is there a motion? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to deny the letter.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Larson. All those, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Judicial Letter number 1. This related to court security. I believe the request is for $3,649,800 for security improvements across 11 courthouses.
Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we accept Judicial Branch Letter number 1.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sherwood. Discussion? All those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Treasurer's Letter number 1. This is a request for $75 million from the general fund to pay back a loan that was already provided to the University of Wyoming, originating from the Legislative Stabilization and Reserve account for the construction of the residence halls.
Okay, is there a motion? Senator Gru.
Mr. Chairman, move that we accept letter number 1 from the Treasurer's Office.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Representative Haroldson. I'm gonna see if this is a friendly motion. I'd like to know if the committee has a desire to write this loan off so that it would not hit our books at all. So in other words, the decision was made in the past to encumber this particular legislature with this expenditure of $75 million. A loan was made. The construction's been completed. We're just moving money around is what we're doing now. So if we choose to write it as we're writing the loan off, it wouldn't hit our books. It's just a financial thing. So it wouldn't affect the current budget. And we still have a growing LISRA, and I'm hoping to put more money in the LISRA.
Question.
Please, Senator.
Don, in the past, haven't we done that in the past? There have been times where we've just denied the letter and then it just drops, or just talk a little bit about past history on this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can think of 2 scenarios where a political subdivision was in arrears for quite some time. I think the Lovell Drainage District in 1931 did not make a payment. And just in the last decade or so, you wrote off that 100 or 90-year-old loan. There was another subdivision in Sweetwater County outside of Rock Springs. I think this could be addressed a couple of ways. You could forgive the loan. I think I'll have to look at it a little closer. But there's also a way to amend the original act or loan to change it from a loan to an appropriation or strike the need for repayment, that sort of thing. And I think that's what the chairman is proposing as opposed to an appropriation. The appropriation is bizarre, frankly, because as if it is drafted similar to last year, and this issue came before you last year, it was an appropriation from the LSRA to the general fund to pay back a loan within the LSRA. So it just moved money around in a circle. So I think the chairman is suggesting a more direct way to address this.
Okay.
So just one further, to get to where the chairman wants to get, just writing a loan off or adding some sort of footnote, what's the path, the best path?
Director?
Or what are our choices and what would you recommend?
Mr. Chairman, I think the motion was a conceptual one, and I think the goal would be to forgive the loan and avoid a appropriation for repayment. And that, I can think of two ways of doing that. One, amending the original provision and striking the loan portion of that, or alternatively, as we've done with the Lovell Drainage District and there was a Rio subdivision in Rock Springs where we actually took an affirmative action about how to address that. I think addressing the original loan would be easier.
So
Senator?
if I could amend my motion to accept the governor's letter with an amendment to write-ups language in the budget, or with the 300 series, or?
Mr. Chairman, it would be in the 300 series.
The 300 series amendment that would achieve the goal of the chair to let's say write off, to write off the loan. Yeah.
Okay. Seconded by Representative Harrelson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Drew's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration is Superintendent's Letter Number 1. This letter I don't have them in order here. Oh, Mr. Chairman, this letter relates to the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship. And the request here is there is $30 million currently in the account. I believe her last statement is a request for an additional $30 million from the general fund be deposited into the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program account, and that there is $60 million of spending authority from the account.
Okay, Senator Drew.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that, move for approval of Superintendent's Letter Number 1 and urge you to vote no.
Okay. Do I have a second on the motion? Sure. Second by Senator Driscoll. Any discussion? Senator Drew?
Yeah, we put in half of the money. I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, Don, but we put in half the money and that's what we decided we need. So no, we're not actually, I don't think we're turning the good secretary down. We're just saying we're doing the amount that's operative now, the 30 million, and we'll address the 30 million next year if necessary, if it gets through the courts or gets to where it needs to be. That was the purpose of my urging to vote no.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Drew's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion fails. You threw a loop there, but the motion failed. You want to redo? I called the motion as failed. All right. So we're going to re-vote that by request of my co-chair and fellow members. All those in favor of Senator Drew's motion, please say aye. All those opposed? No. Motion fails. We are trainable. All right, Director, the next letter, please.
The next letter for your consideration is Superintendent's Letter Number 3. For those following along closely, letter number 2 relates to the charter board. It is not her letter. So superintendent's letter number 3 is a request to align the school foundation program appropriation for the next biennium with the January Craig report and the updated enrollment and education statistics. It is a request to reduce the requested appropriation by $24.2 million.
All right, is there a motion? Senator Grew,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we accept or we approve superintendent letter number 3.
all right, a second by Representative Alaman. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sherwood?
are we on number 4?
No.
That's letter number 4, that's the 24.2 million?
Whoop, I'm sorry.
Are we on letter 3, that is the 25,000? Thank you.
It's been called out as letter number 3. There may be an error in the numbers. Just want to confirm the numbers
Well,
for letter number 3.
hang on. One was 25,000, the other was 24 million. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Mr. Chairman, and the amount,
Sorry,
and the amount.
that's what I'm asking for.
Oh, okay,
All right.
gotcha.
I think I missed it.
It was stated as 24 million.
Yeah.
We're just,
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, our electronic copies were different from our printed copies. It is letter number 4.
so this
Sorry.
is letter number 4 for $24 million. Okay. So back on the discussion.
Or
Senator
just
Drew?
amend my, yeah, well, I think I said, sorry, just want to make sure I make it right. That a move approval of superintendent's letter number 4.
Okay, is there a second? Representative Pendergraft. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Drew's motion on letter number 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next letter, please.
Apologies to the committee. We're reverting back to superintendent's letter number 3. This is for a reduction of $25,000 of general funds in unit 1300.
Okay, is there a motion? Representative Haroldson,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move superintendent's letter number 3 and ask for your approval.
I didn't hear his.
An aye vote.
An aye vote?
Aye. Yeah.
Okay, and seconded by Angelos. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Haroldson motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter for your consideration, we're now moving into entities letters. We have about 3 or 4 committee letters, and we have one board letter. The board letter is from the Charter School Board. It's a request to establish a standalone division for the Wyoming School Authorizing Board. I believe this would require a separate bill.
Is there a motion? This wouldn't necessarily go onto the budget. It would be a motion to draft a bill.
I'd make a motion.
Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
I would move superintendent's letter. I'm not sure which one it is right now.
No,
I'm not sure. 2 to do the charter school board.
So to create basically a new agency.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, that dies for need. Okay. Nope, that dies for need of a second. So I believe we'll ignore that letter and move on to the next, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next letter is from the Joint Education Committee. Co-Chairman Schuler and Andrew requested on June 30th, 2025. The request is for a one-time $2 million general fund appropriation for the Wyoming Works program. You have addressed a similar request in your markup of the Wyoming Community College Commission budget.
So, Director, by similar, you mean we've really already addressed this?
Mr. Chairman, the committee couldn't have been aware of what the governor's rec was when they wrote the letter. I believe your approach to Wyoming Works was more than the committee was requesting, the Joint Education Committee. They also indicated a desire to incorporate a match of $2 of state funds to not less than $1 of non-state funds for that Wyoming Works program. I don't think that provision was contemplated in your markup.
So this is 2 million. What was our approval back in the budget?
I believe it was 7.5. We'll have to.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Director Hibbard, that's affirmed,
I believe
7.5 million.
communicated about the CTE program. The request was for 15 and they approved 7.5 million.
Mr. Chairman, it's $5 million was approved.
$5 million was approved by this body, and this is a request for 2 million. If we were to approve this, would it add it on to it, or would this mitigate our prior action of 5 million?
Mr. Chairman, you could craft it however you want. You could reduce it to 2 from your 5 position to 2, or you could do it in addition, or you could say that the 5 million you've already adopted is sufficient.
Okay. To the committee, is there a motion? Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move motion that we ignore this letter since we've already addressed this.
Can I ask you to amend that to deny this letter? That's what we've done in our previous actions.
Yes, so let me rephrase that. Mr. Chairman, I would move to deny the letter since we have already funded this.
Okay. Second by Representative Alman. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Representative Angelos' motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. I'd like to take a moment to just recognize Representative Nicholas, former chairman of this committee, is in the room. We appreciate your joining us, sir. We do too. We wish you did. All right, Director, would you please move us on to the next letter?
The next letter for the committee's consideration came from the Select Air Transportation Liaison Committee. It was dated September 30th, 2025. It is a request for $18,409,342 for the capacity purchase agreement. I believe this was also addressed previously in a slightly different amount. Of course, they were not aware of the governor's request at the time they made this request of you.
So this letter is kind of aged out. All right. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to deny.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Smith. Discussion? Senator Grew.
Just, well, actually with the last one too, and this one, that we just send a note from the chairs explaining that while denying their letter, we did approve each of the requests at the level we did. So then they'll know that we weren't just blowing them off.
Right.
Thank
I
you.
want to make sure that they know the check is coming.
Yeah.
Check's in the mail.
In the mail.
With that note, Director Richards, can you make sure that we accomplish that? Any of these denials, I think we should probably respond from the chairs.
Including the elected officials or just the committees?
Yeah, I think the elected officials would let
think
them
that's good.
notify them as well.
Good
We-
move.
We didn't do it via their letter. We did it via our actions in the budget. Okay? Is there an, let's see, we've already done that. Have we voted on that? Okay. All those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next letter, please.
The next letter comes to you from the Joint Judiciary Committee, Co-Chairman Washut and Olson. wrote to you on October 14th, requesting $5 million for anticipated contracts in the Department of Health. This relates to treatment and detention of pretrial detainees with behavioral health issues, often referred to as Title 25 expenditures. I don't
Okay.
believe you have acted on this.
All right, so this is really a reimbursement to the counties, I believe, from the Department of Health for those that the county jails are paying for. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Groot.
I move that we accept letter number 1 from the Judiciary Committee.
Okay, the motion is to accept the letter. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sherwood. Okay, go ahead, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So is this paying for the counties what they already spent, or is this preparing for future?
I believe this is reimbursing for what they're already spending, is my understanding. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that would be correct.
Okay, Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back when I was county commissioner for those 18 years, Title 25 was a major deal. We spent a lot of money and it just increased exponentially every year. So I support this.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, let's see, who brought this motion? I'm starting to lose it here. Senator, all those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next letter, please.
Mr. Chairman, you only have one letter left. That is from the Select School Facilities Committee. And I believe that will be taken up as you discuss the school facilities bill later today.
Director, well, I shouldn't ask your opinion. Does anybody in the committee think that the chair of that committee would be willing to accept a denial of that letter? Just curious. I think she'll take it okay. All right. Is there a motion? From the chairman of that committee, Representative Angelos.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend denial of this letter since we will be taking this up later.
So I'll take that in the form of a motion. So
Second.
Representative Angelos is moving to.
I will
deny.
move to deny the letter.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Gru. All those, any discussion? All those in favor of Representative Angelos' motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, now that we've concluded letters, we got about 20 minutes before lunch. I think we're going to try to do a working lunch. We got that arranged? Okay, so we're just going to keep working right through lunch. Staff, are you ready to go with that? Okay, and we don't mind you eating at your post. Same for the committee members. So with that, what is our next order of business, Director?
Mr. Chairman, the next order of business is to walk through the 2024 budget bill and assess whether or not there is desire to continue any of the prior footnotes and section 300s.
Okay, Director, would you please remind the committee of the color coding in this copy?
Mr. Chairman.
Director? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sensing in the room, we need a moment for all of us to find this document. If we can just do a
Yeah.
1-minute pause.
Yep, we'll take a pause, but Director, if you could go ahead in the meantime and go over the color coding. This is our last action. Isn't it? This is our last action.
Mr. Chairman, was that sent to us by an email, I'm guessing, and I'm not sure when?
Really thick one.
Email or share? What's it under here?
Yeah, if anybody needs to get up and take a break, we'll go ahead and do that, but. Okay, we'll take a 2-minute break to find your files.
Mr. Chairman, it is in SharePoint under JAC LSO Docs 2026 budget session, and we can send a link to you via email as well. Thank you.
So that'd be under prior years. 2024 budget session. And the name of the document.
The name of the document, Mr. Chairman, is 2024 Budget Bill with Vetoes with Highlights, and I will be sending that momentarily.
Good. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Yeah, I know I'm right there. I just don't know which file it is. Yep, I was there. And then I went into, 2020. Oh, I was looking under 20 prior sessions. Thank you. Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, one clarification for the committee. On your Joint Judiciary Committee vote for $5 million, that technically is not for Title 25. Rather, that is for criminal detainees. It is a similar cost allocation there, but it is not for Title 25, but rather for criminal detainees. Mr. Chairman, a brief overview of the 2024 budget bill before you. Staff did color code this for you so that all of those footnotes in red, we see no need whatsoever to continue those. You may disagree with our evaluation. Those highlighted in gray are uncertain. It's really based upon a policy preference. If you wanted to continue those directions, conditions, or other information related to your appropriations. And then those in green indicate a likelihood that something would be appropriate to continue in some fashion. I'll walk through these if it is the chair's preference.
Please proceed.
Item number 1 is $48,000 for a customer relationship software. There's no need to include that. The relationship software number 1 has been purchased, and I believe you denied the exception request of $100,000 this year. The second item is $8,000 for government or governor's appointees to the Select Committee on Blockchain Financial Technology. This was to pay their per diem and travel. There was no request by the governor to continue this.
Senator Drew?
So do you want to do we want to, Don, do we want to make it like in this example, in the first example, on the $48,000 in red that you say is necessary? Can we just make a motion at that point to strike that from from this year's budget? Is that what you're looking for then on the gray ones, the policy question, we voted up, talk it over and all that? Or do you
Mr.
want to
Chair-
go by page? I don't know what's the best way.
Mr. Chairman, if there is anything that piques your interest, you don't need to act on each one of these. But if there is one, for example, a member strongly desired to provide additional funds for the public members of the select Committee on Blockchain Financial Technology, it would give you a prompt to say, I make a motion to include $8,000 or $10,000 or $2,000 for that purpose.
So once, just to clarify, if it's in red and we agree with the staff that it's out, then we just don't say anything and it'll be out. And if we want it, it's in gray and we want it, we need to make an affirmative motion to keep it in. Or if we want to, and if we don't make a motion, it comes out? Or it stays in? I just want to make sure I understand.
All the same motions, that you need an affirmative motion to put anything into the 2026
Got it. Okay.
budget, which is for biennium 27-28. So it'll take a positive motion. If you agree with the staff that the green ones need to be in there, you've got to make a positive motion to get that done. And then on those gray ones, the same thing. Okay. Only looking for positive motions.
Everybody got it?
Okay.
So if you want,
Please.
you gotta move that.
I think we're ready. Please continue.
Footnote number 2 requires non-state funds to match any state funds for wild horse and burrow management. Your prior action did allow this to carry over. The matching requirement would not, absent this footnote.
Okay, so our current action does not have a match component to it. All right, is there a motion? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harrelson?
Mr. Chairman, I am going to move to continue this match over to the next funds.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Groove. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Next footnote, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote provided $20,000 for in-person meeting for the State Emergency Response Commission. I believe this was included in their standard budget.
Okay, so it's not necessary. Is there a motion? Nope, seeing none. Please proceed to the next.
Next is $800,000 for to provide matching funds for the BRIC program, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program.
Okay. Seeing no motions, please proceed to the next footnote.
Mr. Chairman, this directs the funding in the FNRPA account, which originated from general funds, to be available for expenditure by the governor for litigation costs related to Wyoming counties relating to any federal land, water, air, mineral, or other natural resources, or treaties between the United States and a federally recognized tribe. No money, just parameters about how those funds could be spent.
Okay. Is there a motion? Guess we're not going to give any parameters now this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sherwood.
thank you. I think that we denied this funding request in the governor's budget.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you did reduce their exception request, but there are funds that remain in the account that could be expended.
As like many of our actions over the last several days, there's still a base budget that really wasn't touched in many of the agencies, so. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to retain the footnotes 6A, 1 and 2.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Smith. For discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries.
Members of the committee, footnote 7 relates to the WIP program, Wyoming Innovation Partnership. There was no request for continued funding.
Next,
Footnote number 8 provided $4 million to the Office of Homeland Security for equipment needs associated with hazardous materials. Footnote number 9 provided $1.5 million from Homeland Security for State Support Fund Unit and equipment needs.
please proceed.
Footnote number 10 provided $20,000 for the Lifesaver Program to assess the requirements for dementia training for law enforcement.
Please proceed.
Footnote number 11 provided $750,000 to reimburse agency expenses to assist border state law enforcement efforts.
Please proceed.
Footnote number 12 is likely not necessary. There was appropriated $850,000 to the FNRPA account for the Office of the Governor for 2 full-time positions within a statewide association.
Please proceed.
You have already included in your prior action footnote number 1 for the Secretary of State. The amount is somewhat different, but you agreed, I believe, to $125,000 for publication of the ballot initiative.
So this was to specify, does our action specify that that $125,000 is for that purpose, or do we need the footnote to ensure that it's for that purpose?
Mr. Chairman, you already adopted not this identical language, but with dates changes, this substantive language.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
In Agency 3, the State Auditor, this was for to restore funding to 2 vacant positions. Those positions are already in their base budget.
Next footnote, please.
In Agency 4, the State Treasurer's Office, footnote number 1 indicates that no fund shall be expended to increase the compensation of the State Treasurer's Office investment employees without further legislative authorization. I would pause here and note that in Agency 72, the Wyoming Retirement System, you did modify a version of this footnote if you wanted to align them, meaning the State Treasurer's Office and the retirement system. This would be the appropriate place to do so, or you could adopt or deny or take no action.
Okay. I mean, I'd recommend aligning the two if there's any desire to do that. Representative Pendergraft, right when you're coughing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we follow Director Richard's instruction or suggestion and place a footnote here in alignment with the Wyoming Retirement System footnote.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Smith. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. As opposed? Motion carries. Next footnote.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the next footnote, number 2, provided a reporting requirement for the period of the biennium. The State Treasurer's Office reported regarding the public accounting of the direct and indirect and total investment fees. No funding, just a reporting requirement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to include footnote number 2.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Alaman. Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Smith's motion to include footnote number 2, please say aye.
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 As opposed? Motion carries. Next
Mr. Chairman,
footnote, please.
footnote number 1 for Agency 6, Department of Administration and Information, provided $5 million additional appropriation for the risk management section. There was no such request approved in this budget.
Okay.
Footnote number 2 provided $350,000 to only be effective in should ANI keep the Wyoming Capitol open on weekends and for special events. You have already taken action on this. There will be a footnote, but it will have different language.
Okay,
Um,
please
you-
proceed.
Agency 7, the military department, you have already acted in your prior work on footnote number 1, which related to the Air National Guard, as well as footnote number 2, which addressed the Army National Guard.
I think you can proceed to footnote number 3, please.
I'm gonna take this.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 3 is $1.7 million that was appropriated for the land exchange for the military department. And it's also closely related to footnote number 4. This was just kind of a one-time appropriation from my understanding.
Any motions on those? Seeing none, please proceed.
Section 8, the Office of the Public Defender. Thank you. Footnote number 1, you have already adopted, which allows for use of contract legal staff if necessary.
Okay.
Agency number 10, the Department of Agriculture. Footnote number 1 is for a one-time appropriation to the Department of Agriculture. Really has no purpose at this budget. Footnote number 2 is a policy choice. In the past couple of biennia, the legislature has added $300,000 for purposes of Wyoming Ag in the classroom. This was not in the budget before you and has not been added.
Ag in the classroom.
Okay,
Go, Chair.
is this related to the, this is not related to the farm to school program, correct? Okay.
Senator Guru.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to add, make sure that we're keeping footnote number 2 for $300,000 for ag in the classroom.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Driscoll. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
I'll add a comment here. I think this is a good program. I think we should continue.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that'll do it.
Mr. Chairman, as a clarification, that does include the $300,000 general fund appropriation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor of Senator Guru's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next footnote, please.
The next footnote is footnote number 3. Again, this is a unique or a one-time approach for $150,000 for animal damage management board rules related to the gray wolf and depredation compensation.
I move that we pass.
Second.
This is number 3.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could pause there, this footnote already required the funds to be included in the standard budget for the agency. What you would be adding, as I understand Representative Alman's motion, is to ensure that of that appropriation, $150,000 must be spent on animal damage management board payments and for gray wolf depredation compensation.
Is that what
Miss-
you're after there, Representative Alman?
Would. I'm sorry. But this would be just around the park because the rest of the state, the gray wolf is a predator and the state does not pay for predators. So I don't know, predator deprivation. So I don't know that this would really be something that we should be looking at.
Well, if you don't make a motion, it will stay out of there. So,
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
okay. Is there desire for a motion over here? Okay. All right, Representative Larson is moving to reinstate footnote 3 And that would be both A and B, correct? Is there a second? Seconded by Senator French. Any discussion? Representative Sherwood.
Just clarifying, is it just the language in B that we're asking to be included? And then a follow-up question, I don't know if we can look into this account and see how much of this 150 was utilized in the last biennium.
We'll wait a minute, let Director let us know that, if you can. Grab some, I'll bring it back out here, but.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I just want to make sure Director Hibbard did, I think I have a question for you on this fund that was specific to the Wyoming Animal Damage Management Board rules. We had a footnote that said 150,000 could be used for gray wolf depredation compensation. Do we know how much of that was spent down in the last biennium?
Director Hibbert?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to research that question.
Okay. Other questions? We have a motion.
Yes, I think, I'm not sure if the staff is looking some stuff up or.
Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, yes, but it will take considerable time. It's not a 5-minute response.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I speak on to this?
Yes.
Obviously, if we look at gray wolves in the state of Wyoming, gray wolves are predatory status outside of the upper basin of basically the Yellowstone Basin. So your area, a lot of your area is not predatory status. Not all of it, but most of your area would be considered trophy areas. So anyone in the livestock business in that basin area is eligible for these funds if they were to have loss due to gray wolves. With that being said, gray wolves are very plentiful in that area, as I've hunted that area and know that this is a concern, especially for livestock growers. So I believe this is
my first bill as a freshman legislature was on this.
There you
was
go.
on this issue.
So I believe that this 150,000 of basically guaranteed money to help in this area, if it's not used, then we're not out anything. But I believe if we don't put it in, we could find ourselves in a situation where we put these livestock growers into a bad place. So I feel this is still needed in that upper basin area.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, carried. Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 4 directed the Department of Agriculture to expend $1,600,000 to be prioritized to prevent the listing of a species as endangered, as well as products or projects that directly involve predator control and will have the greatest benefit to wildlife.
Okay. Representative Allen.
I will move that we do pass that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of Representative Alman's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No, one no, carried.
Uh,
Director Richards.
Next footnote appears in the Department of Revenue footnote number 1. This is merely a statement of intent that the legislature anticipated $80,000 not be included in the department's subsequent biennium. It has no purpose at this point. Footnote number 2 had something similar, that the other funds appropriation of $151,900 should not be included in the standard budget. It was not. It serves no purpose. Agency 15, the Attorney General's Office, footnote number 1, provided $43,000 of general funds to provide for state bar dues for attorneys.
Question?
Mr. Harrelson.
Thank you very much. Directors, how long has this footnote been in? I mean, is this something that we're seeing repeatedly? Has this been the last biennium? Is it normal to cover the fees for bar? And I'm getting a nod from across the way. And do we do this for LSO staff? Do we do this for other agencies? Obviously, we have a lot of attorneys represented throughout the state government. Is it normal for us to cover bar dues?
Director? Mr. Chairman, I believe it is rather normal. The footnote is relatively new. You do provide bar dues for LSO attorneys as well as the executive branch attorneys. Based on the language of this footnote, this would have been eligible to be included in their standard budget. So the purpose of any footnote would just be to ensure that that some amount at your choosing is not used for any other purpose. It's not necessary. It's a policy choice.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we include footnote number 1 into the current budget.
1 and 2. I don't think.
It'd be 1, Mr.
Just,
Chairman.
I would say number 2 is effective immediately. I don't think we need that. So, right, seconded over here. Do I have a second? Representative Angelos, discussion? We're getting a little light on senators here. Senator Crew.
We're light, but we punch above our weight. Mr. Chairman, I'm the one that put that in last year because I had got it from the Attorney General at the time, who now moved down the street, that we didn't pay for their attorneys, and everywhere else across the enterprise we did. I think your motion's appropriate and I will support it. But I did ask the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, if we were paying the bar dues, and he said yes. And I got a call afterwards and kind of recanted that. So I think it's still an open question, but in that office, either some we do and some we don't, or something's going on. But I think your motion's appropriate because everywhere else across the enterprise, we do pay the bar dues. So on and 4.
Okay, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a part of me that really resists saying this, but every agency that I talk to that has attorneys and certain professionals talks the same thing, that it's very difficult to retain. I would be in favor of keeping this in that generally an attorney who works for an agency within the state is working at a lower rate than he would elsewhere. And it just seems like an appropriate benefit.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's, Director?
Sorry, but just to clarify, no additional money, just a designation. Correct. Thank you.
That is correct. All those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries. Please proceed.
Footnote number 2 was for an effective immediate appropriation, no longer necessary or appropriate. Footnote number 3 provided $400,000 for grants for child advocacy centers. Again, pursuant to this footnote, the agency had an opportunity to continue that in their standard budget. Footnote
Please proceed.
number 1 in the Department of Environmental Quality was an effective immediate appropriation and authorization for employees, no longer relevant. Footnote number 2 provided $10 million to be deposited into the Municipal Solid Waste Cease and Transfer Grant account. So this was a new appropriation, one time, for a $10 million deposit into that account.
Please proceed.
Footnote number 1 to Agency 21 provided for $10,000 to be continued in the Department of Audit standard budget. Once again, this is no longer relevant. Footnote number 1 in the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, Agency 24, provided $63,000 for the Annals of Wyoming. This has been included occasionally, I would say, in the past decade, maybe 3 or 4 of the biennia. And in some biennia it has, and some it has not.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. I'll just let the committee know in conversations with this agency, they have canceled this contract or this agreement and have brought this in-house.
All right, please proceed.
Footnote number 2, I believe you've already addressed with a motion that was successful from Representative Sherwood for We the People. Footnote number 3 provides $300,000 conditioned on matching funds for providing grants to humanities initiatives.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sherwood.
I would like to move that we adopt and continue this footnote.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Senator Guru. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Director?
just to clarify, this would be $300,000 additional. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of Representative Sherwood's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. That motion fails. Please proceed.
Footnote number 4 provides $10,000 for the Wyoming Centennial Farm and Ranch Program.
So motion by Senator Larson, second by Driscoll. Discussion? And is there an appropriation with this?
Mr. Chairman, yes, $10,000.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Director. I mean,
It's just for signs outside of the place when they get them. It doesn't give any money to anybody. It's so if you get inducted into the deal, you have a metal sign that says you're part of the Wyoming Centennial Farm and Ranch Program. So.
what is the appropriation for then? Director, can you explain the $10,000 appropriation, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is not in their budget, so it would be an additional amount from the general fund. And I believe it provides recognition is the way I would describe it for landowners who qualify as a Centennial Farm and Ranch Program.
Question for the bringer is this achievable without this $10,000, or is this the only way that we can keep the program going?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It probably would go on without it. I'm not positive. It's like everything else. You know, if we don't fund it, they usually figure out something, but to me, it's a big part. It goes back once again to our heritage. Our ranch is one of them. I've got one of them hanging there. It's a big deal. It just literally pays for the sign. That's all it does. And it keeps it from dragging out of the rest of their budget. Same thing we just got done doing with wolves and ag in the classroom and everything else. There are programs that they do that are kind of specialty.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if the funds go to a dinner or not in recognition. Maybe Senator Driscoll knows that. I don't know.
They literally just buy metal signs. They order them. It just doesn't have your family name or anything on it. It's just metal sign says Wyoming Centennial Farmer Ranch. And every few years they redo them.
I have one of these on my farm back in a different state. It's a great thing, but I think Senator Larson's question is there a ceremony that they might be paying for or some kind of get together?
Mr. Chairman, they do have a ceremony and I don't know, as far as I know, I'm not positive it goes to pay for that. The senators and representatives always come to it. It's at State Fair in Douglas. And I'm not sure it costs a lot. You know, the ranchers go there themselves. State ag department's already there, and I think Brasso and Lummis and the crew all are there anyway. If there's a cost to it, I don't think it's much.
Okay, I think we're looking at 10,000, 5,000 a year cost right now. Representative Alman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've seen a lot of these. They are really nice signs. They're really nice target practice. Most all of them have holes in them from a lot of shooting.
Maybe that's the reason we need to fund it so they can replace the signs.
Take it out of the trade.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Pendergraph recommended we take it out of the training funds that we.
They do not replace them, because I can tell you, I've tried to get another one, and the only way you get them is buy them at your own cost if they've been shot up.
All right. Okay, further discussion. Maybe a friendly amendment to lower this amount. Would you accept such a friendly amendment? I think, I mean, I know it takes money to make a sign, but I'm thinking, $1,000 a year, a couple thousand, we could probably help them along getting these signs made. Can't be that many Century ranches and farms that add on each year, I wouldn't think. 2,000. Representative Sherwood? You have a count?
I would encourage my Senate colleague to make a counteroffer.
Counter offer would be 5.
5? All right. I'll amend my motion to, the motion to be $5,000. 2,500 each year for a biennium. Okay. Seconded by Driscoll. Further discussion. All those in favor of Representative Bear's amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Back on the original motion. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Larson's motion, which is now amended to 2.5, say aye. 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 2.5 per year. Those opposed, motion carries. Any questions, Director, about what we just did?
No, Mr. Chairman. The next footnote for your consideration, footnote number 5, provided $96,511 for the state's archaeological work on human remains.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to recommend that we continue this footnote. This is maybe not an everyday occurrence, but is something that is needed when found.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harrelson.
thank you. I don't believe we had a second on that, but I did want to ask this question. One of the questions I have on stuff of this nature, we did not see the department bring this back as an ask. I mean, there is that point of understanding where, and I guess, and maybe I'm just showing my ignorance in this. Has this been something where just like, we'll take care of them in a footnote and have, and so they don't ask for it because we always do? Or is it a situation where they don't ask for it because it's not a need? And I guess I'm a little confused on the whole process of, as we look at all these things going, we got to take care of signs for these ranches and we got to do these things. Why aren't these being asked by these departments? Is it because we continually footnote them, or is it because they don't see it as a need? Because we're on page 17 of 104. And I'm just asking, as we kind of have a little bit of a metric as we go through these.
I think a third option is that the agency doesn't desire to manage the program too. So maybe it's a legislative action to ensure that the agency does do some action. So there's a third option. Director, did you have anything to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, I think that is an accurate description of the environment. You can tell by last year that the governor has vetoed the legislature's attempt to include these in the standard budget, so they would not continue on as footnotes. I believe the position of this administration, not wanting to speak for them, is that many of these, especially in this agency, are legislative initiatives. And the governor indicates that if the legislature wants them, then they should include them in the agency's budgets.
Okay, any follow-up? All right, now we still need a second on Representative Sherwood's motion to add this additional $96,511. Seconded by Groove. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Sherwood's motion, please say aye. All those opposed? Let's see a show of hands. All those for? All those opposed? That fails on a 6-6 vote. Next footnote.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 6 just provided for an inclusion in the standard budget. It's no longer relevant. Footnote number 7 provided $3.5 million for operation site improvement, stabilization, and 2 at-will employees. This is for the Arboretum. The next footnote appears on page 18 on the State Engineer's Office. Footnote number 1 provided $432,000 for maintenance agreements. I don't believe that is, nothing needs to continue there. Footnote number 1 and footnote number 2 in the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, you have already addressed through, I believe, adding 4 or 5 footnotes to this agency in different amounts. Footnote number 42 is a legislative initiative in the prior legislature to provide $2 million. It should be matched to the extent practicable, 1-to-1. And this is for the aerial surveys that I believe the state geologist spoke to you about.
I don't believe we've included this yet.
You have not. It was a legislative initiative. It provided some funds, and then I think the USGS and at least one company contributed a cost share.
Senator Grew.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to keep this footnote in. If I get a second, I'll.
Second? Do I have a second? Second by Haroldson. Discussion? I'll discuss it. I think this was, a good program.
Yeah.
Anytime we can get the agency to work with industry and provide the better and better information, especially in our mineral industry, I think this is key. So I would encourage an aye vote. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Guru's motion, please say aye. Those opposed?
Mr. Chairman,
Before I
I'm just
close out-
confirming the $2 million as well.
Yes,
Thank you.
in matching.
Mhm.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Next footnote, please.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote appears on agency 45, footnote number 1, provided $523,000 from the highway fund for law enforcement personnel expenses to be used either in the 100 series or the 900 series for security needs. You might have noticed some of the we call them security operations professionals as opposed to the highway patrol who are providing for security on nights and weekends.
Senator Grew,
Did we address this in the budget this year?
Director? I thought we did too.
I know we didn't embrace it, but just ask.
Mr. Chairman, I believe a footnote would be desirable to allow them to have some flex authority to move from their 100 series to their 900 series predicated upon the need of the Capitol Protective Services as a trooper or a contract.
Mr. Chairman,
Director Richard.
if I could add, this is not any new money. This just allows for flexibility of the fund that they have.
So this is spending authority.
Mr. Chairman?
Representing Pendergraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt this footnote.
Second. Seconded by Senator Grew. Representative Harrelson? Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we're on page 22. The Department of Health, footnote number 1, provided some one-time funding for IT in the Department of Health. Footnote number 2, this is, of all the footnotes we talk about today, this actually is prescribed in statute that the Joint Appropriations Committee will determine the state's SSI amount or supplemental security income amount. And the past couple of legislatures, have used this language rather than putting out the exact amount by family size or size of household. They have indicated that Wyoming's SSI amount shall be the lowest amount required under federal law.
Okay, Do I have a motion? Representative Harrelson?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue that practice of the lowest amount offered by the federal government.
Seconded by Senator Guru, and this includes that this committee will take that action, correct?
Correct.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next footnote, please.
Footnote number 3 provided a one-time appropriation of general and federal funds to integrate their management system. It no longer is applicable. Footnote number 4 provided $1.9 million in general funds and a like amount of federal funds for enhanced postpartum coverage. This would have been included in the standard budget already. Footnote number 5 directed $387,000 for grants to county public health staff for the compensation. I believe this was a Representative Sherwood motion that was already adopted. The numbers will change, but the footnote will be similar to this. Footnote number 6 provided effective immediate funds. You have already addressed that in your prior action. Footnote number 7 provides $228,000 for a 988 program manager and be included in their standard budget. It is no longer applicable to have a footnote. Footnote number 8 provided $375,000 for equipment and repairs, a one-time appropriation from this trust account. Footnote number 9 provided $350,000 for an upgrade of electronic medical record system. Again, it was the intention not to be included or to be included already in the standard budget. Footnote number 10 provided $959,000 and direction to biennialize that amount for 988 operations. Footnote number 11, you've already addressed in a slightly different amount to make tobacco trust funds effective immediately. Footnote number 12 provided $12.3 million for preschool children with developmental disabilities to be included in their standard budget. This is the ECA. And once again, you have already addressed this in your work. Footnote number 13 provides $746,000 for equipment and repairs and specifically indicated it shall not be included in the standard budget. Again, no longer relevant. Footnote number 14 is a policy choice. Previous legislator provided $10.68 million for senior centers. This was an enhancement in the prior legislature for those activities of senior centers.
I'll make that motion to
Senator
keep it.
Larson moved, seconded by Representative Sherwood. Discussion. All those in favor of Senator Larson's motion, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 15 provided $250,000 for trauma designations education. And this was already a direction to be included in the standard budget. Footnote number 16, policy choice. This related to the Department of Health shall take action on the demolition at the state hospital, whether to demolish. And basically this footnote language paused the demolition on at least one, if not a couple of the facilities in Evanston until a economic feasibility study could be completed. Now we're on to Agency 49, the Department of Family.
Director, would you like to take a lunch break? I think you probably should, and we'd be happy to take Ms. Martin now to continue us on if you'd like to take 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. No, we're good.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a 10-minute.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So you're welcome to go use this 10 minutes to get yourself something to eat.
Mr.
Okay, we'll get back to work here.
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Director-
Chairman.
Senator Drew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As they get the pages and we get our pages back open, a couple of quick notes. One, the study that was asked for about the shooting sports complex, the one pager is in your inbox.
Shooting complex or the
Or no, the rodeo PCR.
Rodeo Hall of Fame?
Thank you. That's in your inbox. And second, I'd just like to thank all of my friends, including my wife, who have sent colorful and wonderful suggestions to me via text about what to do with the slush fund. Thank you, Ogden. So thanks a lot. Lots of folks helping me with that new slush fund that I have. We don't have a slush fund. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sherwood?
Thank you. I had asked earlier about the gray wolf depredation compensation funds.
Yes.
So right now, out of what is allocated, so this is on page 12. So we have $150,000 set aside specific to this purpose. We did get a response from the department. So to date, $1,400 has been requested.
1,400?
Yes, and that they are for this current fiscal year 26, they're currently working on 3 claims. They don't yet have final numbers. With this information, I'm just gonna ask the committee if we could go back to page 12. That's that paragraph B. Maybe consider reducing that earmarked amount. So again, the funds are still in there, still available, but I don't want to tie up $150,000 when they've only used 1,400. So I would recommend moving that amount down to $50,000.
So this is page 12, amendment 2B, footnote 2B. Changing that from 150 down to your suggestion was 50,000?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's my recommendation, just so that that amount of money, right now, it can't be used for anything else. So it's gonna sit there and then revert.
Okay, seconded by Senator Larson. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Sherwood's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. 50K. All right, back on track. Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was working on a couple of different things, but there was this conversation about the senior centers.
Yes.
I was in an unfortunate situation that I had to be the aunt at the picnic when a lot of requests were coming in for ARPA for senior centers. Now, we did a lot of good work. We did a lot of havoc. We did a lot of things like that, but the infrastructure improvement itself, we couldn't use. So I would have to make a comment at this lid. Mr. Chairman, that's not eligible for ARPA. So I just wanted to express that there is infrastructure needs for this senior centers across Wyoming.
Okay. Senator Larson.
Can we go back to that page? I didn't know that was for infrastructure. I thought it was.
Okay.
Getting nods from the LS.
We will go back to that, but Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, we were going to clarify this one as well. The footnote included the entire amount. Last year's, the entire amount of the budget of $10.68 million. Last year's increase was just $200,000. So that entirety is included in their standard budget. And the question is, right now you have doubled that to $21.3 million.
Yeah, I was certainly hesitant when we did that.
Page 24, it's footnote number 14 on the Wyoming Department of Health.
Senator, would you like to bring a new motion? Yep.
10 million right now in the standard budget.
Yeah, so this is already in standard budget. Okay, second? Do I have a second? Second by Representative Harrelson. Director Hibbard?
I would just have a question. Is there any prohibition on infrastructure improvements? It's not clear to me that,
No, we're not going to make any prohibitions in the standard budget. We're just choosing not to add this. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Better. That's right.
I will
That's
make
right.
a comment about it right now. Save $10 million right there.
Can I get clarification on that statute? Is that for infrastructure or is that for their operations? And I should have known that, I guess, but
Mr. Chairman, it is for a range of emergency grant programs.
AI.
Yes, it is not limited to capital construction.
Again, we weren't trying to specify a stipulation about that. Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. I had reached out to my senior center with some of these questions this summer. And I just wanted to share with the committee that funding can be used for personnel, travel, equipment, or consumable supplies. And so these are competitive grants to senior centers across the state. They do have to submit an application and a budget detailing what they are asking the funds to be used for.
And just to be clear, this amount is in their standard budget. Okay. All right, further discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Hibbert?
I'm sorry to be painful, but there is no restriction on the money. It could be granted for infrastructure improvements.
Correct.
Thank you.
Everybody understand that? Yeah, okay. All right, I think everybody's on board. All those in favor of Senator Larson's motion to remove this footnote, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the next footnote is footnote number 15 for $250,000. This was for trauma designation education. Designations and education. It was for a specific one-year purpose or one biennium purpose.
Okay.
Footnote number 16 allowed the Department of Action. Oh, we've already discussed this. I apologize.
Okay, please proceed.
We are now on footnote number 2 on page 26 to the Department of Family Services. This prohibits the expenditure of funds for to increase the overall capacity of residential and group home beds. Maybe not the most artful term here, but this is essentially a fence out provision, which does not allow additional residential or group homes from entering the state and benefiting from Department of Family Services appropriations. It has been on the books for a considerable number of biennia.
I think you can move on to the next.
Footnote number 3 provided $60,000 for the purposes of indigent burial. This was a one-time appropriation.
Please proceed.
Footnote number 4 provided $100,000 for a juvenile justice data reporting system. This was one time. Footnote number 5 provided $1.3 million for an early childhood integrated data system that has been implemented one time. Footnote number 6 provides $200,000 for furnishings, again, one time. Footnote number 7 provides $850,000 of general funds and $150,000 of federal funds for rate increases for foster care providers. This would have been included into the standard budget. Footnote number 8 provides $2.4 million for increased reimbursement rates for group homes, residential treatment centers, and Board of Cooperative Educational Services facilities. Again, this would have been incorporated into the standard budget. Footnote number 1 on page 28, the Livestock Board provided a $500,000 deposit to the livestock law enforcement account, a one-time deposit.
Senator Driscoll?
On that, I'm guessing reason that they felt like they needed the money. Does anybody have any info on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was a desire to engage with the law enforcement on this, and it was already put in their standard budget. So the 500,000 continues into this biennium on the budget that you asked for. If you wanted to increase that further, a footnote would be appropriate.
Okay, please proceed to the next footnote.
Appears on page 29, the Oil and Gas Commission. You already saw the actions on this. They created a major maintenance fund, and in your action earlier yesterday, you indicated that that would be a one-time fund, meaning they'd come back and ask for it as necessary. Section 57, the Wyoming Community College Commission, was directed to work in good faith with the Department of Family Services on a eKids system, or the Early Childhood Integrated Data System, and I believe that is proceeding. Footnote number 2 provided $192,000 for distribution to the Community College Commission for purposes of state aid. This was, again, a one-time effort to characterize what is for state aid versus what is for employee health insurance funding. Footnote number 3 provides $200,000 for competitive rodeo teams at Wyoming community colleges. This was not included in their standard budget.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harold.
I'd like to, two things. One, I'd like to go back to number 2. And just, I'm wondering, is it a typo? Because it's $192 million.
Mr. Chairman, no, it was $192 million. And it's just the way that it's designating a portion of the 244. It's not new money. It was just a designation of what portion of that 244 is for state aid.
Perfect. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a conversation. One of the struggles that I've seen continually in this day and age is the things that we call normal in Wyoming are under attack. The rodeo is under attack. We see that. I mean, we see that this is an issue. And so I guess my first question is, how many of our 8 community colleges have rodeo teams would be my first question. And I don't know if anyone has that answer. All of them do. I just got that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move this footnote number 3 into the current budget, but I'd like to change the $200,000 to $800,000 and give $100,000 to each one of our community colleges for the rodeos.
Second.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this additional funding or is this out of their state aid, existing state aid?
This would be additional funding.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
bit of
Driscoll.
explanation. It's kind of interesting is they've got their other, rodeo is the only one of the sports that's not considered a sport. So they are not allowed to use their standard sports budgets, which they all have, for rodeo. So this really is a critical one. And you did what was asked earlier. You went beyond where I would, and I fully support it. These guys are dedicated to the colleges in the state, and they're a face on them. And if you come up there in our neck of the woods, the rodeo team's much better known than the basketball team. No offense to the basketball team, but they're better known. Down at our beloved other end of the deal, they tend to raise more money than our other sports do. This is a great deal, and it's a great face for our college system.
Further discussion? I'm going to make a comment here. You know, we had quite a discussion about NIL dollars. I think this would fall into the same lines as that. So I don't know that it's appropriate. And I want to make a comment about rodeo. First of all, I love rodeo. I think it's the heritage of our state. But when we went into the pandemic and the big downturn in 2020, Sheridan College, of which the Gillette College was under at that time, decided to curtail all sports, which was, in my opinion, a good decision to deal with the funding shortages that were coming. And the one sport that wasn't affected was rodeo. And the reason was because they self-funded. And I think there's a value in being self-funded like that. When the state starts coming in and saying, we're gonna fund your sport, I think the efficiencies are gonna go down. The appreciation for the money when it's free, I'm not sure it's the same. So I'm gonna be a no on this. Mr.
I
Co-Chair.
guess, I guess my question is, what can they do at 800,000 that they can't do at 200,000? I mean, what, I know, is there something that they're not being able to do with the current rate that suddenly they can do with the additional revenue that you're providing?
Mr. Chairman, so I'll just speak to not a lot of stuff. I mean, I say this tongue in cheek without offending anyone out of my community, but it's Platte County. Rodeo is a huge part of who we are. And so one of the struggles that we have is we got full ride scholarships for kids going out for playing football. We've got a lot of different options, and our rodeo guys a lot of times are pretty thin. And they are self-funded, and I'm not trying to overcome that. They're going to have to be self-funded. $100,000 isn't going to do a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but I do believe it gives them an opportunity, maybe as a statement more than anything, that we believe in the rodeos. We believe in what they're doing in our state, and Wyoming is going to be a rodeo state. I mean, we took a vote earlier about this with bringing in a museum and a Hall of Fame. We want Wyoming to stay Wyoming, and I'll fight for that. And so is the $100,000 that terribly important? We could probably argue that till we're stuck on 26 for a long time. But I will say that for me, looking at this, it's a situation, as I've talked to rodeo people in the community, a complaint that I've had from my community is rodeo doesn't have the attention other things have, when in all reality, it's more who we are than anything else. So that was their concept.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll.
Regardless of what we do, it's still going to be self-funded, folks. Back to shutting it down. This doesn't make them the major part of the budget, but what we don't get about rodeo, and most people don't get, when a college team gets on a bus and drives across the state, spends a night in a motel, that's part of their sports program. When our rodeo teams load their horse up in a trailer and drive 2 states away, the gas bill, the motel bill, all the wear and tear on the vehicle, 100%. When you talk about $100,000 and you're talking about a team in a college, it is a drop in the bucket above scholarships or anything else. Is these guys, literally the kids, because I help fund some of them. I pay some fees at some rodeos. It's a hardship. And so it does what's really hard for us, different things. Tends to be people that got parents that can afford for them to go, and the poor kids tend to be rough stock and pack a saddle and they ride with someone else. It's really important to me, and it's the face of Wyoming. It's literally, this is branding. It's back to tourism, and what we do is, do we want to be known as the cowboy state, or do we want to try a different route? But I'm pretty proud of our heritage where we're at, and this is a pretty major statement about our support of our college system and our kids that are out there representing us. Because I can tell you, for me, I love it when I see a Wyoming banner on the back of one of our Cowboys to national finals. And that's where a lot of these kids end up. One of the ones from here in Cheyenne rides in the finals every year. It's a pretty big deal. The #1 clown in the world, Dusty Tuckness, proudly wears a Wyoming jersey everywhere he goes, and that's because of the college program. Thank you.
Representative Alman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nobody's more proud of rodeo than I am. 1976, in this very town, I took second on a saddle bronc. May have been high school, but I still took second in this town. I think I'd like to cut this in half. $100,000 going down the road is a lot of money. I rodeoed for Colby, Kansas at college. They never gave us a dime. We traveled everywhere on our own and we did well. I think if we gave them $100,000 or $50,000 or make it 400,000 instead of 800, I think they could go down the road and do exactly what they needed. Thank you.
Further discussion? You know, it wasn't long ago, I was listening to the radio and someone came on there when, in my community, they were looking to do the shooting park. And this particular citizen said that, you know, I like bowling. Why don't we pay for my bowling? We're going to pay for shooting sports. And why don't we pay for all the sports? And I want to remind everybody, I'm sure most of you have read it. There's a great story, and it's a historical story about Davy Crockett and about him doing something probably more heartfelt than what Senator Driscoll just shared with us about helping someone who had been involved in defending our nation, helping that wife after he had passed away. And what the story is called, It's Not Mine to Give. And the point is that not every taxpayer that we're spending this money on is a fan of rodeo, but we're going to support rodeo with their dollars. Is it ours to give? I applaud Senator Driscoll, who uses his own dollars. And Representative Harrelson, just yesterday, you were talking about churches and you supporting children who need to be fed in the summertime. And I think it's the same thing. This is not our money to give on and against.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, there is $200,000 already in the budget. It is not designated for rodeos. The motion would add 800,000 in new money and would designate that for rodeos.
I think we have your motion, and it has been seconded by Senator Driscoll. We're still discussing your motion. Is there another motion? Another amendment? Okay, further discussion? He had made a proposal to cut it in half. That's right, I recall.
Right. and
Okay,
that's
is
where
that a
we are.
motion?
Yes, sir, to cut it from 800 to 400.
So it's an
Okay, and that would be
amendment to the amendment.
400,000 new dollars. Is there a second? Seeing none, that fails on lack of a second. Any further discussion on the original motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion to increase this spending by $800,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, show of hands. All those opposed? I'm sorry, all those for. Sorry.
Tricky.
Tricky there. 1, 2,
I was good.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that carries 7-5. Next footnote.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote is related to footnote number 4 and footnote number 5. Both relate to WIN program, Wyoming Investment in Nursing. The first for students, the second for faculty. It was a one-time activity. And Mr. Chairman, you will have a number of one-time footnotes in your budget as well, only to signal what the intent of your motion is. So if there is no footnote and you added $50,000 for a purpose, without that footnote, the agency wouldn't know how to spend that. So these are examples of that type of activity. The next agency is Agency 60 on page 31. Footnote number 1 authorizes the ability to hire up to one AWEC employee within the Forestry Division when federal funds are received that reimburse the state for 100% of that position.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll?
I would move to reinsert this back into the budget. Folks, this is budget neutral to us. This is just authority. So if the feds actually give us money, we can actually do it. If they don't give us money, it never happens. If the money drops back down after they've given it to us, the position goes away. This potentially is a pretty critical position for Wyoming because it actually allows us to get out there and do timber sales and do good neighbor authority with the government that they pay for their own part of it. So I'd ask you to take a look at it. It adds zero money to the budget. And actually has no impact other than it can do good things if the feds send money to us.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Sherwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote in the governor's residence, Agency 63, footnote number 1, provided $30,000 for special events, food supplies, and operations of the residence. This was included in the standard budget, so there's already the increase of 30,000.
Okay, next footnote, please.
Agency 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board, footnote number 1, provided $2 million one time for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, next footnote, please.
Next footnote provide $2.5 million for the National Air Races. This was tentatively considering Casper. They did not receive it. These funds will revert. The only thing you might want to consider, don't have to, is you could revert these effective immediate rather than on July 1.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll,
I would move for immediate reversion of the funds.
is there a second? Seconded by Alaman. Discussion. All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries.
Take the red shirt off now.
No. We need more red behavior.
The next agency for your consideration appears on page 67, or excuse me, page 34, Agency 67, the University of Wyoming. The first provides $3 million for graduate assistant stipends. The second provides $2.5 million for artificial intelligence expertise. This is included in matching funds.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll.
I would like to include that motion with an additional footnote on it, that it goes into the Department of Ag for artificial intelligence expertise for ag projects.
Okay, it's specifying it for ag. We denied any matching funds, didn't we?
Mr. Chairman, you adopted some matching funds in SER, I believe, and not the university. And this would be 2.5 million new general funds.
New general funds for matching and specifically in ag. Is there a second? Second by Senator Grew. Discussion. All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. All those opposed? Okay, that message or that footnote fails. Next footnote, please.
Next footnote is item number 3, $1 million for the library collections. I believe this was intended to be one time. Item number 4, $10 million for a state match of funds for the Athletic Booster Organization. You did approve their base budget for this. This language limiting and designating how these funds can be spent has been in place for better than a decade, if you wanted to continue that.
So just for clarity, in the base budget, there's $10 million in athletic booster matching funds.
Mr. Chairman, there is. It was approved yesterday, and this footnote provides guardrails on how those funds could be spent and the expectations for matching.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to include the footnote.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Haroldson. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, footnote number 5 is very similar to what the conversation was related to community colleges. This designated $200,000 for the UW rodeo team.
Senator Grew.
Like to include this footnote.
Second.
Seconded by Driscoll. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is just a parity issue at this point. It just keeps them where they're at. I can tell you, This end of it does go beyond rodeo. We've got, these guys really have got into the rodeo. I went to the Wyoming Breakfast again this year at the finals. It's tended by hundreds, and it's a big nameplate for Wyoming. The rodeo program's worked well, and it is the one program that gets consistent national exposure for us.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Guru's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
The next footnote number 6 provides $17 million. This was for the coal solvent extraction and coal derived asphalt road. It was a time limited project. Footnote number 7 provided $2 million for state matching funds for research scholarships at SER. Footnote number 8 provided $2 million for continuing the nuclear energy scholarship research and training capacity. It was the intent this not be included, like the last footnote, in the standard budget. Footnote number 9 provided $750,000 for lithium extraction, not to be included in the standard budget. Footnote number 10 provided $12 million in matching funds as follows: $10 million conditioned on a match for a permanent endowment solely for specific purposes. You denied all matching funds related to academics yesterday. Footnote number 11 provided $25 million for the flow through porous media. Footnote number 12 provided.
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, little explanation once again. If I remember right, on the flow through porous media, that was connected to other funding and bringing projects in. What is the status of that? I can't remember what the name was, but I meant a couple times on it, and it was tied to $75 million or something of the sort. Can you help me tiny bit?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand corrected, but I was under the impression that the full amount was matched in a relatively quick order. And in fact, the matching entity was interested in adding to that if additional funds were available. That's what I recall.
Well done. Let's keep going. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Footnote number 12 is a limitation on funds, specifically that no funds shall be expended on the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I believe they did close that office shortly after this footnote.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harrelson.
we're back here. Office may be closed. Minor courses are still being offered. This is. Okay. So, okay. Sounds good. Then I will hold off at this point.
May I make a suggestion? You could do some conceptual language here, just says, or any other college that would do substantially the same type of training.
You'd strike the word office. What they've got in there is it's the office. And what you're really wanting to do is strike any of the programs. So if you strike the word office, no funds this appropriation extended on diversity, equity, inclusion at the University of Wyoming would get you to where they can't do the other program. The office is gone. They struck it just like the thing said. So,
yeah.
But that's my thoughts on it.
I think that's a.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we move a footnote into the current budget that states that no funds from this appropriation shall be expended on diversity, equity, inclusion, or any associated courses having to do with gender studies.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Seconded by Smith. Representative Smith. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in,
Yep, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Groove,
Mr. Chairman, that, if I might,
please.
a second. That motion has far-reaching implications across the university that I don't think anyone can contemplate. I really would resist this motion in the strongest possible terms. That's it. I'm not going to go any farther. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion? Senator Driscoll?
Thank you. After just helping on it, and I think it's going to require some further work on the thing because it's your interpretation, you know, in titles, and I'm not sure how to do it. I helped you intentionally to get where you're at, but at this point, the way it actually lays, I'm loath to totally support it. I agree with your intent 100% where you're at, and I'm not sure, you know, when you get to it, the interpretations, if you get outside of it, it gets tough on definitions. And I know you and I see eye to eye better on a lot of these things.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative.
what I'll do is I'll work with the University of Wyoming to create a footnote opportunity or a bill opportunity for this year so we can appropriately remove the courses that I'm concerned about.
So do you want to withdraw your
I'm
motion?
going to withdraw this current motion.
Okay. Any other motions? Okay, Director, please continue.
The next footnote, footnote number 13, provided a direction for UW to study alternatives to WWAMI. I think in this, it wasn't specifically mentioned, but University of Utah, University of Colorado, and the like. Footnote number 14 provided.
Director, there was some discussion in the committee about the WWAMI and the WICHE programs. There were some restrictions, you know, not every student had to come back to the state, I think, and different, you know, if they're veterinarians and things like that, there was different. We have not yet cleaned up any of that, have we?
Mr. Chairman, there is one outlier. So all of the WWAMI students do sign a contract. In the WICHE programs, there's occupational therapy, physical therapy, MD, OD, and the veterinarians do not need to return to the state of Wyoming.
Okay.
And that is statutory.
Is that in this? Oh, it's statutory. So we could still change that for 2 years and make it required, but that's a 4-year degree, right? Okay. Please proceed.
Footnote number 14 provided $2.5 million in matching funds for ranch and rangeland management, agronomy, and soil science.
Senator Driscoll?
I would move to include this footnote into the current budget. Folks, this really enhances the ag program and brings match money in, which brings in potentially big corporations or ag corporations that actually buy into our programs at UW. I think it not only helps the students, but it potentially helps strengthen our programs.
Director, do we have an idea how much of this was matched last biennium?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know.
Yes. Mr. Smith?
Mike Smith with the university, all of it.
All of it was matched?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I would move my motion to refill it. If we've got it done, I'd move to, let's add it back up. And maybe if anyone over there would like to do it, I heard that deal. You could double it if you'd like from the red suit side.
Do I have a second? Second by Senator Larson. Discussion? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you so much. Clarification. Would we like to consider that these are new funds?
Yeah, I think they are.
So this is not coming out of the current block grant. These are an additional appropriation.
Correct. 2.5 million. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Driscoll's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next footnote, please.
Next footnote appears on page 38, Witchy Program, Agency 69, footnote number 1, provided $965,000 for giving priority to students in disciplines with repayment requirements. This is a one-time, if you will, increase to the Witchy's budget and an attempt to financially get around that veterinarian exemption.
Next.
Mr. Chairman, the next one appears on page 39, Agency 72. You have already addressed the investment managers with a language of your own. Next is on page 39, Agency 77, footnote number 1. The unified network hardware replacement was effective immediate, no longer is applicable. Footnote number 2 provided $2 million and authorized 10 full-time positions, again, no longer applicable. In section 80, the Department of Corrections on page 40, footnote number 1, provided $500,000 for recruitment and retention. One moment. This one is included in the standard budget, but not targeted for any of those purposes in the absence of the footnote.
Director, do we know how much of this 500,000 that was specified for recruiting was spent?
Mr. Chairman,
Director Hibbert?
based on the analytics that we performed with the Department of Corrections, their entire budget is on the margin. So this would be spent or obligated or by the end of the biennium liquidated.
Sure, but Director, my question is, the legislature directed that 500,000 be spent on recruiting. Was it spent on recruiting? the
And
last
retention.
biennium? Okay.
Yes.
I would recommend we include this. Just when you're on a tight budget, it's hard to remember you need to go do recruiting. Do I have a motion? So Representative Smith, motion, second by Pendergraph, discussion. Director?
Mr. Chairman, a clarification, from the existing 500,000, or do you want a new
The
500,000?
existing,
Thank you.
within their budget, their base
Mhm.
budget, just directing that it be spent this way. All those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Please proceed.
Footnote number 2 provided $60,000 and one time-limited at-will employee for relating to the restoration of rights. Footnote number 3 provided $250,000 to increase the daily rates for placement in county jails, placement of inmates in county jails.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Driscoll?
look, has this been included anywhere else? Because this is a direct impact on what we've cut out of our local governments if we don't put it back.
Mr. Chairman, this would be included without the footnote, very similar to the prior footnote. They could spend it for other purposes.
Okay, I'd like to reinstate the footnote, please. Motion. I would move to reinstate the footnote.
Second by Angelos. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Footnote number 4 provided $2.7 million for inflationary costs. Again, their intention is to include that in a standard budget, so it's no longer applicable. Agency 81 Parole Board, $23,000 and one temporary full or part-time employee regarding archiving and digitizing parole board records. Agency 85 Wyoming Business Council, footnote number 1, page 41, provided $23,000 for IT hardware. Footnote number 2 provided $355,000 for the Wyoming Women's Business Center. Footnote number 3 provided $429,000 for the Wyoming Asia Pacific Trade Office. A similar footnote will be included in the governor's office based on your prior action. Footnote number 4 at the top of page 42 provided $900,000 for admin costs for the Small Business Credit Initiative. In section 91, which is the Wyoming Stablecoin Commission, footnote number 1 indicated that the intent of the legislature that the exception requests for the succeeding biennium be submitted as a regular agency, because this was the first instance of the stablecoin in the budget. In addition, footnote number 2 provided $5.8 million SO, meaning general funds were deposited into the Stable Token Commission account, and then the 5.8 million in the account is appropriated for the purposes of the commission staff. Finally, footnote number 3 provided the Stable Token Commission to contract or endeavor to contract with as many Wyoming domiciled entities when they're conducting their business.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to include that footnote.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Drew. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next footnote.
Appears on agency 96, the State Budget Department. Footnote number 1 provided $500,000 to support a temporary full-time or part-time employee within the State Budget Department. Footnote number 2 provided $50,000 for upgrades to the state's budget management system. In the Supreme Court, agency 101, footnote number 1 increased the salaries for Supreme Court, District Court, and Circuit Court justices. Footnote number 2 provided $500,000 and 2 FTE for the administrative office of the court. Those would continue on in their standard budget. Footnote number 3 provided $700,000 and 4 FTE for the circuit courts. Footnote number 4 provided $125,000 for retired judges, commissioners, or magistrate for court coverage. Footnote number 5 provided $87,860 for education and conferences, travel. Footnote number 6 provided $146,214 for inflation. Footnote number 7 would have provided or did provide $185,640 for compensation increases.
Next footnote, please.
The next footnote appears on page 52 related to agency 205. Footnote number 1 was the ECA. Given the year is a recalibration year, footnote number 1 is no longer relevant. Footnote number 1 in agency 206, the Department of Education, directs, this is the farm, local farm program, which you have already funded, and a similar footnote will appear. Footnote number 2 provided $260,000 and 1 FTE in the finance unit. Footnote number 3 provided $33,476 for increased compensation. It was a targeted compensation increase for 2 positions. Footnote number 4 provided $100,000 for advancement of civics education. Boys State and Girls State. Footnote number 5 provided $50,000 for processing costs. You have not directly addressed this. This is processing costs for Wyoming poultry, lamb, pork, beef, or bison donated to a school district.
Senator Driscoll.
I'd like to include that in if it's not in the standard budget. Folks, this is a net savings for us. It's just buying food for our school programs and helps take care of the costs of free food. Makes sense.
What is our number that we're on again?
We're on footnote number 5, page 54, relates to Agency 206, the Department of Education. The prior footnote put in $50,000 for processing costs. Just for some history, this is footnote or a similar language has been in place for roughly 4 biennia. It has not been put in on the JAC previously, but some interested senators have routinely put the language in.
Is there a
Chairman.
second?
What this really does is when I donate a beef into my school program, rather than me having to pay the processing costs and all associated with it, it actually makes where I donate the beef and the state's going to pay for the processing at the plant. And then it goes into our school lunch program in our schools, and it's been phenomenally successful. We get, I don't know what it is, but it's in the pretty high numbers of donated stuff. It's very similar to the First Lady's Hunger Initiative, but it goes into the school program. Our kid, my grandkids in Crook County eat beef that comes in donated under it. Speaker Nyman, I know, has donated a number of beef into the program.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Kutcher.
I'll second and support this. It's such a small amount and what we receive is so great. So.
Mr. Chairman, can we make this as a part of the standard budget? Is that a question to the LSO?
Amendment to it.
Director, any issues with that? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Larson's amendment to the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Back on the original. Any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Footnote number 6 provided $496,000 in 2 FTE for the deaf and hard of hearing unit. Next agency appears on page 55, Agency 270, Office of Administrative Hearings. This was an expansion of their hearing duties. Typically, they handle workers' compensation cases, driver's license cases, and this expanded the oversight of the Office of Administrative Hearings to community colleges. Mr. Chairman, the next footnote is on the Gaming Commission, appears on page 58, Agency 38. Designated $200,000 for a statewide study of gaming. That study was completed. Footnote number 2 on page 59 provided $350,000 and 1 FTE. Footnote number 3 provided $343,000, 5 at-will employees. Mr. Chairman, the next that concludes all footnotes. We're now actually would skip through capital construction in section 3. That will appear as a separate bill. And we're now on page 66 with the section 300s. Section 300A allows transfers from the BRA account to the general fund. The budget reserve account has been eliminated in prior legislation, so this provision is no longer necessary. Section 300B actually is arguably appropriate. You can leave any amount as a committee above the statutory reserve amount, which I believe is 196,650. 196,700, perhaps. I'll look at that. So let's say Craig underestimated revenues and we had an additional $50 million. Do you want that to reside in the general fund for the 29-30 biennium? Or would you like those funds to be transferred typically to the LSRA?
So this footnote would transfer to the LSRA.
Correct. If we get a boom in our revenues that Craig is not anticipating, where does the excess money reside?
And that would get it to where we're making investments on it.
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion to keep any additional funds that come in moved into the legislative stabilization reserve account.
Second? Second by Harrelson. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
And
Footnote.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information, the amount for this year would be 192,765,000. Footnote numbers or subsection C, we're no longer in footnote, subsection C provided a transfer from SIPA to the general fund. So tomorrow, you may want to take this up. The governor recommended $17 million be transferred from the SIPA to support his recommendations in the general fund. It looks to let me double check. Yes, we do show that you will need some transfer in from some source, whether that be the LSRA or the SIPA account. Right now, it's on the order of $10 million, but we will precise that.
So the $17 million ask is down to 10 million now.
Yes, and it is in flux with every amendment that you take. So our suggestion might be that you select the account and you know the rough order of magnitude, and then we will populate that after we've completed everything. And you don't have, this is typically one of the last decisions you make before you leave town. So if you want to punt on this one until.
I think so.
We don't have a dollar amount yet, so.
That's correct.
But we are at this point about $10 million beyond our general fund funds. Okay. We'll hold that decision off. Proceed to the next footnote, please.
The next footnote, D and E, related to deposits into permanent funds. You've essentially already addressed that by your motion to move any excess funds to the LSRA rather than the permanent funds earlier today.
Okay.
Similarly, in subsection G, that was a deposit to the Common School Permanent Fund from FMR revenues. I would pause briefly here and indicate there was excess investment income that normally would have been deposited into the permanent or the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve account and was not because there was insufficient federal mineral royalties in this fiscal year just completed, fiscal year 25. You could grab those in next year's fiscal year 27's amount. I believe it was around $70 million. And this is being transferred to the reserve account. The only question is where you want cash to reside, whether you want it in the school foundation program or in a reserve account. And I guess I would caution already the school foundation program is approaching its minimum balance of $100 million. So there's not a lot of flexibility here.
When does the school foundation program get its next major deposit?
It gets deposits every month. Its next major deposit will be in April with ad valorem tax returns.
Okay.
Subsection H provided a deposit into the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Fund. The goal of that fund was $50 million and it has hit the $50 million threshold. Subsection J made a deposit into Water Development 1 in the account. As I recall, this was similar to Representative or Senator Larson's amendment, but this did it kind of in a round, getting around the issue on the Board of Control, and you took that issue straight on. Subsection K provided $5 million to the Wyoming State Museum construction account. Subsection M provided 2.34 million to the Capital Square Preservation Account. You provided somewhat similar a motion, but at a much smaller amount. I think it was reversions up to $207 million. Subsection N provided a $5.8 million deposit into the stable token account, and then that stable token commission is funded from that account. Subsection O provided a transfer of $10 million to the 988 System Trust Fund account. All of those transfers have occurred. Moving on to section 301.
That last transfer, all those, you said all those transfers
Are effectuated, yes.
yes, but they're not a recurring transfer, correct? Okay.
Correct. All of those were one time for last year's or last biennium's budget.
Okay.
This is borrowing authority for cash flow in the executive programs. Section 301 has been in budgets for at least the last 30 years. This provides borrowing. The account has changed, but the borrowing authority has been in existence. This allows the state auditor for cash flow purposes to borrow from the LSRA. To my knowledge, subsection A has never been executed, but there have been several times, even in the last 2 or 3 years, where the state auditor's office, state budget department, and LSO have watched on a daily basis the cash balance of the general fund, particularly when the federal government shuts down.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative-
I would
Representative
move that
Driscoll.
we, under section 301, A and B both together, that we insert those back in, particularly that fire end of it. We've used it extensively, and if we have a disaster, that's the move.
Mr. Chairman,
Director?
in subsection B, the governor had asked that that be increased to 30 million from 20 million.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that in section B, we move to 30 million.
Okay.
That-
Second
Thank
by
you.
Sherwood. Discussion?
Just a real quick question.
Representative Harold.
Director, didn't we already give this authority in? So this has already been taken care of. Do we need this as a foot or a section 300?
Mr. Chairman, subsection B has been taken care of with the governor's rec, which you adopted. Subsection A has not.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that being said, I'd move to just insert section A. We'll leave
Section
B
A.
alone. There's no
Okay.
sense doubling up. Thank you.
Yep.
Great catch. Yeah.
All right.
Second, all right with that.
Do I have a second? I do with Sherwood. Second, Sherwood, are you okay with that? Okay. She has any further discussion? Just a question, Director, the borrowing authority, there was during the last shutdown, there's about 2.5 million borrowed. And is that paid back? And it's a 0% interest, right? Just to borrow it and pay it back?
Mr. Chairman, that is a different provision.
This section.
Yes, it was not borrowing authority. The governor actually used that money and expended it. There is no payback provision, and he did so under the maximum $10 million public welfare emergency authority.
Okay, it's just spending authority. And what section is that in?
Mr. Chairman, that is in statute.
In statute, okay. All right, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on page 68, section 303, carryover appropriations, you will see several of these in your write-up, but they're, I can't think of any immediately off the top of my head. That $207,000 for the capital preservation account to keep that capital open is one example of action you've already taken. I don't think you need to take any action that you haven't, but you'll see a half dozen of these based on your prior votes.
Okay, please proceed.
Section 304 has been updated. This is a limitation on the premiums that can be charged employees, both the employer charge and the employee charge for health insurance based upon household status or family status, single, head of household, and the like. These have been updated. not in this language, but by the Department of Administration and Information. And subsection A provides a limit. So while you are gone, that premiums cannot increase beyond a set amount. We would recommend that this be continued. In the absence of this language, A&I has additional authority to increase their premiums beyond any amount you establish.
Okay. Is there a motion? Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to move the section 304 language into the current bill to keep these sideboards in place.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Grew. Any discussion? So is there, Director Hibbert, is there any need to make an adjustment on subsection A
Mr. Chairman,
based on current?
A&I will provide LSO those statistics and they'll be made.
Yep. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, subsections B through F in section 304, you have approved. It was a unit within the state auditor's office. This provides for retiree health insurance for retirees before January or July 1, 2008 with a general fund appropriation. And this language directs how those funds shall be spent. We put it in gray because we couldn't anticipate what action you would have taken on Monday. You did adopt that. So I would recommend continuing subsections B through G, if that's your pleasure, which provide how much service credit those retirees receive against their retiree health insurance payments.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move Series 300 Series 304 subsection B, C, D, E, F, and G into current bill.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Grew. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, section 305 provides flex authority for the executive. This is not in statute. It is determined by the legislature each biennium. Currently, and for the last 20 years, the legislature has provided flex authority of 10% between divisions and 5% between agencies. And then you have provided additional flex authority for the agencies listed in subsection A, which include the Department of Health, DEQ, and Department of Corrections. Those are commonly referred to as agencies that have super flex, meaning they can move an unlimited amount of funds between divisions. A couple of comments on this, just for historical purposes. It has not always been 5% and 10%. I recall in the late 80s under the Sullivan administration, I think the legislature authorized north of 50% movement between agencies, largely because the budget reductions were so aggressive at that time due to the economy of the state of Wyoming. They handed over their appropriation authority to the executive branch and gave them wide latitude to make the cuts within various programs and agencies. But this has been the standard for at least 20 years.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Hibbert, when this flex authority is used in the subsequent budget, is the governor typically going to bring an exception request to make that permanent?
Mr. Chairman, no.
No.
I think that the reality is that this is an operational thing within the biennium when you're not in session. We use it limitedly, and then we have the rules set upon a 10-day on, particular fundings and that stuff. But if there's a necessity to move that, then we would do an exception request and you'd see that.
Otherwise, you'd have employees from all kinds of different agencies and other agencies over time, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that would be a significant exercise if we were to behave that way. We won't.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grew.
Yeah, I would move, would move this 308? No. I'm sorry, 305. I apologize. Go back.
As written.
305, not necessarily. 305 as written for 1 year.
1 year.
Yes.
So you want to see this in a supplemental to provide that?
If I get a second, I'll explain.
All right, is there a second? Second by Senator Driscoll. Discussion.
Okay. There's an election coming up. And we don't know who the next governor is going to be or what their positions are going to be or how they do. And so I'd say we do this 1 year for the current administration. The next year, when we do this, when we do the supplemental, we take it up.
Director Hibbert, do you see any difficulty for a future executive if they came in and that failed to pass? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, that hasn't occurred in the past. I've been through 5 administrations. And also, these are pretty strong sideboards. It controls the level of how much you do. And if you were to do the B11, we've already spoke that if there was a challenge in the future, they would have to overcome that through an exception request by this body.
all right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Senator Drew's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, let's see a show of hands. All those in favor of Senator Drew's motion. All those opposed? That's what I was afraid of. Okay,
Bunch of
that motion
liberals.
fails.
Okay.
So right now, this is not in there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we take section 305A and is it A, B, C, and D? Section 305. Let's add, Mr. Chairman, I would move section 305 be included into the new budget.
For the biennium. Seconded by Senator Driscoll. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Chairman?
Representative Smith.
I'd like to potentially entertain a motion to add a letter E to potentially, if flex authority has been used wherever the monies or funds came from, it is no longer included in the standard budget and has to show up as an exception request.
Director Richards, does that make sense to you? Get that?
Mr. Chairman, it does.
Okay. All right. Is there a second? Second by Alman. Discussion? All those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Any other amendments to section 305? Seeing none, Director, please proceed to the next section.
Section 306, very similar for the judiciary flex. Again, 5% between programs within the Supreme Court.
Senator Driscoll.
I would move inclusion with the same provision as Representative Smith added last one.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Senator Grew. Discussion? All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Please proceed.
Section 307 is included in here. It was vetoed and not overridden by the governor. This puts a limitation on personal services transferred with the exception of Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Health, Department of Corrections. It also provides that the judicial branch can move or provide for compensation changes up to $400,000. This, without this or with this language, agencies are prohibited from moving funds from one series, i.e. the 900 series, to the 100 series.
Okay, so everybody understands this would be from moving contract to be permanent employees without the legislative approval. Is there a motion? Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to reinstate section 307.
Is there a second? Second by Senator Groove. Discussion. All those in favor of Representative Pendergraph's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next section.
Mr. Chairman, section 308, you have already moved to your capital construction budget. Action taken yesterday, so it's no longer effective here. Moves to section 309. This relates to the Department of Health carryovers. And as I understood the motions yesterday, you did approve the carryovers for specific purposes. They are different than the purposes specified on page 76. Your language, I believe, included Medicaid, unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, Title 25, and state facility staffing needs, but not state hospital demolition.
Okay. All right. Please proceed.
Section 310 was also vetoed, similar to section 308. This provides for a limitation on salary increases. I would note that with the veto, the governor did issue executive orders that does essentially this same thing, although provides for exceptions. So those exceptions, I think, came up in the governor's office, the Board of Tourism, and one other agency that doesn't, Public Service Commission.
This tourism fund was in the supplemental, and we acted upon it in B11, the PSC, and help me out with, excuse me? The governor's residence was handled in an executive session with this committee, if you recall that. It's, I'll get that for you here in a second.
In any event, the agencies are prohibited of using vacancy savings
For pay raises.
for pay raises that cannot be sustained in the next biennium. And the reason I paused is I think it's the Board of Equalization, Board of Equalization was the third agency.
That's right. You and I had that discussion just a day or so ago. We've really been working on some crazy stuff. We're all starting to lose our edge, I think. Okay. Do I have a motion? Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would move to reinstate section 310
Okay, as written.
as written, yes.
Okay, second by Representative Smith. Discussion. And all those in favor of Representative Pendergraph's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next section.
Mr. Chairman, this is a concurrence with the governor's biennial budget development recommendations. This means that anytime in the governor's recs, he puts one time, you are agreeing to that one time and holding that language. When he says ongoing, you are also holding that language. There will be, based on your prior actions, if you adopt this section, there will be some adjustments to that because you, in a 2 or 3 instances, overrode. For example, he categorized some equipment purchases that were really supplies, very technical, as well as all of the ARPA AWECs. And I believe they appeared in 4 agencies. And the language associated with that is those AWECs are time limited to December 31st, 2026, or post-audit, or any extension of the federal legislation.
Okay, so this footnote would not preclude us from continuing to override the governor's recommendation, right?
Exactly.
Just
That's what
as our
it's-
standard operating is to accept And that's whatever he puts in. If we don't say otherwise, that's what it is.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Any motions? Moved by Representative Smith, second. Second by Representative Pendergraph. All those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Didn't give you all a chance to discuss it because I didn't see any discussion or desire thereof. All right. Yeah.
Section 312 is moot. You are not appropriating any funds for community college matching funds. Section 313 is also going to be moved to a separate bill, which I think you'll take up as the last item for discussion today. Now we move to section 314, the mineral severance tax diversion. This is similar to section 315, the federal mineral royalty diversion. In our legislative nomenclature, this is often referred to as the second cap. So the first cap occurs at $155 million and $200 million. And then if there's anything over the Craig forecast, it is distributed somewhat differently. This is not necessary.
So you can find this in the budget data book. What page number is this? Looks like page 2 on the revenue section. I had a motion that I wanted to make here. This is the proper place, wouldn't it be?
It would be. In fact, I think there's a series of 4 motions. If I might remind some members who had interest in this area. There was an interest expressed sometime during this interim to change this, not to adopt these, but to change the spending policy amounts for the period of the budget from 5% to 4.5%, both for the PMTF and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. So right now, our spending policy is 5%. There was interest in discussing a change to that.
Those are my 2 bills.
Mr. Chairman, could you explain the net results of moving the spending policy by the 0.5%? Just tell us what the direct effects on the accounts are.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I just prepared that, so I'll have to work a little bit from memory.
Last year was about 12 million per year.
12 million on the Common School Permanent Land Fund. And so that's an increase to the Common School Permanent Land Fund reserve account and a decrease to the school foundation program. So decreased revenue for the biennium, about 25 million. That's the Common School Permanent Land Fund change.
And then so that would be if we didn't meet our block grant requirements, then we would take it out of the LISRA to ensure that we had the 100 million at the end of the year. So that really is a wash, but we're getting more money into the reserve account. And then on
the second one, it's about double that. A 0.5% reduction would reduce the amount that is currently going to SIPA. And I know there's another bill out there that changes that and would deposit that into the PMTF reserve account. The magnitude of that is roughly $25 million per fiscal year, or $50 million for the biennium. Oh, I already, yes, wrote it out. Sorry, 24.62 million per fiscal year. I was pretty close.
And then once we hit 7X, then anything over that goes into the permanent savings. So I would encourage this motion because this is just good fiscal behavior. It doesn't hurt the schools at all because we're going to make sure they're funded. But it also ensures that we're getting to that 7X from the 5X to the 7X.
Did you bring up tourism in part of that?
Mr. Chairman, no. This only applies to the PMTF reserve account and the common.
Okay, that's what I was hoping. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, for interrupting. I fully support where you're at.
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah. So for those on CapFin, we had discussed this, or it was presented to
Mhm.
CapFin. And so.
And this passed the House last year as well, both these motions, both these actions. Is there a motion?
I would so.
Senator Driscoll moved. Second? Seconded by Representative Angelos. Any discussion? Senator Guru.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked about it before, and I do understand the schools will be made whole one way or another. But all I'm going to tell you is this. Every time we put money since 1965 in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, we've always ended up on high ground. Thank you.
I think this is actually achieving exactly that. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay. Further amendments to section, well, severance tax distributions. What section is this actually?
So it will, I envision it as replacing the current section 314 and 315. There was no action on those two.
Right. So there's go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there's a third one, which is similar to House Bill 294 from last year. And this is the over the cap amount on federal mineral royalty distributions. Currently, the distribution is
two-thirds to the budget reserve account, one-third to the general fund.
correct.
And then when it gets to 402.2 million in fiscal year 25, I don't know what that will be in 26 based on Craig, right? Then it goes one-third to the general fund, one-third to the school foundation program reserve account, and one-third to the budget reserve account. So this is above the cap, folks, and we're eliminating some of these accounts. I just think we can simplify this. Everything that goes over the cap, we give half of it to the school foundation program and half of it to the general fund. So our last action was reducing those two accounts. This would be increasing those two accounts and simplifying the flow of severance tax. So maybe the two offset each other to alleviate the concerns of Senator Guru. Moved by Representative Smith. Is there a second? Second by Haroldson. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Director?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us to section 316. University of Wyoming Research Matching Funds. This was a one-time match. I don't think there's any need for that continued language. Section 317 is a revision of the prior appropriations, also related to matching funds. It was a one-time. Section 318 is the energy matching funds. And this is a revision to change the amount from 50 million to 55 million and also limit it to critical materials. There was an expression of interest by a member at one point to set some dollars aside for energy matching funds related to rare earths.
Okay, Senator Driscoll.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr.
I wasn't
Chairman.
paying enough attention. I'm going to admit I.
This was, this is your third bite at the apple on RER.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get on record how we're going to stand. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask to have this included in the budget.
And I think you're asking for 16 million to RER?
Yes.
Okay, well, to WEA for RER.
Thank you for helping me with the motion.
Sure, I'm glad to
All I
help you.
need is a positive vote. I can do it myself.
That'll be a cold day, you know where. All right, do I have a second on Senator Driscoll's motion?
Second.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, one last time is, folks, you have a chance to amend this, to work at it. This shows a commitment of the state to business and bringing business to the state. This does not allocate the money. It puts it in the budget. It'll be fully debated on both sides. And it shows your support for industry in the state of Wyoming. A no vote says that you actually would just as soon not support industry today. And if that's what you want to do, I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Mr. Coach.
Well, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, Mr. Co-Chair, I'm gonna. So I've been accused by the bringer of not supporting business because I don't support the grant process. So if he finds it friendly, I will bring an amendment to this, that the stipulation is that they have to, this is not grant money, but rather investment money into that project to where there is equity for the taxpayer, not just giving the money and hoping good things happen. We're invested as a partner in this project, that we're dependent on the federal government because we know that this market is going to be owned by China if the federal government doesn't protect the market. So I am willing to stand by my words that if we can find a way to do it via an investment where the taxpayers become partners in this project, then I'd be all for it. So is that a friendly amendment?
Mr. Chairman, unwillingly, I would allow it to happen. We'll talk about it, but actually, no, it's not. Let me explain why. So this is a tax commodity as we remove it. So it's very similar to a lot of other commodities in Wyoming. We've got millions of ounces of gold, millions and millions and millions. I'm looking over Representative Harrelson of rare earth that's laid under the surface of Wyoming that has no market for it. Right now, it gets loaded on a boat, shipped to China. And if they accept it and refine it for us, we might get it back in a product, but the state gets absolutely nothing. The minute this plant's up and running and we're running product through, it's very similar to coal. When we look at coal and how we invested into it, it built all our schools with severance income and ad valorem taxes. This does exactly the same thing. As we extract our minerals, and I believe the numbers that I've heard on it, and I hate to quote it, but it's less than a decade, 100% payout on just the existing what's kind of looking proposed there. So it's a little bit of the old thing. Either you can mine it and take a percentage of it, or you can watch what's happened to our coal industry. You know, if we don't mine coal, we don't get millions of dollars. We mine coal, we get millions of dollars. So for me, this is an investment by them. That as they put their skin in the game, they build their plant, they run it, they run the product. And by the way, I am very open. I've had a visit with one of your members. I think 2% severance tax is way too low on some of the products we've got out there, i.e. gold's at that. So is I think we need to look at some parity amongst our industries, and maybe we can move that payout a little quicker by up in what we're actually doing, because it's actually not a tax. It's payment for what the state of Wyoming already owns. And so for my end, let's pass it. Let's deal with amendments to it on the floor, but let's send a message to the administration in Washington, to the Chinese, and to the people of Wyoming that we support business, national security, and helping ourselves. Without it, we get nothing.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
I want a timeout.
Okay, timeout. Take 5 minutes.
feel like.
Well.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the motion.
Senator Driscoll, please.
I would like to make the motion to make it $16 million. That is not a grant. It is a loan at not to exceed 3% interest.
Okay,
Second.
any discussion? All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion that the $16 million go into the WEA? I guess I got to ask, was it, Director Hibbert, can the WEA administer a loan?
Mr. Chairman, typically we have the assistance of OSLI on that, but I think we could manage it as an enterprise.
Okay, so the motion is to, Senator Driscoll's motion is to loan authorize $16 million to the WEA for a loan for a rare earth processing plant not to exceed 3% interest. And do I have a second? Seconded by Co-Chairman Salazar. Discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries.
Chairman,
Senator,
quick statement.
please.
Thank you. Pro-business. I'll eat a few words for the past day or two. I very much appreciate the flexibility and the ability to work. This deal is, I think it's good for all of us, and it's fun to see all of us do something together. My heartfelt thanks to the House Committee.
Senator, you're still not invited to the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. Sorry.
I think the letter got lost in the mail.
All right. Director, do we have any other motions on the Wyoming Energy Authority, energy matching funds?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe so.
Okay. All right. Are there
Mr.
energy
Chairman.
matching funds still in the accounts that are out there right now? That are unencumbered?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are approximately 15 million of energy matching funds. The large project funds for 100 million are exhausted, and then there is a small amount of the federal infrastructure grants that are also not yet obligated. But
Okay. Committee, I'd entertain a motion that any remaining funds within the WEA's energy matching funds be under the direction of the Management Council as far as consent. I think that we've had some wording like that before, have we not, Director?
Mr. Chairman, it brings up that separation of powers
Correct.
notice and 10 days. Is that?
10 days, yes.
Mhm.
I'd entertain such a motion. So what's that? Yes. Moved by Representative Smith. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Alman. Any discussion? So this is for notice, 10 days notice of these funds being spent for Wyoming, the Management Council of the Legislature. All those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, next section, please.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're on section 333. This is just a revision of a prior section. It's not new language. So this is the Community Facility Program Rehabilitation and Meant Housing Needs. All of these are just, as you can see in the underlined language, these are just modifications that were made in the 2024 session.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like the committee to consider further modifications. So on the bottom of page 89 is that unmet housing needs. That grant program right now is administered through the Office of State Lands and Investment. Those applications are being taken now. The deadline is the end of the month. My understanding is that there have already been requests far exceeding that $5 million. Stop, end of sentence. What I would like the committee to consider here is to update the language update the appropriation, but make this a low-interest revolving loan fund to support the same intent, our unmet housing needs. And what I'm thinking about is, we just talked about rare earths and how exciting that is. But I also know in talking to Upton and Newcastle, they're scrambling to be able to build out their infrastructure to prepare for the workforce housing, those workers that will come when that plant is online. So I just want to make sure that we still have tools in our toolbox to address communities who are growing, who are supporting the growth of our energy industry, but are also needing to figure out a way to where to put those workers. So my proposal to the committee would be that we would create a $30 million low-interest revolving loan program to support unmet housing needs in Wyoming. All the other language would remain the same.
Second.
Seconded, discussion. Seconded by Senator Guru. Director, are these funds managed by the WCDA?
No, Mr. Chairman, this is OSLI.
OSLI. Okay. Any discussion? Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the bringer, so would this be just for the opportunity for infrastructure update, land acquisition? So basically keeping this conversation as we see in this footnote, with the exception of it going from a grant program to a loan program, and from a $5 million appropriation to a $30 million appropriation. Am I correct in that?
Yes, thank you for that summary.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Sherwood's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, let's see a show of hands. All those for, raise your hands. All those opposed? Senator Driscoll? Okay, so that fails on a 6-6 vote then. All right, any further motion? Go ahead.
Can I make a statement over that last vote? Because I think it's something that we need to have a conversation about. No, I just was, so I think one of the things we need to, I believe that a loan program to help update this stuff is a very good conversation. Land acquisition is a sticky point that people get stuck on. Just because the government buying land is a conversation. So I think that's something maybe to consider, and this could be something that could be brought forward and could be a discussion we could have legislatively in a bill format to see about meeting some of these needs. I think a loan program is a great idea. I think the update to water, sewer, utilities is a great conversation. Personally, I think the land acquisition, and that's going to be something that is a sticking point and what kills it.
So are you recommending that someone bring a bill in the next, is that just a recommendation?
That is a recommendation, maybe a bill that we could see coming forward. That would be good, because I think instead of it being a short-term footnote, this could be, as we're looking at how do we meet these needs for housing, and I think it's beyond housing. I think this is for businesses. This is for everything. This is for building out our infrastructure. I think these are all really good opportunities. And if we can find ways to help these communities make reality out of this, I think that's a really good idea. I just think that the land is the sticking point.
Director Hibbard, Director Richards, is SLIB capable of doing this with MRG funds currently?
Mr. Chairman, mea culpa. I was sitting paying no attention. I voted the wrong way. I'd like to ask for a reconsideration.
I think you voted the right way. You voted for it.
Which was voting yes for it.
We can reconsider it if you want. Yeah, I think, I would say if you. All right, no more chastising. I have a question to the directors. Does the SLIB board have the ability to do this function right now with MRG funds?
Mr. Chairman, I think there are three provisions within the MRG program, like emergency services. That's where you see the fire trucks and the ambulances. Arguably, they do have the ability to provide grants and loans for water systems. Housing would probably need some additional legislation.
Okay. Director?
Mr. Chairman, the true challenge with the MRG program is it's just not enough money anymore. We used to have co-lease bonus and we had a really good ability to address a lot of this stuff, but consider Don's, I think he's correct that the housing would have to be a statutory change, but it's too thin in MRG anymore.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sherwood?
thank you. I really appreciate this conversation. This is very helpful. I'm gonna just make another run at it with an amendment to remove the land acquisition and see if I can pick up any votes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you still doing 30 million?
Yes, everything else would be the same, 30 million low interest revolving loan program through OSLI, but removing the language around land acquisition.
Any questions about the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor represent, do I have a second? Second by Grew. Any discussion? All those in favor of Representative Sherwood's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, do we need to see a show of hands again? Here we go. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, all those opposed? Senator Larson? Huh? 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that one dies on a 5-5 vote. That's interesting. Pendergraph's not here. Okay. All right. So are there any other motions on this section? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next section.
Mr. Chairman, the next section is 319, employee compensation. I believe you've already taken action on that. Section 320 was a one-time study of benchmarks and performance compensation review. Section 321 was also a one-time study of the state budget department and LSO budget development system. Section 322, you already took action on relative to Agency 39. You continued this account for 2 more years. Section 323 is the large energy matching funds.
They're expended.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Section 324, bottom of page 92, is the authorization for the Kelly parcel in Teton County. Section 326 provided for enterprise inflation. That was a governor's letter from 2024. Section 327 was for higher ed scholarships. This was for a Kickstart program for the Wyoming's Tomorrow. But I would pause here because I believe there is some interest in a conversation about Hathaway scholarships.
Okay.
Page 95 is just a placeholder in the section 300s. I'd heard some conversation about increasing the rates on Hathaway scholarship.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Grew, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is something that we had talked about in, I don't know when it was, the other night, one night, about raising the Hathaway scholarship by 30%. And once again, just to refresh everyone's memory, the school, they're in the school bills, or the fleet of school bills that are being contemplated. This is in there actually at a higher percentage, I've been told. But I also know sometimes in the back and forth of discussions that this gets lost. And so what I wanted to do is make sure that we put it in here and maybe even add a footnote if the school bill, and when it doesn't have a number yet, if it passes, that this would fall off. But right now, a 30% increase, which would not substantially affect or negatively affect the corpus of that account, and stay within those sideboards. So a 30% increase in the Hathaway Scholarship Program.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Co-Chairman Salazar. Discussion? Okay, all Representative Angelos.
Can I make an amendment to the amendment? Maybe
See if it's friendly.
might see if this is friendly. What if we did a 15% with asking that we relook at this at supplemental and incrementally adjust?
Is that a friendly amendment? I think the concern is that we flood the market, we're going to see market behavior that's going to take away the buying power.
Well, yeah, if that would get it. I just, no, I'd like to keep it at 30. If you're gonna bring that as an amendment, that's fine. And we'll discuss it, bring it as a amendment to
Butcher?
the amendment. It's not friendly and we'll vote on
All right, Mr. Coacher?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
Any other discussion? All those-
Mr. Chairman, real quick
Representative Harold?
question. Have we had the numbers ran to see what, I mean, we got 2,000 and some odd partakers of this scholarship this last year. Have we ran the numbers to see what our growth curve is compared to a 30% increase in that top level payout as a potential? Do we have an idea of that, Mr. Richards?
Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, to respond to your question and do a couple of cleanups, hopefully. The Joint Education Committee has sponsored legislation in this area. Senate File 47 is now posted online. It provides for a 40.5% increase, and this resulted in roughly $6.8 million increase per year. I know it is not exactly proportional, but rough numbers, Senator Garu's amendment, if successful, could be expected to cost $5 million-ish dollars per year, $10 million for the biennium. I did not hear him caveat the provision, but the committee may want to consider whether this provision is not effective in the event Senate File 47 is adopted.
Yeah, he mentioned it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
what's the corpus amount of the fund?
Mr. Chairman, the corpus amount is approximately $850 million.
Last year at the current levels, what was the spending for the Hathaway?
The spending is typically around 17 million per year, 16.9 million per year.
So if I got this right, if I may, Mr. Chairman, 16.8 million spent now. At a 30% increase, it would increase it by 5 million. At a 40%, it'll increase it by 7+ million out of a corpus that has almost $1 billion. So I think we're well under, and it's money that's there, thanks to the fact that we put it away in permanent mineral savings.
Okay, further discussion?
That high ground I was talking about.
Further discussion? All those in favor of Senator Gru's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. And that would have the footnote, right, Director, for the Senate File 47? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna be good. I doubt it very much. I'm pretty sure. No. Oh, there you go. Is that in lieu of an Oscar? All right, back on the task here. Are there any other motions on section 327? All right, seeing none, please go to the next section, Director.
Section 328, Election Administration and Security, provided $100,000 to each county, or to be distributed to each county clerk. Excuse me, 100,000 in total. Each county clerk receives an amount and then in equal amounts.
And what was the purpose of this?
This is for training and professional development on election administration and security.
Okay.
Section 329 was also related to employee compensation. Section 330 was executive branch position savings and fund deposits. This was a reduction in authorized FTEs done as a floor amendment, giving the executive some flexibility on which positions to cut. It was vetoed. K-12, Section 331 relates to K-12 mental health service grants, provided $10 million for mental health service grants to school districts.
Can you tell us the amount of those grants that have been used?
Mr. Chairman, I believe all of those funds have been expended.
Okay. Next section, please.
And I should note that it was schools, not school districts, so that charter schools could qualify as well. Section 332 authorized one additional charter school in western Wyoming. This is preceding the new application process. Section 333 is a secondary budget balancer. This one might be added on the floor if at all, but in the event that Craig misses its forecast, the first opportunity is to spend down the statutory reserve amount, which is considerable, $193 million. This provision added an additional $100 million from the LSRA if that statutory reserve amount was not sufficient. You might recall last winter, oil prices took a significant drop during the session, and there was some question as to whether our forecast would be accurate, so they put in some additional cushion. And that occurs in Section 333 and 334. Section 335 related to the Wyoming State Hospital demolition account and authorized funds for the demolition of 2 storage buildings on that site. Section 336 authorized any unexpended, unobligated monies from the Riverton State Office appropriation to be reappropriated for that project for purposes of renovation. Section 337 was a give back or a de-appropriation of unspent funds from the Jackson Outreach Center capital construction project. Section 338 provided for the Gillette Community College District authorization for acquisition of land from the city of Gillette.
Director. Senator Grew. Been a long day.
Hey,
Give you any
don't-
title you
just,
want.
Don't call me late for dinner. Don, I was going back to the Jackson Outreach Center. Would this be a place if you wanted to put a further one in here? Or do you do it in school, in the Capcom bill?
Mr. Chairman, the staff's recommendation is to put all capital construction, and I know that has not been adhered to, including in 2024.
Yeah.
But if you're asking staff where to put a capital construction amendment, our recommendation would be the capital construction bill.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll hold my.
Hold your
Thank you.
powder. Please continue.
Section 339 also provides for a second transfer to the Gillette Community College District. You might recall that they're a new district or relatively new district, and they were getting the ownership of their facilities in order with these transfers. Section 340 was ultimately vetoed and provided for fundings for a recreation center. Section 341 related to ARPA funds. Again, I'm moving pretty quickly here, but these were all one-time projects or activities. Section 342 provided $75,000 for a Spanish-American War monument. Section 343 provided for fire suppression on military lands. Section 344 provided some $50,000 for a consultant for the state shooting complex. And I might pause here because I think there might be a amendment on the state shooting complex.
Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a handout there on the state shooting complex everybody received. Doesn't have a number already, obviously. Essentially what this does is, I think everybody knows there was 20 million in the state shooting complex as of about September. In October, 10 million was sent through the state parks division to the state shooting complex. So there remains $10 million in this account. I'm asking that 5 million of that 10 million goes back to the general fund effective immediately. 2.5 million, well, total of 5 million will go to the state parks or through the state parks and then on to the state shooting complex. And that pretty much gives you an idea what this amendment does.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sherwood. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator French?
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to pause on this thing. And look at what we've got. They have the land up there. They have 10 million. They testified in their account 90 days ago, they got it. They said they would raise without any. They said they could easily and would raise $6.3 million. The county put a road in to the site for roughly $800,000 or whatever it was. So they've got $16.3 million. They testified that they would use 650,000 roughly for interior roads and 7.1 million for the building. So that's $7,750,000 out of 16.3. They've got over $8 million left. It's going to take much of the summer or into the fall and everything to even accomplish that. So I'd like to put a pause on this, vote against that amendment. And let's just see how much they raise. They're just getting ready to start their fundraiser. And that's going to be a big event because it will have to be statewide because it's the state shooting complex. It just happens to be south of Cody. So.
Okay. Senator Driscoll, did you have something you wanted to add? Okay.
You can ask about match. Now that kind of covers in the middle of it.
Okay. Further discussion? All, Senator Drew?
I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment. And if I get a second, I'll explain. And it's kind of conceptual because I'm just reading this. I just got it, but the concept is to authorize 2.5 million in year one of the biennium and 2.5 million in year two of the biennium with a match, dollar for dollar match. If I get a second, I'll explain.
Second. Second by Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And I do understand the good senator's thought on a pause. And as far as spending goes, I think he's right. But in the fundraising world, sometimes things need to keep going. And I do get that. And I also, while I may differ a little bit on the amounts that the good senator talked about in the beginning in his motion, I think that if we do a match each year for 2.5 million, that'll drive the fundraising. And then we'll all be able to see at the end of the first year if they've achieved the goal they said they can achieve. And then if they achieve that goal, and then we move on to the second year. And so it kind of is a little Pavlov's dog type of thing. You give, you get, you give, you get. Something we were talking about before, investing, but investing in the future of this complex, but also making sure that there actually is the public buy-in. And I was tempted to say private dollars only, but I'm willing to forego that if they can get maybe some quasi, I was told there might be some federal dollars, there might be some federal grants. So I don't want to limit that. So I used to say 2.5 million, 2.5 million, match, dollar for dollar. That's my amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Angelos?
can I ask the good senator where those funds would come from?
My question, so Senator Drew?
First you asked.
First 2.5 would come from?
Since you asked, first 2.5 come from Game and Fish, second 2.5 come from the tourism project account.
And just for clarification, are you limiting it to 12 months or as long as it takes to get that matched?
I'd just say, let's see where we are at the end of the first year. Let's, for now, 1 year.
12 months
12 months.
to get a match. Okay, Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, so would that include not having those dollars revert at the end of June and they would revert the next year? Is that part of it?
Yeah, it'd be the 12 month, since it's in this bill, it'd be June 30th of 2027 is when that would revert.
Yeah. Yep.
And if it's accomplished, then on July 1st of 2027, you get 2.5 million more from the tourism fund
Not
for
sure.
12 months.
Okay, I'm not sure if that answered my question, so I maybe need to direct it at the staff so we could change the when that reverts on those portions to the next year.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
I'll go to
Oh, I'm
Senator
sorry.
French and then back to Angelos.
I think what has given everybody heartburn over this is they said, if we got to $10 million, we're good to go. We're not going to come back for anything more. We're good. So I think that's where the issue is. They need to kind of prove that they can come up with this extra money. They said that would not be an issue, would be easily done. I think that's where most everybody that I hear, even up in our county, is like, is the state going to build the whole thing? I thought it was just $10 million. So.
Okay. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm that the amendment that Senator Guru brought was 2.5 out of the
Game and Fish.
Game and Fish, 2.5 out of tourism, but the original 5 million that's sitting in general funds will revert back, or that is out of the general fund, will revert back to the general fund. Okay, that's a part of that.
On July 1st. Okay, further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Guru's amendment to the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, all those for the amendment to the amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, that fails on a 6-6 vote. Back on the initial amendment, all those in favor, is any discussion on the original amendment? So we're back to $5 million. All those in favor of Senator Larson's motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, that motion fails. Anything else on this section? Okay, I think we're ready to move on, Director.
Mr. Chairman, the final two sections will appear. There will be different repealers potentially and different effective dates. We do have two more Section 300s that have been brought to staff's attention if the sponsor wanted to pursue either of those. The first one, you will recall in Senate File 169, that was the SIPA bill that the governor vetoed last year. There was an appropriation for $18 million from the SIPA account for the penitentiary. And due to the veto, the entirety of that fund, which is just over $50 million, is now eligible to be spent on capital construction renovations at the penitentiary. And earlier this summer, there was some interest in ensuring that the maximum to be spent would be the legislature's initial position at 18 million, and the balance, which is about 34 million, would revert to that account.
So, Director, is the cap fin bill, does it include this language?
Mr. Chairman, it does not.
Because we're getting down to one subject on that bill, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. And perhaps some hesitation, if there's no appropriation, a bill is not subject to line item veto.
So what we're having to do now is put this language so we make sure that those funds are being saved for capital construction for the future, like it had been originally.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and it's not unusual for the budget bill. In fact, the last amendment you just voted down from Senator Larson provided for a $5 million reversion to the general fund. This would provide a $34 million, and we'll get the exact amount reversion to the penitentiary capital construction account, rather than currently it's housed with the Department of Corrections.
Okay, so that account is within the SIPA, correct?
It is a sub-account within the SIPA, yes.
So if SIPA is eliminated in the cap fin bill, what happens to this language here?
Nothing would change, I don't believe, on this language, but the bill from Cap Finance does contemplate that account, the state penitentiary account, continuing on.
So the SIPA account, it's a sub-account of the SIPA account. So where would it be housed then if the SIPA account is eliminated?
I believe it becomes its own account rather than
Okay.
a sub-account.
Okay. Is that clear as mud to everybody? All right, so I think this language is probably very important. It is, I am grateful for the executive. They did not touch this money. Is that right?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. But I think we need to get the language back in there so that there's legislative intent for what this fund is for. So do I have a motion?
Mr.
Moved by Senator Grew, seconded by Representative Scott Smith. I'm getting loopy here. Representative Smith, caught my own mistake there. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Grew's motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, there's one more from earlier that a member touched with staff on. This was a section 300 in this area, a notice of legislative intent that if an agency fails to comply with statute, the legislature intends to reduce the agency's appropriation by a like amount in the next legislative session. So no money involved here, just an indication or an expression of interest on behalf of the legislature with respect to adherence to statutes.
Okay. Is there any interest in that motion? Moved by Representative Smith, seconded. Seconded by Representative Harrelson. Discussion? Director, has this ever been done before?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of it, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Smith's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And would that be in just this one section, it applies to enterprise-wide?
It would apply to the entire act.
Okay, so that would also include the judiciary.
It would.
Okay. They better follow the law. All right. Further direction?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we would not ask for a final vote at this time. We do ask for many votes over the past several days have been conceptual. Oftentimes, the committee will vote to allow for any omissions, errors, or corrections by staff as necessary. If we change anything material in the first draft that you get, you will see it highlighted. Everything else we will walk through in a separate meeting via Zoom at a time appointed by the co-chairs, so that once you see your amendment in writing, whether it's Hathaway Scholarships or Livestock Board, you can ensure that it meets your intent.
Okay. Mr. Coachella? Yeah, but I think he wants us to,
You want
you want a
to?
motion so that we can, you have that ability, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's the tradition of the committee, yes.
Okay, and then I'll do that. Senator Guru,
So moved.
seconded by Representative Angelos. All those in favor of Senator Guru's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We'll take a 10-minute break before we get into the next bill. I think that is the next order of business, isn't it, Director?
I believe there is some interest in some revisiting, meaning under the 24-hour rule, there
yeah.
might be some.
We'll do that after break then. do we need Ms. Camaray up here for this bill or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, she's, I believe, on her way. I'll double check.
Okay, we'll wait for that.
We'll be right here.
I just want to make sure the senators are seated. Got all the House members here. And Ms. Camaray, so. All right, Director, if you could please proceed with the next order of business. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to the 24-hour rule, I would like to move to reopen Agency 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys, Unit 101.
All right. Do you want to describe why you're doing this before we vote to open?
Absolutely. Been brought to my attention by a number of folks that there is a bit of a lag in the pay for elected county attorneys and assistant county attorneys. That approximately 17 years ago, there was a number put in statute, then intended to represent about half of the wage. And at this point, the $50,000 and $30,000 that are in statute are significantly below the levels that are allowing the counties to actually hire competent attorneys. Their difficulty. One of the problems is that, especially with assistant county attorneys, they're having to move toward contract labor, contracting it out at an exponentially higher rate, similar to what we found with traveling nurses, to be able to accomplish the mission that is there. And I just feel that this is a critical need in the counties, it's critical to their job, and that we should revisit those numbers and increase that and hopefully save a little bit in the long run.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator French. Discussion. All right, this is to open, what agency?
This is Agency 160, which is County and Prosecuting Attorneys. And I'm looking at Unit 101.
All right, this Agency 160, vote to open that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carried. So Agency 160, Unit 101 is open.
What page, Mr. Chairman?
Page.
It's right in front of you.
Mr. Chairman, this will
It
appear
is,
on
shouldn't
page
it?
11 of Agency 160.
It's on page 9 of the book.
11 would be the table probably.
Yes,
9 is the
yes.
exception request.
Anyway, I would move that we increase the governor's rec in the amount of $3 million for funding for county and prosecuting attorneys, page 9.
So this is meeting halfway what they've requested.
If I may, that there was an exception request for $483,000. I'm increasing over and above that exception request. I am also requesting a footnote that would specify that any funds received by the county must go to prosecuting attorney's office, county attorney's office.
Okay, so help me understand the 480,000. What is that number?
All right. There are 21 elected county attorneys, and the state share of that by statute is 50,000. That comes to $2.1 million. There are 78 assistant county attorneys times 30,000, and each of these are times 2 years, is $4.68 million. That total is $6,780,000 less the standard budget, which is 6,296,655. So they asked us to make up the difference, the exception request of 483,345, 483,345. What I am trying to do in asking for an additional 3 million is to bring those up to a more reasonable rate with which the counties can actually hire an attorney and continue on the mission, the job that they have been given and that they are mandated to do.
Okay, so this would only be sent to the counties if they had someone in this position, correct?
That is correct. There are 21 elected county attorneys. There are 3 counties that operate under another system.
And all the assistants as well. Okay, so $3 million. Is there a second? Seconded by Smith. Discussion? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, this is too big for me. I subtract, I want to make an amendment, and subtract whatever number he had back to 4 to the governor's exception request, 483,345.
Director, did we accept the governor's exception? So we're already there, so you would just want to vote against the,
Oh, yes.
this would be going above and beyond the governor's rec. Senator French?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know when I was involved in this as a county commissioner, way back, 20 years ago, it was tough to get good deputy county attorneys, keep the county attorney, you know. Nowadays, it's with that private market out there, they can go outside of the county and make way more than they do at the county. I know a lot of them very loyal to their county, and I really respect that. But sometimes if you're making $100,000 and you're offered $500,000 to come to a private firm, you know, that's a big decision.
Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to what we heard during testimony is that these are, we can't provide competitive salaries. And then this just compounds the interest of our attorney shortage. My little scribbly note says that we provide $50,000 salary per attorney, but the average attorney pay is between 145 and 150. And so if you're in a judicial district, that's what the state is fully paying the salaries of attorneys in a judicial district. But in this case, the state's only paying 30% of the salary. The county's picking up the rest. My understanding also from the testimony is that having these as county and prosecuting attorneys and not under the judicial district threshold is that there is a cost saving to the state. I have a number here somewhere, but that we are saving money by supporting this structure, but the state's contribution to the pay hasn't changed since 1992. So I do think it is time for an adjustment, and I'm wondering if our staff could help us with some numbers in terms of if we're only paying 30% of the cost right now, you know, what would it look like if it was 40% of the cost as an example, or maybe the good bringer of the motion has already done this calculation.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's actually not a percentage, it's a set figure, 30,000 for an assistant, 50,000 for an elected. And the idea at the time was that 50,000 would be approximately 50% of the salary. I can't hear your question.
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, in statute, the cap is set at 50 or that 30. But if you calculate the state share right now, we're only covering 30% of the costs because we haven't adjusted the rates.
Thank you for the clarification. I had asked staff to look at this $3 million and see how it would be split up. Among the elected positions, 21 of those, that amounts to a $929,204 difference, or approximately $44,000 per position. I did not do the math on the assistants But it would be a pretty simple to see $2,070,000, 796 divided 78 ways.
Okay, further discussion?
Question.
Question, you're
Question
calling
to
the
the-
question or you
Yeah,
have a question?
No, question to the bringer. Sorry.
Senator Drew?
And I'm sorry, I was out of the room just the first part. And I know we talked before, but now I'm confused because I just caught that middle part. You're talking about the deputies and the elected, raising the elected as well. And my question is, and maybe you addressed it already, and I'm sorry if I was out of the room. I'm sorry that I didn't hear it. Those are set by statute and they're kind of connected to all the other elected officials. So I'm just trying to, it's an unintended consequence question, or, are we automatically then gonna, I think we're gonna hear from some people on this one. So, cause they kind of all used to, in my time as a county commissioner and then on this side of it, that they've always kind of come as a group. So we're gonna cut them out of the herd and raise them X? Trying to.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. The intention of this motion is for the state to up its percentage to the counties. The counties then determine where that should be. As it is right now, they're going to receive, for example, $50,000 toward an elected position from the state, and then they determine what that salary is going to be. And so I'm saying I'm asking to increase the state's contribution to the counties. The counties then determine what those salaries should be, but they must be within the
state
county attorney's office.
So it's within the state guidelines then, so just to help them get there. Thank you very much.
I don't know if you answered this. I think Representative Sherwood was asking, what's the new percentage? Do we know what the new percentage would be with this $3 million ad? Or the flat dollar amount, either one?
I do not know.
Director, could you figure that out for us? If we added $3 million for all these attorneys and assistant attorneys, what does that change? The dollar amount that we would be contributing as a state? I assume this would only be for 2 years. It's in a budget. And then we can figure out the percentage from there. We know it's. And Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, like Representative Pendergraph, I don't know for sure that we are covering 30%, but presuming we are covering 30% currently, this amendment would increase that amount to 43%.
Okay, so 43%. Okay. Representative Pendergraph.
In light of that, we're at 43%. The original intent when the statutes were established, my understanding is that they were looking to present 50%. So we still haven't brought it up to the original intention, but we're moving in the right direction. And my concern is not so much for the elected positions. I think a lot of them serve more out of loyalty to the county. But I know in my county in particular, it's quite a struggle to be able to find anyone to work at that assistant level that they can pay adequately. I think the counties look at what the state contribution is, says, well, the state's only willing to do this, we're only going to do this. And that kind of ties the hands of the county attorneys. And then they are forced to, because this job has to be accomplished, they're forced to contract out at an exponentially higher rate hour by hour to attorneys to be able to properly prosecute the cases brought before them.
Okay. Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, I was confused. I think I'm on board now.
Okay. Further discussion, Representative Angelos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Dawn. This is obviously a statute. Are we going to be within statute if we change this? Because this is set in statute, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there are two provisions in statute. This amendment does not affect the maximum amount that can be paid. This amendment changes the state share for all positions. And I think we've looked at this and visited with some legal staff. And I think we would say, in addition to the amounts provided in statute for the period of the budget, there is this enhancement.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like, for the public and for the committee's edification, it's my intention to thoroughly look this out and then to present a bill that would update the statute from where it was, and I think you're correct, in 1992, and modernize the original intent of the statute as it was. And ideally, I would like to find a way where it was automatically tied to inflation so that we didn't put just a number in there and then have to revisit it every few years. So I'm working on that. But in the meantime, because this is an immediate issue, I'm asking that for the biennium, we put this Band-Aid on it and try to move forward from there.
Representative, I would express some caution here. If this is an immediate emergency thing that needs to be done, we're only going to do it for 2 years. How are we not in an emergency 2 years from now? Only if your bill were to pass, correct? Just want the committee to understand that. Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Pendergraft's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Any other amendments? Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Due to the 24-hour rule, I move to open.
We have not closed this agency yet, so if you hold on a minute.
I'm sorry.
let's close this one. Okay. All right. I guess I need to, do we need to, well, let's go ahead and close the unit. This is unit 101. All those in favor of closing unit 101 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, motion carries. Ms. Childress, would you please take the roll on agency 160?
Roll call vote, agency 160 as amended. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Alaman.
Aye.
Representative Angelos. Aye. Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salazar.
Aye.
Chairman Bear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, 12 aye.
Agency 160 is closed again. Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 24-hour rule, I move to open agency 157, which is the County Attorney District number 7.
Okay. Want to describe why?
I have heard from Daniel Itzin today, the district attorney in Casper, and he made a very good case of why he needs some help. He needs an attorney and an assistant. And after discussing it with him, I agree with him that he does need some help.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Smith, discussion. All those in favor of Representative Alaman's motion to open agency 157, please say aye. Those opposed? No. Okay, that motion carries. What unit are we on?
This is agency 157, page 25 in the book. And what we're asking for is 0101, one attorney in the amount of $572, and a legal assistant in the amount of $182,017, for a total of $448,500. $589.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Senator Drew. Discussion? Director?
Mr. Chairman, there was associated TRP associated with those positions, which the committee also removed, meaning the computer. And I'm just curious if your intent is to restore the.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? All right, where was it that we added the attorney at? And we gave one attorney and one assistant and denied an attorney?
One attorney, sir.
I know that's what your request is, but what agency was that? So this one here. So you're wanting to restore the work of this committee where we denied that?
Yes, sir. It would be a total of 2 attorneys in this agency and 1 assistant.
So we're going from 1 attorney approved to 2 and an assistant. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Larson?
is there consideration for the other district attorney and they're going to be calling the same?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're gonna have every district attorney calling if we do go through.
Mr. Chairman, this is the reverse of that. So, the district attorney here in Laramie County already received additional positions from this body, but this district did not. So I go back to that, the equity, that the workload is the same in Natrona County and Laramie County, and yet we've given Laramie County more resources to address the workload.
Wait a minute. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Senator?
I just felt like I had a deja vu moment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. You gotta hold them up. Okay, motion passes. Any further amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor of governor's recommendation, because that's what we're back to on agency unit 101, please say aye. Aye. All is opposed? Okay, motion carries. Ms. Chastity, please take the roll call on agency 157.
Roll call vote, agency 157 as amended. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Giroux.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Alleman. Representative Angelos. Representative Harrelson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraft.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salazar. Chairman Bear.
No.
Mr. Chairman, 11 aye, 1 no.
Agency 157 is closed. Are there any other agencies in the 24-hour rule? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Representative
Chairman, it
Harrelson.
wouldn't be an agency, but I did have a question on our section 300, something we may have overstepped or looked over.
Okay.
So do I need a motion to reopen the section 300 or
Not
can I ask the
300.
question?
Not 300. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, director would be section 343, State Military Department Lands Fire Suppression.
What's your question?
So first of all, I don't believe that we put this in just to
That's-
make sure.
That's correct. We did. not.
Okay. So this, to give you guys a little bit of a background of why this was placed in here. So in my district, we have Camp Guernsey. Camp Guernsey has a large section of rough land that they use for their range. And a while back, a couple of years back, we had a dilemma, and that dilemma was some shelling done on that north range started a fire that came off of Camp Guernsey property and went on to private property. And it turned into a monster. Turned into a monster in a fire realm, but also in a financial realm. And what it ended up happening is it was a fire started by military, but just no way to fund that fire. And so local volunteer fire departments, local districts were stuck with the financial burden of that. And so this footnote was put into place to help with that situation. And I'll say, and I said it when we had when we had General Porter here, the relationship between Camp Guernsey and Platte County in the realm of fire in the last couple of years has been phenomenal. They've done a phenomenal job. They're helping. We've got really good communication, really good support, with the understanding if something of this nature were to happen again, there is reimbursement through these funds, and it would be the, let me find it real quick. I just had it. It would be the reserve account, I believe. Fire protection revolving account. So we have that ability to cover these funds, but without this footnote, we don't have that mechanism. So I would ask that this footnote be placed into the current budget to continue that protection that is required or needed for the private lands in our district.
So this is spending authority for the revolving account?
Correct.
Okay, no new spending.
Yep.
Is that correct, Director?
Mr. Chairman, that is, however, there is a loan provision for up to $20 million in the event that you have significant fire activity.
Okay, and that would just be authority again, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the loan out of LISRA?
Chairman, correct.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Angelos. Discussion? All those in favor, Representative Harrelson's motion to reinstate footnote, what is our footnote number?
It'd be section 343.
343. Please say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Any
Thank you,
other,
guys.
any other footnote revisions? Okay. I'd like to go back and take some of our spending out of there, but I won't. All right. Now I think we're ready to go on to the bill. State capital construction for schools. Director, you'd like to have Ms. Camaray or Ms. Tamar?
Yeah.
Ravalli, go ahead and walk us through the bill. Okay. Mr. Wilmarth, welcome back to the chair at JAC. Ms. Ravalli. I'm just gonna let you know, the committee's had time to review this a couple of different times, both in the budget bill and now in this draft. So if you could expeditiously get us through it without a lot of detail, I'd sure appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That sounds perfectly great to me. This bill is 26 LSO 0366, and you have working draft version 0.3. This is essentially the bill that you reviewed from the school facilities version. It was simply put into your own version with your own number, and that's why you see the -2 in the short title, the K-12 school facilities appropriation -2. There were very minor technical changes made to the bill, but otherwise this is the exact bill that you've already saw and gone through before.
Okay. So again, the -2 is because School Facilities Committee drafted a similar bill.
That's right. They've drafted the similar bill with the title already taken.
Very good. All right. Any questions of the attorney? Any questions of Mr. Wilmarth? Okay, I think we're ready to move on this. Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, they may not be privy to the actions that you've taken yesterday and the governor's budget, but there are two items that are not in this bill that were influenced by your action this week. The first of which is you did not approve any of the major maintenance for K-12, hoping to incorporate that into a capital construction bill. So if you so desire, an amendment would be appropriate to add to the major maintenance in this bill, potentially in a separate section. And then secondly, there was discussion in the presentation of creating a revolving fund for the charter school leases. Currently, in this language, all funds revert upon the end of the biennium or the end of the project. So if you wanted any of the charter school funds for leases not to revert, you would make an amendment to that effect.
Again, that is managed by the construction department. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and that language can be found on page 7, line 18, going to page 8, line 7. There is the 1.8, just under $1.8 million requested by the State Construction Department for charter school leases that are not yet incurred. And as Mr. Richards indicated, under the current draft, these funds would revert at the end of the biennium. The State Construction Department requested these funds to be available beyond the biennium until they are fully expended. You'll note there are reporting requirements on page 8, lines 2 through 7, to both the Select Committee on School Facilities and the Joint Appropriations Committee on any expenditures of these funds. In the event you extend these funds beyond the period of the biennium, you may want to extend the reporting period as well.
Okay. I think we have to go through public comment before we're going to start making motions on this, but Senator Drew.
That's one more question. On the major maintenance side of this, looking at the, I don't, Sue said it's not in here, so it would revert to the sheet. Is it the number in the top box that we should be looking at? Because I see another in the second box down, the larger box says component level maintenance projects. That's not the number. It's the number up top, major maintenance. And is it the sum total of those numbers or just a piece error?
Apologies, sorry for interrupting. Mr. Chairman, Catherine Camerati, LSO Budget Fiscal. It would be that top number that you're looking at. So if you take the top number in that top box and combine it with the number on page 2 all the way at the bottom, the 153,202,502, you will get your total amount for SIPA funds. Or I'm sorry, S5.
Yeah, it's 5. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to kind of button that up, the major maintenance total appropriation request is $237,865,123 for the biennium. That's the formula as prescribed under Wyoming Statute 2115-109. Of that amount, $1,122,400 is being requested effective immediately to take care of the shortfall for the current fiscal year in school year 2025-26.
Mr. Co-Chair, please.
Where's that number? Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, of the total request in the agency's budget for Unit 1501, it comprises of a total of $237,865,123. I believe that's in the upper right-hand corner of the box that Ms. Camerati was speaking to. Of that amount, $1,122,400 has been requested to be effective immediately to take care of the fiscal year 2026 shortfall.
And so the ad would be this 237 with million with the 1.1 million effective immediately to meet that need.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
Got it.
Any other concerns? When we get ready to work this bill, I'm probably going to have you back up here to remind us, make sure we get that in where we need it in. We've discussed it already. We do want to get that major maintenance in there to help this bill get across the finish line.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just to reiterate what Ms. Ravelli said, this comprises of all the projects that the Construction Department and Select Committee requested. There is one minor difference between the State Construction Department's request and what you see in this bill, and it relates to safety and security. The State Construction Department requested amounts to be allocated on a per ADM basis. This is more of a application process established through department rule and regulations. So that is one distinction between this version and the budget request.
What is the ADM allocation amount?
Mr. Chairman, it was a $10 million appropriation on a per ADM basis. I believe 2 million was segregated by the agency. The Select Committee chose not to go that route and chose to base those allocations on a prioritized basis.
Okay. All right. Any other suggestions on this bill? Any other questions for the attorneys? Seeing none, I want to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this bill? Please come forward, Ms. Fain.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Kelly Little with the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. I just want to reiterate my comments from yesterday. A lot of these projects have merit and the contractors of this state are ready and willing to go to work when this money is allocated for these projects to improve and continue to keep our school system in great shape. And
Thank you,
I'll
Ms.
take
Little.
questions.
Any questions for Ms. Little? All right, thank you very much for being here. Ms. Childress, do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? Move the bill. So we'll go ahead and go page by page pretty quickly here. Representative Angelos, you are the chair of this Facilities Committee. Are you ready to go? I think you've got a few motions you'd like to make on this.
There are a couple motions I would like to make. Just looking through here, I just want to forewarn our staff here. So if you can tell me, when we get to the 10 million, the 10 million in security funds, I'd like to make an adjustment to that, an amendment.
And staff, if you'll just stop us when
we get there.
When we get to the right spot for the major maintenance as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just for committee's advocation, section 2, beginning on page 11, is related to the safety and security and major maintenance. I would recommend just making a new section. So after
you want that at the end?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate on page 13 after line 19.
Okay. Starting on page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6.
Mr. Chairman, just for your notes, as you present this bill, if you adopt it, paragraph 1, which begins on page 5 and ends on page 6, line 19, that total list will not total the appropriation that is in on page 5, lines 10 and 11. The reason for that is the select committee and the agency anticipates having funds available from efficiencies of these projects. And the last 3 projects you see on page 6, line 17, 18, and 19 are intended to go forward if there's excess funding from the appropriation from the projects above those prioritizations. So I just wanted to point that out. If somebody starts adding up those amounts and on pages 5 and 6, it will not total the $31,661,322.
Thank you for that. Page 7.
Mr. Chairman, this paragraph 3, page 7, line 18, that is your charter school contingency fund. And if it's the intent of the committee to make that not revert, this would be an area and a conforming amendment on page 2.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to bring an amendment into that paragraph on page 7, starting on line 18, to eliminate the reversion of these funds. So I haven't had enough time to read it all through exactly, but I trust you, Mr. Wilmarth, to know how that would work out properly.
So we want to make that a revolving account as requested by the Department of Construction. Okay, seconded by Senator Grew. Any discussion? All those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. As opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the conforming amendment on that would be on page 2, line 13. Just on the amounts appropriated for the time period of the biennium, we would strike page 2, line 13 through, and I believe insert, and we'll clean that up just to make sure. My question is related to the reporting requirements. Do you want to, on page 8, line 3, or maybe line 3 and line 4, on September 1st, 2026 and September 1st in each year thereafter until the funds are expended, have those reports come to this committee and the Select Committee on School Facilities.
Until further notice.
Yeah.
Okay. So Representative Harrelson has moved that motion. Do I have a second?
Absolutely.
Seconded by Senator Grew. Discussion. All those in favor, say aye. As opposed, motion carries. Okay. Page 8. Page 9,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Wilmarth, you can help me with this. There is a shortfall on the transportation building in Campbell County. I'd like to add the additional shortfall in this, knowing that it will revert if they don't use it. I know that there has been just some back and forth on construction and design and how much that's going to cost. And it's stopping the process right now. And we're looking at a 12% inflation every little bit that we don't get that out there. So I'd like to put that in there as a placeholder and then expedite if we, I don't know how we do that, but also expedite, make the funds immediately effective immediately and then expedite the design process. So where would I put that in?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Angelos, my recommendation would be to create actually a new paragraph on page 11 after line 14, and whatever amount you wish to make available. What we generally do under this circumstance is also reference the previous appropriations for that project. And I know in the last session, approximately 14.5 million was appropriated for the transportation project. And so we would make a reference to this amount is in addition to amounts previously appropriated and cite the session law. My one question also on this appropriation is majority of these projects are subject to an amount included in the unanticipated amount, which is about 6%. I presume you don't want to do that, or you do. I just, since you may have an idea of what that amount is, it'd be a policy call whether or not you want to add an additional 6% on top of that in that unanticipated fund.
Representative Angelos.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We can wait till page 11 if you'd rather. I mean, that's fine. We can keep working the bill.
I think because you've got an amount in mind, I would just include that 6% of that amount. You know, have it built into that amount that you have in mind.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're at a shortfall of around 7 million, I think is the average, 7 million with a 6% on top of that.
Okay. Mr. Wilmarth, where is the $10 million for this school safety and security at? Page is that on?
Mr. Chairman, the safety and security is on page 11, beginning on line 16 on section 2.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, the additional 6% would add 420,000 to the $7 million. So the total appropriation would be 7,420,000 or 7,420,000 for the additional funds for the transportation facility.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to take a vote on that?
We're not there yet.
Oh.
We haven't made a motion until we get to page 11. We're on page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend the number on page 11, line 14, to include where it says 157,240,000 to add 7,420,000 to that.
I think it's actually a different paragraph, right? Because we're not doing demolition.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we'll just add a new paragraph 9.
Thank you for
And you
clearing that up,
reference the
staff.
transportation facility for Campbell
County.
County. Okay. Any other, okay, so first of all, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Driscoll. Discussion?
Question, just a question.
Yes.
Where was where was this, I'm sorry, where was this facility in the narrative that we're in? How much was it originally and how much are we changing?
So, Mr. Wilmot, the original appropriated amount was,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, in last session, approximately $14.5 million was appropriated
Oh, this is
for the transportation facility in Campbell County School District Number 1. And so this additional 7.42 million would be in addition to that amount appropriated last year to bring the cost approximately to $21 million.
just to describe, I think there were some paving issues, a lot of buses for this district, and so they didn't have enough for paving, all of the parking for the buses, so this addition is really for that. And then the department has been explaining that they're gonna find the money, but it's just not happening, so trying to get this thing moving. Senator Larson?
But to just under discussion, I want to say that I agree completely. I'm totally sympathetic, and I'm so sympathetic that I know you'll share that sympathy with me when I come with the one for Teton County School District. At the end of there, that's way, way smaller than this, much, much smaller. It's a couple million, not hardly anything to talk about.
Okay.
But just
Good to hear it.
sympathies are with you.
Good to hear it. All right, any other?
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so- Yes, Senator Larson.
So was there a time limit on this so it doesn't keep building up and building up?
This is just the one project. So yeah, it's been approved, but there was some changes because of the amount of parking, because of the buses. So it's been delayed because of that. Trying to find the funding to finish it. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. If we could just take a minute and look at this project as a whole in Gillette. I remember there was a high school, there was a stadium. The high school, we were told during the last session, we heard about raw sewage running through the basement and such things. And now I understand the sequence of the building has been changed. And then I'm hearing probably 30% increase due to inflation and changes in the plan on this facility. Could somebody kind of give me a brief rundown of where we're at in this project? Reference the high school, the stadium, the whole package.
So I'll just remind you, we had testimony from the director of construction that they would be breaking ground in the spring on the stadium portion, because the stadium had to be built first on the school project. This is a different project. This is for the school bus barn. I don't know, this has to get enough funding before they can start breaking ground on this project. So don't know the timing on that. Mr. Wilmot, do you know any more?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know all the specifics. Just with this amount made effective immediately, it would be made available until the project's completion. And so I anticipate they would likely go out to bid this spring. And so making these funds effective immediately allows for the full cost of that project to go out for bid.
So both projects would likely be well underway this summer.
And Mr. Chairman, I do know this is under design. I don't know what percentage. I think it's close to 65%. I think that's what Director McComey testified to at the agency hearing in December. But I can research that and get back to the committee.
I do believe, to answer your question about the sewage, I think this is a 5-year construction project on the high school, so they're gonna be in that building for at least 4 more years. Okay. Yep. All right, any further discussion on the motion? I would ask, is this a friendly motion to go ahead and friendly amendment to go down to line 20 and change this back to the department's recommendation of 2 million so that we've basically got to pay for. Would that be a friendly amendment? Representative Evangelos?
Mr. Chairman, what you're saying is you would like to go down to the school safety and facility, school facility safety and security projects at 10 million and decrease that, make that 2 million, so that that can make that up. That's friendly.
That is friendly? Yes. Okay, can I get a second? Seconded by Smith. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Clarification.
Senator Grew. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. So are you're just trying to, are you suggesting an offset here that we're taking 7 million and allocating it to the bus garage in Campbell County and then reducing the request for safety and security for all the school facilities down from 10 million to 2 million? Do I have
Yeah,
that right?
You have that right. The department had suggested 2 million here. So we're just going with the department's suggestion. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Bear's amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Back on the original motion. Any discussion about?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to explain my no vote. I understand what you're trying to do there, and I even understand the recommendation, but I think this is a dangerous precedent you're setting. And so if everyone's going to get held to that standard, that's of a concern to me. That means every time something, then we're going to fall back to this, and I don't think that's fair. I think this one's, and that's why I voted no. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. I think the reason behind the suggestion was because there was 2 recommendations there. So just going with the lower recommendation gets our funding back in order. All right. Any further discussion on the original motion to increase spending on the project on the bus barn by 7.4 million? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Angelos's motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Any further work on page 11? Page 12? Page 13. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 13, after line 19, I would like to insert our major maintenance portion to this bill. So it would be the State Construction Department's major maintenance.
So this is
Capability.
$237,865, $123 with 1.122,400 as immediate, effective immediate.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Do I have a second? Second by Senator Drew. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Representative Harrelson's motion, please say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Anything else on page 13? Page 14? Any comments or questions on the bill as a whole? Senator Drew?
Just wanted to make sure from staff that we got everything in there before we go any farther. We got everything you needed? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, I do believe I have some total amounts if you're interested, and hopefully I'm correct.
Sure.
So if you're looking at page 2, the very bottom box on the right-hand side, that says 153,202,502. And you add in the new major maintenance amount. And then you subtract your motion to reduce the 10 million for safety and security by 8 million. And then you add in the 7,420,000. You get a total of 390,487,625.
Can you
And-
repeat that number once more, please?
Absolutely. 390,487,625, of which 44,300,042 is effective immediately. And if I'm wrong, you certainly will know because you'll be getting another copy of this sheet.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, and I'm not trying to muddy the water at all, but if you go on page 14, section 3, this act is effective immediately. So do we need to say twice that 1 million is effective immediately, even though the whole act is effective immediately?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Harrelson, there's no reason to go back and make any other conforming amendments. If you look at page 2 lines 12 through 18 in subsection C, it notes paragraphs J2 and J4 are for the period beginning of the biennium and ending June 30th of 2028. And then also on
3.
bottom of page 2, subsection D and page 3, lines 1 through 8, discuss this asterisk on projects that are effective immediately. And so the reason why this bill is made effective immediately is because everything else without an asterisk is effective July 1 of 2026. And so no reason to modify that effective date.
Mr. Wilmot, did we get that bus barn as a higher priority, as the highest possible priority? Did we get wording in there for that?
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly indicate that this is a legislative priority. We've done that in the past on projects that don't come through the recommendations from the School Facilities Commission in a prioritized manner. It is made effective immediately. We'll reference that it's in addition to amounts previously appropriated by the legislature. But we can certainly make that this project has been added by the legislature, which is not part of the prioritization or the priorities contained within this bill. So we can certainly identify that.
Just want to make sure this project's getting a little long in the tooth, and we've been waiting a little bit for the department to find this additional 7.4 million. So just trying to get that expedited. So anything you can do to help, appreciate it. All right. Is there Representative Pendergrass?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure this is already going to be taken care of, but on page 14, line 1, I just noted that the word effective is missing from the sentence. I'm sure that in the revision, that'll be picked up as a Scribner's error.
Effective. You need us to take a vote on that? Director, are we good? Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions on the bill in its entirety?
Just a comment. I
Senator Peru.
want to get this straight in my head, because like I say, I just want to make sure I understand completely and what we're doing here. The bus barn ad of $7 million and then the reduction in school safety, that's just coincidental because they had said that we don't need $10 million and they need $2 million. Because if it's anything other than that, I got a number right now to add, but it's not a honed down number. And I just soon wait and have the number that my school, which has been longer in the tooth than this. And so that's why I'm loath to do that right now until I get the number honed down with Mr. McComey and the rest of the department. But so I just want to kind of put a pin on that one, just so I want to make sure
that way.
I understand it's coincidence and not linkage.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's accurate.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to show that the Wyoming State Construction Department did say that a lot of these school districts, and you can see them, still have safety money available. 2 million is what was originally some of those, the districts that have less money came with saying, this is what we need. Ballards are one of them, vestibules, some of those security features. Another aspect of this is the reason why we didn't do it by ADM is because we knew those bigger school districts with a little more money are going to get that money. So we wanted to make sure it was a grant available for those smaller communities to apply for that don't get that opportunity, if that helps.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Childers, please take the roll call on 26 LSO 366 as amended.
Roll call vote 26 LSO 366 as amended. Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Garu.
Aye.
Senator Larson.
Aye.
Representative Alman.
Aye.
Representative Angelos.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Pendergraph.
Aye.
Representative Sherwood.
Aye.
Representative Smith.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Salazar.
Aye.
Chairman Bear.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, 12 aye.
That bill draft was passed by this committee. Director, next order of business.
Mr. Chairman, House or Senate file on that?
We determined that would be a House bill. You good with that, Mr. Co-Chair? House bill.
Mr. Chairman, if I could confer very briefly with staff.
Yep. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 days and efficient work by the committee has put you significantly ahead of schedule. I am aware of 3 items left for your consideration tomorrow. First of all, the Rural Health Transformation Bill has been drafted. It is not all the way through our legal review, but it will be released tonight. My suggestion with that, it is a lengthy bill, is that you work the bill, hear any public comment, hear any reaction from the Department of Health, or however you wish to proceed on that item tomorrow. Mark it up like you did this one, but you may wish to consider holding your final vote on that until our February 5th-ish meeting to allow, some of these Scrivener's issues to be addressed. Secondly, we have posted legislation that repeals the Wyoming Business Council. It is available to the public on the website and would be a second item for you to consider tomorrow. And then the third item, there is one provision in the Section 300s, which I'll refer to generically as the budget balancer. So once we crunch the numbers tonight, we can give you some options for where excess funds might be deposited or where shortfalls might be made up in terms of moving funds around within accounts.
Okay. So those 3 actions, the rural health, Wyoming Business Council repeal, and the 300 budget balancer. Okay. I take your comment very seriously. That coming from you, that means a lot. We've been very expeditious. I think this committee should be proud of themselves. Appreciate your assistance in getting us through it quickly, and look forward to the number crunching tonight. Mr. Co-Chair?
So Director Richards, the Wyoming Business Council bill, how long is that bill?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 58 pages. I believe the rural health bill, when I reviewed it last night, was 45.
Okay, and let me ask you what your recommendation is. Is that typically you just go page by page then through that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fuller with our legal staff will present the Wyoming Business Council bill, and I think he'll have some broad comments is what I anticipate. I believe that there were more than a dozen different programs and activities that are administered by the Wyoming Business Council, and I believe he's listed that out. He's provided some summary of his comments that I'm aware of. And then I suspect you might go pretty expeditiously page by page. On the rural health, we might go a little bit slower on the first 20 pages. to make sure we captured your intent there. It's relatively straightforward. You're creating a perpetuity fund, you're setting the 4% distribution, and you're assigning the purposes for which the funds can be expended. Pretty straightforward. The second half of that bill is just related to the telehealth. And while it is lengthy, it's making the same change in all the provider healthcare boards over and over and over again, probably two and a half dozen times.
And then the budget balancer.
Mr. Chairman, the budget balancer, I presume would take 10 minutes, something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You're saying you should close that letter out, is that what you're saying? All right, sorry.
Finished, thank you.
Okay, so we're ready for tomorrow, okay. There is a question, governor's letter number 5 was the Pro Rodeo Museum. We took action on that, but we did we not vote on letter number 5? I think we set it aside.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you did take action. There was a straw poll as to who was interested in seeing the report that the university was working on.
All right.
And that straw poll failed, and then you took the final vote.
Just want to make sure we close the letter out, okay? And you're gonna draft a letter of response to each of those that were denied from the co-chairman and I.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. All right. Any further business? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned.